Hey, I'm Nashi.
I'm Rezlar.
And I'm Frosty. Welcome back to the Value Pack.
Hold on, I have to gear check Nash right now. Alright, that is some bull jabber. Dude, he CC'd me how to dance. What's happening? Rezlar!
People look at you like you're crazy, and they refuse to admit that it's pay to win, and just scream that it's pay to convenience! It's pay to convenience!
Big money, big money, big money,
Big money! Oh shit, we got it! We fucking got it!
And welcome everybody to a very, very special episode of the Value Pack. It's the 3-year anniversary special. We have a lot of guests lined up today. Our first guest is already here, and we're going to talk to him very, very shortly. But first, before we get into the festivities and the discussion about the reboots, we have to thank our lovely, lovely patrons. Hawaiian, I Has Issues, Jeremy Johnson, Melt On Your Mouth, Minaria, Slytech, Talus X Septum, thanks, and Wavesy. Appreciate you guys, as well as all our other patrons and all our Twitch subscribers on our channels. Really appreciate you guys for everything you do. So we have a lot of guests lined up today. We're doing it a little bit differently this year. It's gonna be a little more chaotic.
A little more unprofessional.
Basically, yeah, a little more unprofessional, I would say. Basically, we don't actually have a schedule. We basically just told the guests, whenever you want to join, just come on in, basically, and then stay for as long as you would like. So we don't have like a lineup, basically. We just have a bunch of people that at some point in the day, we hope, will join up, and we'll get to talk with them about the reboots. And the first of our guests to join from EU is Egotistical, also known as Horsey, the best wizard EU. Thanks for joining us, man.
Thanks for the invite.
Yeah, man. We're glad to have you back.
All right, Horsey, give us the TLDR. You've been playing Wizard now. It's on live server. It's not tested. The last time we talked, your like flame barrage skill did not look how it looks now. Your what was it called in G Labs? Baptism of water, which is now barrage of water, also was a lot different. And I don't know, there was a lot of stuff that was different. I don't even think there was pet scaling yet. That wasn't even a thing when you came on the podcast. They like changed so much. So now that it's on live server and you've experienced, what's kind of your feeling so far on how Wizard feels in your gameplay?
My first impression was like, oh cool, maybe we can finally play Awakening and can finally use my Archer skin weapon, right? Because I was always Succession.
The coconuts, right? The fiery coconuts?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
They're not fire, they're like purplish. And then I went into Sakurai and tested out PvE. It must be good right now, right? With all the new skills and whatever. After 20 minutes, I just looked back to my LAN, just continued on my LAN. Was like, whatever, like, what is this?
Oh, no.
I did like, I don't know. I did like 8,000 trash loot, like if I would round it up to an hour. And then with LAN, I did like over 11. It's like, yeah, what is this? I don't know. Yeah, PvE is like, in my opinion, Pepega. PvP from Awakening, oof. I don't know. I still think we're missing damage. Like, maybe it got buffed, maybe not. I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
But every other class has a lot of damage now. Like, what are Carpet Strikers now? Or Mystics? Like, everyone on EU sold the Centaur and Cecil already. Yeah, and then Wizard is still struggling, like one comboing, like C20, like Valix Warriors, Mystic Strikers, like, yeah, you don't touch them anyway. So, yeah, my first impression was like, yeah, Awakening is still whatever, and I just continue playing Succession. Succession is actually pretty cool. In my opinion, way more damage, especially with the new Bullite. It's, the skill is illegal.
Wait, what? The skill's illegal?
I mean, like, especially
it's
like,
been outlawed, dude.
I mean, I'm in the castle since 4 weeks, and like castle defending was Bullite now. Like, since you can cast it down from the walls, 6 seconds, CD, SA, CCs, a lot of damage. yeah, it's pretty strong. It's pretty strong. It's like having your meteor up all the time, right? Like, yeah, a lot of people compare it with a meteor. It's just for 6 seconds. So yeah, Succession Wizard is like way better than Awakening, in my opinion.
And you like the damage on Suck Wizard? Like it feels okay?
It feels okay, but it's not nothing broken when we say no, like Musa, right? Or something else like Warrior. So
that's gonna be the topic of the day. I feel like.
Yeah, it is in E, because I only get to experience what it's like in NA and talking to NA people, and I don't get to see like what EU's going through. How does EU feel about Musas right now? Are there a lot of Musas in Europe?
If you go Asha, I think 80% are only Musas now. So everyone who was like, especially Nova, is Musa now. Or I also saw even like Kunos now.
Yeah, Kunos are popping up, aren't they?
Yeah, dude, Kunos are insane. That class needs to be nerfed.
It does. I'm telling you, man.
It does way too much damage.
Okay, no, let's not get crazy.
Don't you agree, Frosty? Doesn't it do too much damage?
No. So mooses are everywhere. What other classes what other classes are you seeing? Like what other classes have you experienced where you're like, what is happening right now? How is this a thing? Are there any classes that stand out where you're like, I cannot believe this is this strong?
So let's say the top 2 classes are played right now on EU, I would say, with the tag system are Musa and Succession Zerker.
Really? Succession Zerker. Interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Everyone is just Succession Zerker, A1. It's a full SA class if you want to. It's like legit perma SA. A lot of damage. You jump from A to B. You can't catch him. Let's say, I mean, that's like a different topic, right? But in my opinion, we have the 200% meta back, and yeah, Succession Zerker has probably the best 200 in the game as well. So yeah, it's overall probably one of the strongest class now, for sure.
I thought they nerfed down their 200% quite a bit, and it wasn't really useful anymore.
No, they
just put a 30-minute cooldown on it.
Oh,
yeah.
True.
Yeah, the Suck Zerker thing is interesting too, because before it came out, I think most people that like really like Suck Zerker were pretty down on it, saying that it wasn't good, it wasn't useful. Like that was mostly what I heard from Suck Zerkers, but even here in NA, like they're really I see Suck Zerkers everywhere now, like in RBF or group PvP. Kind of interesting how that happens. What about Awakening? Are you running into Awakening Zerkers at all? Are you getting blasted by Titan Blow?
To be fair, I expected the skill will be way stronger. It does a lot of damage and is annoying and protected, right? But it's not like it's one-shotting you like on Global Up, right? Like on Global Up, legit one-shot you 1-0 in SA. Yeah, obviously it doesn't. It does like, I don't know, even if you get to see it, I don't know, I take like 50% HP. It's still a lot, right?
Yeah.
It's more than Succession Wizard damage. But yeah, I think most of the people enjoy Succession Zerker way more just because of the mobility and how it looks now, like being a dog werewolf or whatever it is. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. What is that creature, Rozar? It's like Beast from Beauty and the Beast. Whatever that thing is.
Talking about dog mode?
Yeah.
Yeah. Dog mode. Bark bark.
Does it look like a dog though?
Runs like a dog.
Looks
Yeah,
like
I don't
a
know.
werewolf.
Suck Zerker's a little insane right now. For sure.
Yeah.
We had a war against Digital in which they had, I think it was something like 10 Succession Zerkers, and then like I don't remember how much, but it was like 5 Awakening or something like that. They'd all tagged them for the tag event.
Yeah.
Very fun to deal with. It's really just it's what Horsey said. It's the fact that you can kind of be perma SA. It's kind of a gear check class at the moment, right? Because if you don't have the gear to kind of just like run in, throw your damage down, and then run out, which it does very, very effectively, then you're not going to be having as much of a good time. But anybody with like above average gear right now is like at least considering tagging it. It seems like because of just the insane amount of like damage that it puts out.
Yep. So yeah,
Um,
Musa and Zerker. It's like
Musa and
then yeah, we see also like a lot of people like considering no bulk,
mhm.
awakening bulk.
Yeah.
I was
Yeah,
wondering how
overall
Valk
pretty
was
strong
doing.
kit, right? It has everything. It has a strong ult now with the BSR change. I mean already before, right? But now it's even better.
Mhm.
What is this? 3-second SA to allies now on heals. Yeah, and all the stuff is like, yeah, overall like one of the best classes right now.
Are
So
there-
I would say that's like the main 3 classes right now. And at least if you go Asha, run around and you see only groups of Musas and Zerkers and some Bulks.
Jesus.
Are there any classes you thought would be better that you're like kind of you don't see them or you don't think they're that good that aren't like class you play, like just other classes that you kind of expected to be a little bit better than they are?
Striker.
Yeah,
I expected Striker will be way stronger. I don't know about the damage, right? I don't play Striker. Probably damage is higher than before, maybe. I don't know. I'm a Striker player, but the issue is that, right, the evasion is gone by. And if they would have kept the strong evasion hybrid set and still could one combo people with the new skills or whatever the class has now, then it would be still like a top class in like World PvP 1v1, right? But after the change, like everyone can one combo him now. Like I can one combo Carbon Strikers. Like I also play LAN now. I have only one accuracy item, a turbo bed, and 309 AP, and no chance he can survive. There's no way.
Speaking of you mentioned earlier suck whiz damage and one comboing. Have you seen the clip that's kind of been going around of Huntler and RBF struggling to kill the Zerker on the roof?
Yes.
Well, I'm asking Horsey.
Oh,
have you
Horsey,
seen it?
have you seen it? I thought
Not
you meant
everything's
you
about you,
guys.
Frosty,
Sorry, I thought you meant
jeez.
you guys. I thought you were asking the collective.
Yeah, I'm not up to date to NA, right? I don't watch any stream or anything else, right? It's like always super
Well,
late for me.
I'll just describe it for you. Maybe Frosty can find it, but it's basically Huntler just going a whole like he's throwing everything at this Zerker, and he just cannot kill it. And his assertion is that suck wizard damage is just way too lackluster. That it's just not enough. Is that kind of how you feel as well, or do you feel like it's like fine, you can one combo most people? Like, what are your thoughts on that whole thing? Because I feel like that's a pretty widely circulated clip right now that a lot of people are talking about.
Yeah. I don't know the names from NA players, so I don't know the gear from the Zerker as well. I can imagine like C20 at least, right? Like everyone know.
I have
But let's say
no
most of the
idea.
people. But let's say if he stacks like with Whom crystals and Rebellion crystals, like stacks HP and stuff like that, and Divios is, yeah, I think he has everything, right? Like even Ethereal earrings or whatever they're called. So it depends how much he goes to carpet. Yeah, he won't be able to one combo C20 Zerker with full HP crystals. So yeah, but I don't know the AP from Divios in the fight and the gear setup from the Zerker. Yeah, I don't know about striker damage right now, so I can't really say anything to that. What do you mean about with the succession wizard damage?
No,
Well, that's what
the clip was Huntler who plays. He plays Suck
Huntler.
Wizard. Yeah, Huntler.
Yeah.
The clip was Huntler on a Suck Wizard doing a combo, like a ranged combo across the roof in the
Let me see if I
RBF.
can find it.
Oh, I understood Divios. I don't know.
Yeah, no. It was Huntler. He does a ranged combo on Suck Wizard across the roof on a Zerker, and is like unable to kill him until like way later on once he gets onto the roof and teleports in and kills him there. But
Isn't that probably like a Z-axis issue then?
Can I see the clip?
Yeah, I'm trying to find it.
Here we got it.
Here's
Here,
it.
I got it. Yeah.
You got it? Okay.
Yeah. So let me pull it up here.
Yeah, let me see.
I'm gonna share. I'm just DMing it
Yeah,
to
watch
you.
it.
There, I sent it to you, Horsey, so you can have a look. Oh, let me put the.
Sonny's in the waiting room.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Okay.
We'll drag him in just a sec.
Yeah, this is it. Yeah.
All right. So here's the clip in full. Sorry, I had to make it more clear.
Yeah. What's the AP again? 323 from Handler.
I don't know what his AP is in this clip. During
he
this clip,
fucked up.
312. He says 312.
312.
Okay, so let's say 309 bracket, right?
Yeah.
So in the second combo, like he fucked up a bit, right? He CC'd him, like he stiffed him and didn't follow up and got grabbed. He's 309 AP and doesn't use a giant, right? Obviously, it's RBF. Most of the time, you don't use giants. And it's like I said, Zerk has a lot of HP. I don't know if you go HP build, you get like what 7k HP ish.
Yeah.
Then also like some skills got blocked in the thing in front of him. I think Robam Fireball got blocked.
Yeah.
And I think also the lightning. So then he would have died. And I'm pretty sure if he used giants, right, he survived with about 2% HP with giant 100%. It's like, what's the damage boost? Like 10-15% more damage? Maybe even more. So yeah, it was. It's like I said, I don't know the gear from the Zerker, right? But let's say it like that. It's a full range combo, right? Full range combo. And if the Zerker is like C20 gear with HP crystals, like the damage is good. Like you can one combo HP Zerker with full range. You don't even need to get close or like give up your position.
Real quick, there's a lot of people saying he's 324 in the clip, but he himself says in the clip that he's 312.
Yeah,
so unless
I got
he's
the
lying
312
about
clip
his own,
from what he's saying.
yeah, unless he's lying about his own gear, which would be kind of weird. Huntler is the one saying he's 312 in the clip.
Yeah,
I mean, he probably
I
dies.
didn't pull
if
that number out of my ass. I
failed.
turned the volume on the
Yeah.
clip and heard him say it.
He had
Yeah, Divios
Kutamon.
said he had Kutamon.
Yeah,
Okay.
Is he still wearing often?
I don't.
It's also
know.
I don't know Handler's like crystal setup, right? I don't know if he's full RBF. I don't know if he has corruption crystals or rebellios. So there's like a lot of things what can change like damage rise. Does anyone know like the striker gear maybe?
The Zerker.
Not striker, Zerker.
He's in
Zerker.
Chomi's, which I think is like, isn't that is it like retired Cho Nation players? I don't know what.
Yeah, it's their ally guild. I don't know what kind of. I don't know if it's just old Cho members or how it works, but one of the common things that I've heard people say about that clip and about Huntler generally is that he has no accuracy, but Zerker's evasion rate is like absolute dog shit. So I think that's kind of a moot point. I feel like, I don't know, maybe I'm wrong, but yeah, I mean, if anybody has the Zerker's gear, that would be helpful to kind of trying to figure this out. But I don't think anybody does. I don't know. Maybe somebody out there can.
Maybe it's just bug. He just needs to delete and start over.
And I mean, Huntler says himself, if he doesn't get cucked by the bomb fireball, he's like, if the bomb fireball hits, then that probably kills him. But he just kind of got cucked out.
Well, then he
of it,
knows the issue.
Well, I think that his argument is that he should have died sooner.
Yeah, I think his argument is that he sneaks up on the Zerker, he gets the free CC from behind, and he does a full range combo. He doesn't die, right? It's kind of what he's upset about, and then he dives in, trying to like finish him off, and then he struggles to kind of finish him off. And his argument, and I think a lot of Wizards' argument, is that the class damage is just too lackluster, and that this clip is like evidence of that. But
I would.
Who knows?
It'd be better to have a cleaner clip though, because you don't know if like Z-axis issues are there, because there's buggy things when you're fighting on terrain.
Let's bring Sunny and
Rez.
Rez.
Chance.
Yeah,
so Sunny's not waiting, and I think Froge actually is going to stop by in a few minutes as well.
Oh, cool. Okay.
Yeah.
I'm gonna drag him down. Hello, Sunny. Can you hear us?
He
Uh-oh.
might still be AFK.
Hello?
Sunny?
Hello?
Hello?
Hey, there he is. What's up, man?
Hey guys.
How are you?
What's up,
What's
Sonny?
up, man?
Oh, not much, not much. You know.
Thank you for
just,
joining us, man.
Yeah, thank you for having me. 3 years. Time flies. How are you all doing?
Doing great,
Doing
doing
good,
great.
man.
We're doing good.
We're talking about Suck Wizard damage. Do Suck Wizards do enough damage, Sonny? What's your take?
Wait, is this in ref? Well, so I guess it depends. Are we talking blue Saka or yellow Saka?
Just in
No.
in general.
I mean, I gotta be honest. I haven't fought too many. The
Yeah.
only one I remember fighting was Electrolyte or whatever his name is, the witch, which was actually fucking styling on everyone. It was disgusting. It made me make witch for season fighting against that guy.
Oh wow.
Yeah,
Yeah. You know, since
but
the
that's
last
probably the only guy I've actually fought that's been playing. Everyone else has been playing Musas. So.
Yeah. That's
Yeah. I told you that's gonna be the recurring theme. Everybody who comes in is gonna be like, dude, these fucking mooses, bro.
What?
Dude.
No. I don't think that's Frosty. I'm gonna whisper something here.
Okay.
Can you put this up on stream real quick?
Yes,
It's
yeah,
timestamped.
absolutely.
Just,
I got you.
Just put this up on stream real quick. I timestamped it and everything.
Okay. Oh my god, dude. Oh my god. All right, hold on. Let me.
I'm just really curious about this.
All right, let me stream this in Discord here, so that way, Reslar and everyone can hear it live.
I know
Oh
what
my
this.
God.
I know what this is
All
gonna
right,
be.
here we go. You ready? Here we go.
Yeah, hold on. Flannels,
Oh,
what do you think is going to be the strongest class post rework?
I've been saying this.
Roxy,
I
think
swear
your sub.
I'm
Hold
gonna
on.
hate it too.
notifications stuff.
I think I swear
Oh.
that bladers are gonna be the strongest for whatever.
Yeah.
I
was gonna
I
say,
swear
Syntax
they're gonna
has
get
been subbing to
they're
you
gonna
for
get
the
such
last
a
minute
cranked
now.
out good kit, and then they're also
No.
gonna have. I swear they're gonna
Yep.
have they're gonna have block break too.
Why
Yep.
does Nyashi have to be having computer
I
issues
know,
right now?
right?
He needs to be here for this.
I
We
I
are
actually
going
think
back to
I think that
having Musa Stormtrooper every seats.
yeah I think that bladers are gonna be very strong somehow.
And so you agree?
Oh my
Five
gosh.
Septimus? Oh no.
Oh, 100%. Yeah.
Bladers? Interesting. So
Yeah,
just for context, so I said ninja.
Yeah,
Nyashi
so,
said warrior. And then what did you say, Frosty?
I mean, some
Frosty?
people wasn't really
God, I
surprised
don't
about
remember.
Musa being
Yeah.
so strong.
Yeah. So
When
by
was it this was
Septimus,
recorded, by the way?
that
Was
was
this like literally
that
before
was-
Musa reboot came out?
So that was the week after Warrior came out.
Yeah.
Yeah, you two came on. That was a week after Warrior came out. You both predicted Bladers would be too strong. So you guys are not surprised at all. Not
Not at all.
surprised
I mean,
at all.
it's no. So here's the thing about Musa. I talk about this a lot, and it was crazy, man. Listening to people complain about like especially like Musas were really vocal leading up to, and you know this, right? Up to the actual live launch, but Musa.
Vocal or whiny?
Yes.
Whiny.
Whining.
So
Yes.
no, like I like.
Just
It
wanted
was
to
just a lot of
clarify.
fun because Musa and Maver has always been extreme. Like, let's just focus on Musa for now. Like, I think Maver is a bit of a different beast, especially because large scale is what I do the most of, right? So you see more Musas than Mavers. But they've always been extremely strong when damage is prevalent, right? That's like where they pop off, and with damage being so high right now. So, in defense of Musas,
Mhm.
I'm ready to get crucified for this.
Okay.
But I actually don't think that Musa necessarily needs a nerf right now.
Okay.
I've been saying that I think the issue is that you need to buff survivability more so than nerfing damage.
So
So you want to buff Musa?
no. Survivability of everyone. So Musas do less damage by way of everyone else getting.
So not Musa's survivability. Everyone
Yeah,
else's
everyone else's
survivability.
survivability.
So like survivability in the game of everyone.
Do you think extending the timer is ultimately what's going to fix, what's going on with Musa right now, though? Because that's all you're doing. You're basically just extending the timer of which they could potentially kill you.
Well, well, let me phrase it to you differently, Sonny, because I think I'm thinking along the same lines as Nyashi. If Do you think though that relative to other classes, because let's say like right now you have some classes, like there's some witches that are saying it and some wizards, and there's like some suck valks that feel there's a few classes that feel like, well, but my damage isn't that good and I already have to do a full combo. So if you increase, like I have to do an actual full combo to kill someone and CC them twice. So if you increase survivability, Musa still gets to kill us standing up, but all these other classes now can't kill you even in a combo. Do you think that that's an issue, or what are your thoughts on that way of thinking of it?
I mean, I don't know if that's necessarily true. That like it seems like everyone is dealing a ton of damage. So I don't know if that's like actually true that you need several combos and stuff like that. People most of the times, like if you get CC, you pretty much die, right? But a lot of people can kill you standing up. But here's my concern with just nerfing the S tier damage dealers right now, is that I suspect that we'll see more tankiness and survivability in the game with the new region. So
I agree.
GG
Yeah, I do
NAEU.
agree with that. Yeah.
But if you first nerf the damage, right, because we've had this happen 1,000 times, if you nerf the damage and then survivability comes up, then you're gonna have the same issue with the classes that rely on pure damage. Like they're gonna be kind of left in the dirt again because they can't break through any of the blocks and whatever, right? They just lose kind of the functionality. So as much as I hate having OP classes, I don't think that we should go for a situation where they end up being useless again.
Now, I do understand where you're coming from, and I agree with that. But were you here during the Renown days?
Yes, of course he
Yes,
was.
I've been playing since day one.
Yeah, he's been playing forever. Yeah.
I've been playing with Sonny a long time, but I just couldn't remember when he came on. But yeah, I don't know, man. That was pretty rough. I mean, it was also a different time period too. There was very few people that had the kind of gear that's like some of the key outlier moves did. So.
Renown was keyly flawed though, in that
It
you were
was,
getting defensive stats for building.
Yeah,
offensively.
it was a different kind of beast.
Renown.
So maybe I should clarify what does I actually mean here, right? It's not that they should change and just make people more tanky. Like, no, not necessarily, but need a better option of building tanky. Like, so if you actually like decide to go for something, say Narc earrings or whatever, right, and sacrificing some AP, you should be sort of rewarded for it. And I don't feel like that's the case right now in the game. Building,
like use 4
like
DP
actual
going
tanky seems like a waste.
Yeah. Well, especially right now post rework.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. Like they need to do something with tankiness, and I'm not saying they should just buff the formula or give everyone 5,000 HP in siege. That's not necessarily how to do it. But bringing in proper itemization, better trade-offs if you're going for an like hybrid accessory route, like new Narcs, new Orchid build, new Vulnerous Ring types, stuff like that, where the trade-off actually becomes something that might be worth doing. Instead of like basically if you're sacrificing AP right now, you're just sacrificing it to get accuracy instead to also kill evasion targets.
Yeah, and that would like maybe tone down Musa's effectiveness a bit, but then you would have to like consider, okay, everyone else's damage though is also being affected in a negative way because of that.
Yeah, but I think the
you have
damage
to
in
be
general is
careful with
behind.
that. We real quick before we continue this conversation, we have two.
Oh
people
yeah, sure.
in the
Sorry, I
waiting
think
room.
we went out on a sidetrack.
We have 2 people in the waiting room, and we are going to get to Warrior. I'm sure you want to talk about Warrior reboot and all that stuff, and hopefully you can enlighten us as to what's going on with Suck Warriors, because there's some people that are saying that it's busted, but nobody's playing it, so it's very confusing. Before we bring in our next 2 guests, though, I wanted to ask Horsey, is there kind of the same general feeling in EU that they need? Generally speaking, the tankiness needs to go up, damage is way too high, kind of all around? Or is it just specifically like Musa Zerker that's kind of like the problem?
Nah, overall, like there's also like LAN, Decay, right? Warrior. What else does a lot of damage? I don't know. I even see
everything.
One out of a hat at this point.
I saw clips like there's like one of the best people on the EU like getting one comboed by AP Shies. Like, one well elixir, so I don't know. Like right now, like everything can happen is possible.
And they wanted a new
So yeah.
spec.
Right.
So yeah, too much damage right now. But I don't know. It's a hard topic, right? For example, I think different about the moose. Like everyone says, oh, nerf moose that can't stay like that, and I think it is okay. They don't have that. I think they don't really have a slow skill, right? Maybe like one skill.
They have a
They
very
don't have a
strong
grab.
slow skill.
Yeah, they have 2 slow skills.
Yeah, they don't have a grab, and they don't have envy, like, and a lot of iframes. So yeah, they only have like pretty much damage, right? So it's okay that they do a lot of damage in like 1v1 small scale, but in large scale, it looks different from Musas. Like, I don't know, Musas are only really strong if you defend your fort and you have the respawn protection and you can just bomb in and you don't get damage. But besides that, you get a ton of slows. You just eat damage from every side if you don't play that well in flanking from the side, you know. And
Maybe
Right.
I think has been performing better in large scale than Musa.
Rez, let me ask Sunny real quick
From what I've seen, at
before
least.
we.
I think Mabel's been performing better overall than Musa in large scale from what I've seen.
No,
I don't know about
that's
that
yeah, you have better burst
No, no,
damage,
no.
right? Because you can hold a skill or something. Yeah.
No,
The main difference. So I think everyone kind of acknowledges that Maywa is also doing insane amounts of damage like Musa, but it's just the AOE difference, right? It's the fact that Musas are diving into balls in the middle of 15 people, casting 2 skills and getting 10 kills before they die. Whereas a Maywa tries to do the same thing and they only get like 5 kills because their AOEs are a lot smaller, you know?
Yeah, they're more suited for like flanking around and just picking those targets off on the side. And like I believe they do more damage than Musos, right? But as you're saying, just not as much AOE. But I mean, honestly, like hearing what Horsey is saying, it just affirms that I think we need more survivability. And I do agree. I don't think the issue is Musa dealing so much damage, right? I kind of like sort of the distribution and damage that I'm feeling when I'm fighting people in GBGs. It makes sense the Musa is the one going in and chunking.
Let me real quick, Rez, before we bring in the guest, I want to ask by Septimus so that way it doesn't get lost or buried. How are you enjoying Warrior after the reboot? Because like same thing. This is gonna be true with everyone that we talked to today, but a lot of things were different that first week than they are now.
Oh yeah.
Like for example, that first week you guys had the 12% accuracy modifier and 12% evasion debuff on those 2 abilities, and now you don't. Now it got reduced down to 6. Yeah, how are you feeling about Warrior so far? Is it fun?
Oh yeah, it's a lot of fun. In PvE, it's great feeling like I can actually kill stuff now and starting to overclear with my 309 cooldown AP. I can finally overclear Sakurai rotations. Like, what is going on? It's a lot of fun. There are some clunkiness with some of the animation cancels and things like that. Unfortunately, it seems like as I let them know during the feedback that the scaling issue of Warrior is still there. And by that I mean like we still don't scale very well with AP. But we do a ton of damage right now. The problem is later on, new expansion, all that, we're gonna fall off again at late game gear. And we deal so much damage early. Like I was out with the equivalent of full pin to Valor. I don't know if you've seen the clip.
Yeah.
At Orcs.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So that's like this. It was the same AP as if you were 250 AP Awakening.
So when you're talking about the scaling, are you only talking about PvE, or you mean in PvP your damage falls off?
No, it falls off in PvP as well. We have very high PvP modifiers on Awakening Warrior.
Okay.
That's a very high damage reduction in PvP, like 60 plus on pretty much everything. So no, it just doesn't scale. Like the thing is, at the moment, it's a lot of fun. I've had the most fun doing GVGs. I don't know if you guys experience the same, but it seems like the desync on protections is even worse than it was in the start of abilities. I get caught even more at the wind up of abilities and stuff like that. But it's just a lot of fun. Like I do like the high damage meta. It feels crazy, but it's a lot of fun.
PA did say originally that they felt that damage was what players wanted based on their, I guess, some sort of polling or statistics that they're pulling. And that's what they've prioritized is just more damage. I mean, that's clear as day with the reworks, but
there's been a couple of different metas what's called areas in BDO, right, where you had super tankiness. I remember back in the days when I played my witch. I did a node war on my witch, and I literally tanked 2 guilds.
Yeah, that's too much.
And I was one-shotting people around me. That was the most fun ever, but that was the renowned days, right?
Yeah.
And like there's like different gradients where you basically get to one combo or you need several combos and high damage and then lower damage. And I think every time they've done either high tank survivability or high damage, people do seem to enjoy the high damage more.
Yeah. Oh, you want to bring in I guess 3.
Now all 3 of our guests.
Now all
Yes.
3.
It's okay.
Yeah.
It's late for me, so I can jump off and get some dinner. But
All
I
right.
just
Well,
wanted
real
to come by
quick,
and say hi.
before you go, I do want to hear like Suck Warrior. You playing Suck Warrior at all? Do you have what's the deal with Suck Warrior? Give us the TLDR on that.
No, I
spec.
haven't played it yet, but I'm going to take some time and play. But I'm pretty on like up to date on Suck Warrior. Yeah.
Is it good nowadays? Like, how does it compare PvE to Awaken?
Oh, it's definitely better in PvE than Awakening. Pretty much everywhere in game.
Yeah. Is it viable in large scale compared to Awaken Warrior?
Yeah, I mean it's always been. It has like super good protections. It has really nice mobility now with the frenzy dash into Earth Tremble, the jump slash
Yeah.
slam. It's like it's really solid. Like if you just compare it to Awakening Warrior, it's
Right.
yeah, like it's definitely like I would say like I keep saying it's slightly better. It's
Okay.
definitely better in PvE, and
Gotcha.
depending on playstyle and what your function is, it's better at some things in PvP and large scale as well than Awakening is.
All right, Rez, you want to bring him in?
Yeah, let's bring him in. So we're gonna have 3 guests now joining at the same time. We're gonna have I guess I'll bring him in first and then we'll introduce him.
And yeah, for the record, if any of you guys have to go at any point, feel free. We just wanted to stop by and catch up, or have you guys stop by, catch up, and let us know how you guys are enjoying your rework now that it's actually out and you've experienced. Because I know Global Labs just doesn't do testing justice. You just don't get the actual experiences that you get from live.
For sure.
Yeah, it's just
Do you,
getting a look at visuals and mechanics. Basically, is how I view it.
do you guys
Alright.
have any more question about Wizard? Because I have Siege soon on you.
No, you're good to go, man. Thank you so
No,
much.
if you want to peace out, man, thank you for coming. Yeah.
I mean, I still have like what, max like 10 minutes, so
Yeah, feel free to chime
If
in
there's,
on
like,
any of the
anything,
conversation. But you're good to go whenever. But yeah, feel free to stay or whatever you want to do.
alright. Then I'm gonna leaving already, so I'm preparing for Siege. And then thanks a lot.
Alright.
If you have any question, you can also DM me, and then you can just ask, well, just tell them what I said in DMs, right? If they're like any question coming up. And,
All right.
Yeah.
Sounds good, man.
besides
Where
that,
can people find you, brother?
Yeah, where can
Plug
they find you?
yourself.
I guess on Twitch, I'm streaming like only PP stuff, like Node vs Siege, Open PP. So yeah. Like I can just DM you my
Perfect.
Twitch stream link.
Yeah,
whatever.
absolutely.
I guess it's the best. And yeah, besides that, enjoy the podcast and good luck everyone for the Siege later. And yeah,
Cool, man. Later, man.
see you around.
Thank you,
Appreciate
man.
it. Thanks for stopping in.
Bye bye.
All right, let me prepare to change some of these levels. All right. 3 new guests. All right, let's start from the top. We got Striker Sage Extraordinaire Divios. Divios, welcome to the podcast again.
Thank you.
And let me turn you up just a little bit here. We also have Froge. Froge joined us during the reworks to talk about Mystic, Awakened Mystic. Froge, welcome. How's it going? I know you're.
Hey, thanks. Yeah, that's going good. Thanks for bringing me on.
And then Reezy. Reezy,
Hello.
how's it going, man?
Pretty good.
So let me start.
Global Lab.
He's a Global Lab boy. Yeah, he's still playing Global Labs full time for some reason. Let me start with Divios. Divios, after all the reworks came out, what I was told leading up to it, and actually this was true for Warrior as well, but everyone felt like Striker was just going to be running rampant on all the servers everywhere because of PvP. Is that what's happening in your experience?
Well, it's definitely not running rampant, but I do think Awakened Striker is extremely strong.
Yeah.
Succession kind of got the rug pulled out from under it, like the day it got released on KR. But Awakening is crazy strong.
Yeah, I mean, how is it? Give us just like a TLDR on like how it feels in PvE, large scale, and 1v1s. I guess Awakening first and then Suck.
So I think the damage right now in general just kind of makes 1v1 small scale kind of feel bad for most people because honestly, if it's in like a 3v3, you barely even CC each other anymore, and you kind of just you just choose a target and kill them. But in large scale, I like it a lot because Striker feels like 100 times better than it was before. Before I refused to play it in large scale. I couldn't stand playing it. It was completely terrible. Now I can play kind of like a ninja without stealth, where I can pop my E-buff, run in, like kill a couple, then ult and just like and use the iframe to like get my cooldowns back and then run away. Or like if my team's winning, then I can keep pushing on after that.
Right. And then the PvE is kind of wild, right? That goes without saying.
Yeah, the PvE of both specs is crazy.
So I asked you this yesterday in a DM because of a different conversation. But your if you had to pick one for your life, you have to first attend every single class in the game, and you need to win as many matches as possible. Are you picking Succession or Awakening, and why?
Yeah, I'm picking Succession just because Succession doesn't rely on grab as much, and it has a lot of CC options. Where Awakening is basically just spiral. Like you're gonna spiral, and that's if you get caught by spiral, you'll win. But most matches, like you're pretty much just only gain CCs with spiral. But Succession has so many CC options, and it's really fun, and it does enough damage. But it's like you have to work so much harder to get like a little bit less damage than Awakening now, and just because of all the nerfs that happen.
All right, last one before I go on to Froge. What class or classes feel kind of a little bit too strong or overtuned so far, if any?
Probably Musa, Ranger. Suckzerker's kind of dumb.
Okay.
Those are the main ones. I also think Mao was pretty dumb too, but Musa is like taking the spotlight in half. So maybe that's also because I fight like Coco and Henry quite a bit. And they one shot me.
Froge, are you playing Awakening or Succession Mystic these days post rework?
Yeah, so so I've given Awakening quite a bit of a try now, but I don't think the reworks have been really nice for Awakening. So I've actually tried a little bit of Succession Mystic, but yeah, I think like the rework for Awakening has been really bad. Like it's the PvP, it's so difficult now. Like especially with I mean I feel like they nerfed her damage, which is already pretty low.
Yeah.
And then now there's a bunch more damage, so you can't really. It's just really hard to make things work. I kind of feel like you don't play really suck Mystic now.
Yeah, is the damage on Awakening? I mean, is that like the biggest thing? Like, if you could address one point immediately, would it be just the damage is too low, or is it partly just not fun because everyone else is doing too much damage right now?
I think it's a little bit of both. Like, I think the fact that you don't do much damage makes it already really difficult. But the other problem too is because there's so much damage in the game, it's really hard to actually get your utility off, especially like vacuum, where you got to commit and go in. You're gonna die in vacuum. Like there have been times where literally I vacuum a Musa and I just die in the SA. It's just so difficult now to actually get your utility off.
Let's be real, it's a cringe skill anyways.
There it is, dude. How about the PvE for both specs?
Yeah, so I think the PvE is actually it's pretty good. It's definitely a buff for both specs. I think Suck is like slightly better than Awakening, but they're pretty close. So I don't think that there's too big of a difference between the two specs. PvE.
Are they good enough that you don't feel like you have to play lawn?
Well, I did untag my lawn, but I actually didn't try lawn before I untagged it for PvE. I'd imagine the lawn is still really crazy, but I think it's not bad. Like it's pretty decent for Mystic.
What class, in your opinion, is kind of too strong, if any? Are there any classes you're like, how is this a thing?
I mean, as everybody said, Musa is definitely overtuned. I think Meiwa is pretty strong as well.
Hey man, you leave us out of this.
It was definitely too strong, dude.
Hey,
I'm on season R show with 317 AP, and this Meiwa is literally two skilling me standing up.
317 AP, like what?
317 DP. Did I say AP? I said DP.
Yeah, you did say AP.
Oh,
I meant DP.
Okay, I see.
Yeah, it's just like the Bladers. I think Warrior's pretty strong right now too, and I guess I think Striker's like pretty cracked right now too. But yeah.
Yeah, the Mystic thing was so weird too, because like when I think back, like I feel like every Mystic when they saw the Striker rework was like, God damn, we're about to get some crazy stuff when the Mystic rework comes out, and then it's like none of those cool things happened, like the Spiral getting its gap fixed, or Nimbus Strike getting the super armor like lasting a little bit longer after the landing, like stuff like that. I feel like a lot of Mystics are like, okay, cool. That's gonna happen to us too, and then it came and it was like, where's our Spiral Cannon gap fix? What happened?
Hey, I think the only thing they gave us was frontal untwisted.
Yeah,
but I think that's
well, and the stiffen on crouching.
Oh yeah,
nice too. Yeah, it's like weird. It's like the catches for 1v1 and stuff became pretty cool, but now you don't have damage and people kill you standing up. It's rough.
Yeah. I think that's only really for Awakening. At least for 1v1 for Suck. I think Suck got buffed overall. The changes quite a bit. Especially with like Linger on SA on Wave Orb, it's super strong.
Yeah.
All those kind of things. But yeah, I don't know. Awakening kind of got left in the dust.
Reezy. How is it going, man? For those who might not know, Reezy, Godlike Kuno. What are you playing mostly now after the reworks? Are you playing mostly Succession or Awakening?
I would say I spend the majority of my time on Awakening, but I have a decent amount of time on Succession so far still.
All right. How is the class feeling overall to you and kind of everything, both specs, PvE, 1v1, and then group PvP?
Sure. So I'll start with the easy one. On PvE, I'd say Succession is the better of the two. I think like you're not griefing yourself by grinding on it. Awakening, pretty low tier. Didn't really get too much in terms of damage increases. Some of the things that were supposed to get AoE increases didn't get AoE increases. And yeah, if you're going to grind, it kind of has to be Succession, or you kind of have to tag if you care about that. PvP, I would say both are extremely viable on small scale. The 3v3, 5v5, anything kind of below 10v10. I think 1v1 Succession is the better of the two. Large scale, I think when it gets to like bigger numbers, I actually think Succession is better.
Yeah.
I think just for PvP in general, Succession is a little broken at the moment. And I mean, you and I have talked about this before. A lot of it just falls back onto like how ridiculous Flash Slash is at the moment, I think.
So it was funny the other day on stream, I was talking about the Flash Slash teleport. And when you fight against it or when you fight with it, it just feels, it's crazy to me that, because they did everything to the skill at once, right? We got a lower cooldown on Prime Flash. We got damage added to the first hit. You have protection added to the start, and they let you teleport a second time after the first movement. And it's like all of it kind of combined just makes the skill insane, especially because the cooldown's so low. And I was talking about how I think that I think the simplest solution, since like you and I talked about this, they're not really a big fan of complex solutions, is just don't let you teleport a second time. At least give that a shot and see how it plays. And somehow I got DM'd. I was telling Rezar about this a little bit earlier. I got DM'd like a screenshot of a Kuno that was saying, "Oh, Frosty's trying to get our damage nerfed," and I was like, "What are you talking about?" No, I'm not. I'm just saying Flash Slash is crazy. It's like actually crazy.
I mean, if everybody was to get damage nerfs, like maybe you take one of the extra hits off of Flash, and we go from there. Because I kind of like Dance being the one that has damage, especially with down attacks and combo purposes and follow up and whatnot. But I don't know. Like with the way the game is right now, I think it kind of needs the damage it has in order to play. Otherwise, you kind of just end up being like a CC stall bot again, and it just doesn't really feel good with the protections in the game currently that everybody has.
Yeah. Someone's pointing out the cooldown should be 12 seconds instead of 9. The only reason I have an issue with the cooldown being increased is because it affects PvE so much as well. And like we
wouldn't really matter if they were willing to adjust the damage percentages in PvE to account for the cooldown issue, but like again, complex solution, not their strong suit.
yeah.
Satch did.
So I kind of feel the same as you about like I originally going in I was like, dude, Awakening's gonna feel a lot better in large scale, but because of that last minute Shadow Explosion getting protection, yeah, and ankle getting forward guard too is just the amount of times I'm actually saved by that going into a group is huge.
Yeah.
So I kind of feel like I feel the same as you. Suck feels a lot better.
Real quick.
Yeah.
Sunny did have to take off.
Yeah.
So we didn't get to have him plug his stuff or whatever, but correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe it is twitch.tv/Biseptimus Prime.
Correct.
Right?
Yep.
So if you guys want to check out more of Sunny, Warrior, Extravaganza, I think he just enhanced a Tet Fallen God. I think I saw a clip the other day. Go check him out. Links for everybody, by the way, for everybody who's coming on the podcast today can be found in the description. I'm going to make sure it's all down there. So you don't even have to type it in. Just go down there and click on the name.
All right. So do you feel like Awaken Kuna, though, is in a pretty... outside of PvE, like for PvP, it's in a pretty good spot?
I think you provide a lot of utility for like the small skirmish stuff. Definitely can play the game with the movement now. I would just say it kind of feels weird that we got a spin nerf considering the amount of damage in the game currently. And I mean, if they want us to be CC oriented, it would have been nice to get a buff to one of our CCs, like I kept asking for. But it kind of just feels like middling damage, and if you can't really kill with like Delighted, Halo, Moonstorm Spin, and large scale, then a lot of times you have to kind of leave the kill on the floor. Can't really finish it. So I would say it's got its own limitations holding it back, but it's like I say if nerfs happen and if it dodges nerfs, I think it'd be like a really, really good class, you know?
Yeah. Same. Yeah, it's at least it feels. I mean, it's fun now. It feels really fun to play, like way more fun than ever. And I don't know. I've been having a blast on. Is there any class you feel like is overtuned?
The obvious ones. Everyone has mentioned Bladers, I think, right?
Yep.
And people have mentioned Sugzerk. One that I don't think I've heard, I think DK seems really strong, specifically because it has really, really good matchup into Bladers. Like, it just farms chase, and when they try to push into you, like, you're just dumping damage while moving backwards. I think you might see more Valks, too, just because Vacuum farms both Bladers, and you can't Pred Hunt out of a Vacuum on Sugzerk.
Right.
I would have thought, like, Awakening Mystic would have been stronger, too, just because, again, Vacuum, farm Bladers, farm Sugzerk. Kind of nice, but I guess, towards what Froj was saying, it seems like you can't really play the game with the amount of damage going around right now.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. I think a lot of the issues right now, personally, though, with the game and the like damage meta we're in, kind of my take is it stems from the overprotections. I think if the game were to go back to being CC oriented, but with high damage, you have to like work to get that damage off, and you know you open up protections to where people can get CCs outside of the 15-second grab cooldown the majority of classes have right now. It would be a little bit nicer, I think, for the game overall.
Yeah, it's weird. Like some of the favorable matchups now, even for like Kuno, like when I fight a Guardian, I'm just like, dude, this is not fun. Because it does feel like, when I fight a Guardian, like an Awakened Guardian, where it's fairly easy to stay protected the whole time, it's like after the grab fail, I'm like, do I actually want to sit in there and try to CC? Because like, it almost feels like a waste of time. Maybe I should just wait, but then I don't want to wait because it feels so cheese, you know, to wait for a grab. So it's like, I don't know. It's kind of crazy. And a lot of classes feel like that too. And I mean, Suck Kuno feels like that. Like it's like when I duel a Suck Kuno now, I'm just like, oh, yeah, you're just like kind of always protected now. And since the cooldowns are lower, you can just kind of rotate it infinitely.
Pretty much. A lot of times I find myself just like playing 4 damage when grab is on cooldown just to try and get frontal guards from like HP advantage or something.
Mm-hmm.
But it's not really like something you can worry about playing 4 in large scale. You just don't have the time to take that fight half the time. So yeah, I don't know. They could do a lot of things with where they want to go with the game.
Yeah.
The grab change is very weird for Striker because Striker's, Striker's 7-second main hand grab, how dumb it was, right?
Yeah. Uh-huh.
Well, how Striker's grab always has been is like he'd dash at you and he'd press E, and it would basically and as he ends his dash, he'd do like this like little half-second kind of like where he basically put his arm out, and it was a full essay where he puts his arm out, and if you walk anywhere near him when his arm is out, he'd grab you.
Yeah.
The problem is that there still is the full half-second animation where he's sitting there putting his arm out, and that grab now feels terrible. Where the awaken grab, which was useless before and locked, is really fast and instant, and you can do it off of a lot of things. The problem is that ability is a 30-second cooldown. So the only grab I want to use is a 25-30-second cooldown, and I'm just like, wow, this is great. And like it just that's where I feel like that I guess that's why Awakening feels so weird in small scale, to be honest.
Yeah, it's funny too because I always hear like, dude, all of the grabs just got buffed, and it's like, well, why don't you tell that to Strikers, Mystics, and Zerkers? Because right now I don't think they feel like their grabs got that buffed.
Every time I use my main hand grab, I think I'm trolling. It feels so dumb to use it every time because every time I do it, I get CC. I feel like.
Yeah.
But the awaken grab though is so good, man. Like the drag grab is actually the best grab Striker has now. It's really cool, but it's still 25-second cooldown.
Someone wanted to know, Divios, you had mentioned Ranger. Were you referring to Ranger just for large scale, feeling kind of strong?
Yeah, honestly though, like Awaken Ranger, that class, there was literally Awaken Ranger and Vertex last night. He literally iframed around like 10 Musas and like 3 Strikers, and like he literally iframed around like 9 people for like 12 seconds before anyone killed him. That was crazy.
Did he kill anybody, or was he doing?
No, he was just spamming iframes in a circle. And I'm like, I don't even know what that class is doing, man.
Yeah.
It was pretty sick. But
so real quick, we have a waiting room filled of people ready to come in and talk about things. We have 4 people in the waiting room, so it's about to get even more chaotic.
I'm into the chaos. That's the point.
I'm into the chaos. Let's go, dude. All right, so I'm gonna start bringing them in. We have Belly, the Witch. We have Flannels, the Ranger. LarryFish and Raiden, I believe, are both of Valks. Correct me if I'm wrong. Thank you for joining us, guys.
Hello. Hey, guys.
Yeah. So for clarification, Raiden specializes in Awakening, and LarryFish plays exclusively Succession, right, Larry? Do I have that right?
Yeah. Except for grinding like Pilaku, I'll do Awakening because it's super easy. But
except for grinding except for when he wants to go back in time and pretend to be Dark Crusade, then he plays Awakening.
Yeah, my map last week.
Awakening gives more RNG, just saying.
Awakening gives more what?
RNG. I mean, he got his map.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, I see. And then we got Wizbelly the Witch. Wizbelly, how's BA Witch going so far post rework?
It feels great, but I'm not having too much success with it.
Okay, so why does it feel great, and why aren't you having success with it?
So I've been running like 3v3s and 2v2s in AoA pretty much every day. I've tried to get as many of the different classes in here as possible to figure out what the best like team comps and classes are going to be for when Ranked Arena comes out.
Okay.
Which feels really fun to play. You have way more ranged options now. So when I first pulled up in there, I was like, oh, this is great. I'm just going to, shoot people down from range. They're not going to be able to even get to me. I've got all this movement and frontal guards. And I get in there and it's like dash, dash, boom, you're dead. Well, shoot, every single other class it feels like has gotten, well, with the exception of, I guess, Mystics and some Valks are maybe disappointed, but it feels like every other class now has so much damage that the slow-paced style that Witch wants is kind of useless now. Like, and we
Yeah.
we did not get any of that crazy damage, crazy rework damage that the other classes got. So I'm feeling kind of left out.
That sucks. Yeah, and you're exclusively a non-PvE. Do you ever leave the AoA? Do you even go to Battle Arena anymore? Or is it only AoA now?
I BA from time to time, and I've actually been grinding a little bit too, just to make sure I have the gear recs for ranked.
Oh, okay.
What about like RBF? You ever do RBF?
I tried and I just left instantly. It was like, oh, get one shot by a DK, respawn, get one shot by Musa, respawn.
So not even the new RBF can pull you in there. You're like, yeah, no, I'm good.
You gotta go in there
I
on
mean-
a trial with double drafts or draft perfume, man. It's the only way.
That's what I was doing, and it was basically just climbing simulator, you know.
Oh my god.
Are there any classes you feel like in AoA where you're like, this one is especially kind of too crazy? Are there any that stand out to you, like what's happening with
feel
this
like
class?
the Kuno is like really strong right now.
Which
For
version?
AoA. Both.
Okay.
Both are just terrifying. They make my life miserable because there's not really any running away from them because they get the 2 dashes with flash slash. They have both Awaken Suck now have the crazy tendon cutter. It feels like they just have so much mobility now, and they even do good damage.
Yeah.
So that's I feel like that's going to be one of the top 3v3 classes. I'm lucky enough to have one on my team, so we're going to be abusing that pretty hard.
Is it
And then I also, yeah. And then I also think that some of the like DPS oriented classes are pretty strong. Like DK was killing me standing up without ever like even having to commit. And surprisingly, it feels like Musa is actually pretty weak in AoA as well as Striker. They've both been pretty like kiteable. You can just slow them and kill them. But yeah, it's a lot of the like iframe heavy ratty classes that were already strong before, they now also have really good damage. So they kind of have no weakness.
Flannels. Let me ask you, how's that ranger life, man? You were the only ranger I could find that was positive about the reworks before they came out. How are you feeling about them now that they're actually out?
It's a lot of fun. It's like the thing that I love about this game is when I first picked it up, you know, I'm learning the class, right? It's like, oh, you learn this new little trick or this cancel, and you're like, oh, how can I use this, right? It's pretty much that all over. You're relearning the class. It's a lot of fun. As a whole, I would say it's really complete. It's just it's not one spec or the other. It's like you have succession. It is god tier in large scale. It is extremely strong, right? It has a place in that. And it's like, oh, if you want to do the small scale aspect, you go Awakening. Awakening Ranger now, it's incredibly well. I want to say, I think it's honestly the best 1v1 class after messing around with it. Still, I have to fight more people, but it's really fucking strong. And it feels good to play.
To clarify,
everything flows well.
Is it the best 1v1 class or the pilot that plays like you, though? Versus just like any old ranger.
Is it the best one? Yeah, exactly. It
When you're literally dodging death blows every like second for like 3 minutes straight.
Well, that I don't know. Just I haven't really seen any other ranger, but I've been messing around with it, and sometimes I still get in that mindset, like, you know, pre-rework, I fought a tamer or just certain classes. It's like, oh, I lost the character selector. I can't do anything. It's like I go into these things like, oh my god, I gotta fight a tamer. This is gonna be miserable, right? But now it's like, oh wow, I'm as strong as a tamer. I win these, right? Like feels pretty good.
Yeah.
I think
that is cool. I'm happy you feel that way.
I think a lot of people feel like their class got kind of dumbed down in a way. Like, oh, it's easier to play. I know a lot of Sorks feel like that. With Awaken Ranger specifically, I feel like, yeah, like, sure, it gets easier at the lower end, but it really rewards you the higher end. Like, that's something that I also really like. It feels like, you know, as good as you can be, as far as you could take the class, it can go even farther. Like, there's just there's so many options. You you're so much a utility, and it feels like I'm always able to play better, contribute more to the fight, and it's really nice.
Is there any possible way to play Awakening Ranger in large scale, or is it still just there's too much damage? It's too hard.
It's pretty much it's. I guess if you want to do like anti-cannon or cannon defense or something, yeah, it could probably work in there. I do think it's very black and white. Like, if you're trying to contribute the most to the guild, bring succession, it is definitively better in that aspect.
Right. Is Suck more fun now? Like, do you feel like Suck's like the changes that it got feel pretty good?
Yeah, it feels fun. It has a lot more mobility, CC, damage. Before it really felt like, somebody gap closes you and then you're just spamming ES, right?
Yeah.
You're not really doing anything. Now it feels like I can move around and I can actually like move on my own without just holding down a button and be like, please don't hit my gap. Please don't hit my gap.
Yeah.
It's like I feel like I have more control over my own life, right? When somebody's on me.
Servers don't fail me now.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then lastly, before I move on to the Valks, is there any class that stands out to you as like maybe a little bit overtuned?
Oh, yeah, of course. Definitely gonna be DK.
DK, dude, I'm actually really
not fun
surprised
to fight.
how many people are saying DK. Is that even in 1v1? You feel like DK is a little bit insane?
It's like the one counter to Awaken Ranger is like your check pretty much, right? And it's like right now that's what the game is, right? It's all based around gear, high damage output. You're just trading with each other. And it's like it does actually make me feel like I can't play the game. That is the one class.
Right.
And it's not fun at all.
I forgot to add, because I know you're not super into PvE, but have you messed around with PvE on either spec, and how does it feel if you have?
Yeah, I have not grinded a single minute.
Yeah.
But I've heard that
Oh, man.
Awakening is decent and that Succession is really bad. I can't say it for myself.
Okay. Interesting. All right. Let's start with Raiden, and then I'll go to Larry. So Raiden, how is Awakening Valk post rework? Is it better or worse than you thought it was going to be going into it?
I think it's harder to pick up since we had the Echo Walk and the Divine Slam down smash nerf, but it still has a lot higher potential now than before the rework when it comes to small scale and large scale. It's got more damage. There's bigger AoEs, it's lower cooldowns. More specifically, they replaced our F jump core, our Sanctitas.
Yeah.
Well, it used to be a bound, but it's now a KD, and it also has a new flow along with it that gives us air attack and down attack damage. So you get massive damage from that, and the 3-second SA buff on our Breath of Elion heal in Awakening state is really big.
Yeah.
Not only for us for engagement options, but also for our allies as well in peeling.
How does the mobility feel? I know there's like kind of a workaround to the Echo Walk stuff. I don't know, how does the mobility feel on Awakening?
I think it's still pretty good. I think it's just you need to be more knowledgeable about the different kind of movement techniques that we have. And I think once you can get past that, you can do really well with it.
Right. And this is for both you and Larry. How is large scale feeling with a lot fewer Corsairs out there taking your block away?
Amazing.
Yeah.
But not Musa though. It's a group of Musas coming out, like 3 of them just come out even one shot you, right?
Yeah.
I don't really have too much of an issue with Musas. I think it's mainly because of the SA block or the SA frontal guard block. But I feel like if I'm frontal guard trading a Musa, I think I will be able to win that trade. But I think that also comes down to gear as well.
Yeah. Larry,
Yeah,
go ahead, Nayashi. Were you gonna say something?
I was gonna say, yeah, you might feel different if you're fighting like a 316 AP based one that has actual DP to go with it. A lot of the times you're running into probably mooses like 316, but they have like, standard C9 pen armor, so like 360 plus.
Also, I feel like some of them, I don't know how many. I feel like some are running, or at least a lot of the ones that I've come across are running like full RBFs, and I think that makes it a little bit easier to trade.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, they die so quick. Larry, how's Succession Valk feeling, PvP wise?
In large scale, it feels a lot better because they added a lot of super armor to our kit. Not only adding 2 skills with super armor, but they lowered the cooldown on 2 of our other skills. They also gave us new ways to cast some skills, so it's like faster, it feels more fluid.
Right. Shift C on
overall.
Judgment of Light, right? Specifically, like, that feels way better, right? The keybind.
That's the best thing that they added, I think. And then the ability to actually dash out of it and not being animation locked into it.
Yeah.
It's definitely amazing. I love the reworks.
What about for smaller skill stuff?
It's about the same. I mean, it's always been great at it. Still is. Whenever there's a Musa though, and like one other person, it's pretty tough because the other person will grab you, and the Musa just one shots you, right?
Yeah.
But other than that, it feels pretty much similar to before reworks. It's like the god tier 1v1, right?
Yeah. How does the damage feel? Because I get conflicting opinions on this. That some people say it feels like the damage is really bad. Some people think it's good. Where do you stand on the damage for Suck Valk?
The damage feels really good to me. Feels better than pre-rework. So I don't really know why people would be saying they have less damage. Maybe they're not crit buffing before they do the 0% skills like JOL and Shift F that has super armor now. That has 0% crit in PvP. You have to do your spear.
Right.
Yeah.
For both of you guys, how's Valk PvE now?
I think Awakening is the way to go.
Mm-hmm.
I think for the most part, it's pretty comfy now. I think Amu's done some guides on it, and there's some clips out there, but I think it's like maybe five or maybe 6 skills if needed. If you're grinding like orcs or something, it really is pretty nice, and it's still competitive with most of the other classes.
Yeah.
Yeah, in Awakening, you don't have to shield throw spam anymore, right? So
yeah,
nice.
Yeah,
You can
there's
stay in
no
Awakening
shield throw
form.
spam.
Nice.
I'd say Succession is better at PV than it was before Reboot, but compared to other classes, it might be on the lower end. I'd probably go, if you're trying to optimize grinding, I would go Awakening, but I don't really care about that.
If I can interject here,
Yeah.
we have 4 more guests in the waiting room. So if we can, I'd like to pull them down and get them talking, especially because we have one guest who has to bounce very, very soon.
For sure.
All right, so I'll start bringing them in. We have Balance, the Tamer, Heedun on Sork, Nusar on Archer, and Yelo on Ninja. Hello, everybody. Thank you for joining us.
Yo.
What's up, everybody?
Heedun has EU Siege, so he kind of has to take off here really soon. So
I really wouldn't want to miss it.
All right, Heedun, let's get your TLDR on Sork post reworks. How is it?
S tier.
Triple
S.
tier. Why is that?
Big damage meta. Iframe counters big damage. Thanks for coming to my TED Talk.
Yeah. Is so
a man of few words.
What is the so I hear some Sorks feel like it got dumbed down a lot. Like Sork is probably the one class where I feel like I hear that the most. Because of the protections. Do you feel that way? Do you feel like some of the fun is taken out of it by the way the rework played out, or
a little bit? Like, to be honest, the class has been getting dumbed down since I don't know 2-3 years maybe.
Right.
Like every patch, it's getting easier and easier and more straightforward. So it's not like it happened overnight. If anything, the slight nerf on Carstellz made it not harder, but a bit more versatile.
Yeah, that
I think
nerf
it's-
was
it's
real.
alright.
Like that, it actually made a big difference.
About 10% difference.
Well, no, about 11%. All right, actually.
Oh man.
Actually.
Yeah, if you math it out. But the thing is like people are either getting out of it or able to at least like make a decision before it just murders them. You know.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely.
Do you how is Sork's PvE? After I know I hear a lot of
It
people
was
complain.
really good before, and it's even better now. I mean, that's the thing. Everything that Sork was before is either like 2 times better or just significantly better. So it's Sork before, but a lot better, pretty much. It's PvE is like it doesn't grind orcs at all. Well, not at all, but I'm talking about Awakening, by the way. Like
Right.
Succession. I think they missed the mark with Succession.
Yeah.
It just did not get enough love. I don't know if it's misrepresentation. Probably not, because most Korean Sorks were Succession, but they were also not
The best
that
EU
great. So
Sork-
you would
the best
you
EU
would
Sork was
assume-
Succession
Best, yeah,
too.
yeah. But anyways, it's kind of weird that Succession didn't get any love at all. I think they're just very worried because when Succession was broken, it wasn't fun for anyone.
Right.
So maybe they're just very, very scared of of overbuffing Succession. But PvE, yeah, it was good before, and now it's so strong in specific spots. Like you wouldn't go orcs with Awakening Sork because you can do like so much better at the Monastery, for example.
Right. Are there any classes for you that stand out as like this is way too much and needs to be looked at?
Honestly, not really. Like everyone's broken now. If anything, there's some classes that it just said, just like Tamer, for example, it just said that everyone got buffed, and some classes got nerfed where they didn't deserve to get nerfed.
Right.
Dude, they got that mount combat now. Like, what do you mean?
Yeah, dude, they grind sulfur better than anyone. Is that not enough? Balance. Are you at home? Are you on the phone, or what's the deal? Balance?
I am not at home.
You're not at home. That's all right. Your mic still sounds really good for even not being at home. Speaking of Tamer, Balance, did you guys get anything in the rework? How's the rework treating you?
Well, Heedun said Sork is S tier. I think Tamer's ass tier right now.
Ass tier. All right. Why is Tamer ass tier?
So, I think it's still pretty good in 1v1, right? But
Right.
the Tamer, like the pet AI, is just horrible. The class is less damage now. It really didn't get buffed whatsoever. The only nice thing it got was like Void Lightning, like super armor at the start of the animation now. But everything else was like basically nerfed to the class.
I see. Is the pet damage thing just a bug, or like they decided to nerf it?
So, I'm not actually sure. Most people think it's a bug, but it could just... I doubt it's intentional. It could be, but the pet doesn't do damage, and the AI is just really bad in general. And the pet like bugs out a lot when you're trying to use like Void Lightning and stuff. The pet won't even like work sometimes.
Yeah.
The real answer is that you never know with PA.
True.
If something is a bug or it's intentional, and then they say, "Oh, bug fixed."
Yeah, like a year or two later, yeah.
Fix the issue.
We found this in the tooltip, and this has been inaccurate this whole time.
Yeah. No, it's not. You're not wrong. It's always like they throw in fix the issue if they don't want to take ownership of the fact that it was a balance change.
It's especially weird because like at least when we were talking to PA, like all the Tamers were like really arguing that the class should have like more damage in like group play and stuff, and that buffing Tamer's damage doesn't really change much like in 1v1 because the class doesn't have any like form of trading potential in the first place. Yet the class has less damage now than it did before.
So why is that? Because like Beast Rampage got buffed and Spinner got buffed, and the flow to Spinner is kind of different. So why does it do less damage if those skills got more damage? Is it just because the pet's not working properly?
The pet doesn't do any damage, and I feel like Beast Rampage got something with it. And like when you're hitting multiple people, I think it's like more split damage or something. I don't think it had split damage before. and it does less damage in group if you're hitting more than one person.
Interesting. That is weird. Is it like I wonder why they would add split damage to such a small AoE skill.
Yeah, basically, if I'm hitting more than one person, it feels like it doesn't do any damage.
Interesting. And I assume Succession, it's just you're not into Succession, right? Or how is Succession going?
I think in PvE it's better than it was, which is nice, and in PvP I think Succession is in like a better direction than it was before reworks in terms of like how fun it is to fight against, and it actually has like protected damage now, but I still wouldn't consider it like a strong class. I think it still needs more to be like actually decent.
Is it even less viable in Node War than Awakening, or is it more now?
I don't know. I'd say they're probably around the same because Succession can do a lot of damage with Warring and Doper now.
Yeah.
But it's still like not that great of a class in my opinion.
I see. Let's move on. Oh, how's PvE?
Tamer got depressing results then. Sounds like.
Yeah. What about PvE? Do you grind at all?
Yeah. So I think it's actually better in PvE now than it was.
Okay.
I can't really say because I haven't like looked at how the other class reworks were in PvE, but I can tell you that Tamer's better now than it was in PvE.
Okay, that's probably for the best for your own sanity. Don't look at what these other classes are doing.
True.
Stay in the dark.
You godlike Tamer is already looking into rerolling, especially if they don't fix the pet bug.
Yeah. Nusar, thank you so much for joining us, man. How are you doing?
I am okay.
All right.
Just recovering from the flu.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, man. Hope you're feeling better. How's Archer? Archer's one of these classes where I see half the people are like, dude, this class is way too strong, and then in my experience, it's like it's strong, but it's not like standout strong, at least not yet. How's it feel for you?
I think Archer is fucking insane right now.
Yes, I agree.
If I had to TLDR it, they lowered the skill floor significantly, but also raised the skill ceiling a lot. So you get a lot. It's a lot easier to be viable in all forms of content now on Archer with all the big damage and some improvements and a lot of quality of life. But archers that were already good at that stuff and like have a lot of experience are able to just do so much with it. Like if you're not complaining about archer damage right now, then you haven't seen a very good one yet. Trust me, if you fight against a good archer in Node War, you will be mad. I know for one guild I'm in right now, Misfire, we have like 9 or 10 archers, 5 of which I would say are among the best in NA, and I get DMs, angry DMs saying, how many fucking archers do you guys have? Because, you know, that's what we specialize in. But yeah, archer right now is nuts.
Out in Valencia, right?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, my guild 1v1'd you guys, I think maybe like 2 weeks ago, and I was literally like, I'm pretty sure I literally said out loud, I was like, dude, there's so many fucking archers, bro.
Yep.
Yeah. How is it relative to like the other classes though? Like, cause right now it's like we've asked basically everyone so far, most of the people, like which classes kind of stand out. I forgot to ask Balance, but which classes kind of stand out as too strong? And most are saying like Musa, a lot are saying DK. Do you feel like because some of these standout classes like Archer's okay the way it is, or do you think Archer's too strong? Like actually too strong?
I think it's a little overtuned in a few ways. I agree with the Musa and DK thing. Musa's just the new suck wizard kind of deal. Go in, frag out, and potentially get out, but if they don't, they're not mad. No objective gamers anymore. And DK's just got a lot of protective damage. But relatively speaking, Archer's just got big damage. They finally put the cannon in glass cannon, because before we were just glass.
Yeah.
And it's going to take people a bit to realize that. Like, it's going to take all these new archers a bit to get to that level where everything just clicks, and then people are going to start complaining.
Yeah.
And the fact that we can, I don't know if you guys know, but a 297 no accuracy accessory archer with Q buff can essentially one-tap 500 DP Eva.
Interesting.
Because of the new Q buff and our what I like to coin as the funny button, our new Earth Shatter.
Yeah, they gave you guys Serpent Ascension in Pre-Awakening, I heard.
Yep, but it only does massive damage because of the Q buff, because of some things. That Q buff was disgusting with that extra accuracy and 100% crit rate. It's nuts.
So is Earth Shatter hitting hard no matter what the situation is, or do you have to get the air attack?
No matter the situation, it hits really hard, but if you have Q buff, it hits especially hard because at the moment, I believe, it has 0% crit rate, but really high damage. Q buff gives 100% crit rate.
Right. Yeah, it's pretty
So
wild.
it just does absurd damage. I just throw it in between stuff for some extra damage, and it snags quite a few kills. It's really strong right now.
How is...
Are you guys... I have a
Go ahead.
question.
Yep.
So, as a former archer, I tagged one yesterday and did some RBFing on it. And one of the things that I noticed immediately was they seem like they've improved a lot of the movement, like especially with pre-wake and stuff. Are you guys actually like using that movement a lot?
Oh,
'Cause
yeah.
I was like, dude, I feel like this is like really kind of insane movement now. Like it already had
100%.
pretty decent movement, but it's so much better.
Before there was a lot of like advanced tech that you need to do to pull off some smooth movement, but now that they've really streamlined flowing between pre-awakening and awakening more so than we ever thought possible by allowing uproot and breeze from pre-awakening, and they've also sped up a lot of animations, so it's seamless, completely seamless now.
Yeah, I fought like I think it was you. I fought NBA right after
we were
Reworks
fighting for a
release.
bit.
Dude, I was like, that movement is fucking nasty.
Oh yeah,
it was disgusting. Like I'm used to fighting, General Moores and whatnot, and other archers that were pretty good in the past, and I was able to keep up with the movement. But it's like, oh my god, this is like ridiculous. Like I go to use a frontal guard skill, you are literally behind me, almost like you're a Kuno or Ninja, just like dipping behind my forward guard before I even have a chance to exit the animation. It was like, what in the fuck?
So
it's crazy right now.
So Rizu Kuno's fine, man. Archers are way worse. You hear this?
No, archers are still, or Kunos are still ridiculous.
I do also want to just
specifically
like a quick alert, Frosty.
Yeah.
I hear lightning really close to me outside, so if I suddenly dip,
power out.
my
right.
power probably went out.
All right. It's probably the storm machine you have out in your house. You'll be fine.
Storm machine.
Yeah, it helps you guys sleep during the day. It's a Texas thing. All right, so before I get to Yelo, I want to talk to Yelo about Ninja a little bit, but I want to ask you, the notoriously god awful shit tier, bottom tier, can't do anything, waste of time PvE class archer. How is it feeling in PvE right now?
I would say top 3 in the game, full stop, at PvE right now.
3 in the game. Is that even because of back attack? I feel like almost...
That is the main reason.
Okay.
Another reason is just the absurd amount of range damage we got now, and the AoE sizes increases and stuff like that. An archer friend of mine just pulled 30k Yelo in 1 hour at Red Orcs.
Yeah.
No Agris. And I'm seeing consistently, like the better archers in the Archer Discord are pulling consistently 900 to a bill per hour at Red Orcs. Consistent.
That's disgusting.
Dude, well, it's compensation, right, for all those years of being so bad.
Yeah.
And then 1v1, you feel like it feels pretty good in 1v1?
Very good. If you're good at putting distance, which is even more important now with all this extra range damage we got, you can break any class's block really easily if you just get that good distance, and then it's all about just poking them down. Or if you want to be flashy, you can just go in and go for stiffens and CCs, but we don't even need a CC anymore.
Right. All right, Yelo. Oh. It's been a long time, man. It's been a year. You were on our last year anniversary a year ago. Appreciate
Congratulations for the 3 years and continued success, man.
Thank you. Appreciate you stopping by. So what are you playing mostly? Because I know for the whole last year and a half, 2 years since Suck, you've been primarily playing Succession. I know you still dabble in Awakening from time to time. Post rework, what are you playing mostly?
I'm still playing mostly Succession. I just love the movement. They've added more movement, which is great. I actually have been playing Awakening, but I've been doing it off stream because I know I'm going to get up like 1,000 questions about builds and stuff. So just trying to get the guide together and stuff. But I'm still playing Succession. Still very fun.
How's let's start with PvE, because PvE on Succession for a long time has been pretty rough, especially compared to Awakening after like that May 26 buff. How is it
it's sweaty
now?
I think it feels a lot more rewarding if you are a sweaty grinder, like a tryhard grinder. It pushes trash a lot more now. I don't think it's as 30k as Nusar says for Archer.
No, probably
at
not.
Red Arcs, but I think you can definitely push up to like 28, 29 if you like sweat pretty hard. But again, it's still a sweaty grind, which I think is okay. I wouldn't want it to be too easy, right? Because then you just play like Suck Lawn. Grinding definitely is a lot better now, a lot cleaner. You don't have to sweat as hard, and you can still pull pretty good trash. I've been grinding Sakurai for a little bit, and I'm like my pulls aren't as optimized yet, but I can pull almost 8,000 trash with Blue Loot Scroll, no aggro's. It's actually pretty good. It's a lot better than before. It's like almost like 2,000 more trash.
Yeah.
Than what I used to pull.
Tunnel.
Double the
It's a
carpal
lot
tunnel.
cleaner. I actually like in some packs, if my skills crit like the entire time, just like good procs, I can just 2 skill packs and just move to the next.
Is it more or less sweaty than before?
It's definitely a lot less sweaty because you
Okay.
use less skills to kill a pack.
Okay.
If you want it to be more sweaty, it's the movement in between packs is what allows you to get higher trash.
Right.
That's where like the sweatiness comes into play, using like a lot of the movement skills, because you don't really have like a dash to just go from one end to another end. You have to use like several movement skills sequenced together. Yeah.
How's the PvP? How's large scale feeling?
Okay, so I've done both.
Okay.
Large scale so far. I think Awakening, the bugs that it had with Serpent, like where the air attack wasn't. I think the air attack wasn't working properly, but they fixed that. They also gave the one wave to Serpent, which is I think a really great addition. You actually like they have buffed Serpent quite a bit, but I think in my opinion, most of the scenarios for damage output you probably wouldn't even use Serpent, because drastic measure is really strong. The sudden decap into Vacuum Slash is very strong. And they made it so that you can use Serpent to secure a kill if you really need to. You don't always have to rely on Serpent to go for kills, which I think is a great way to like spread out the damage for Awakening Ninja, because I think they were just too top heavy on Serpent Ascension.
Right.
And Bond Merchant's Intent is, I think, a really strong Bond skill now. I think it's a lot better than what it used to be.
Which one?
Bond Merchant's Intent. The core skill for Merchant's
yeah.
Intent. Yeah. What the biggest change they did for that was they gave it a longer super armor. And back then the super armor was just too short, so there's no point in using the Merchant's Intent to go for like different plays. So now you can just do straight up Merchant's Intent into like stay into Awakening instead of having to C-swap, which is what Awakening Ninjas mostly did back then. So definitely great options.
Are you? Is that what your preferred large scale core is now, since Serpent's so fast?
I've been using it a lot. Yeah. Normally back then for Awakening, I would use Bond Serpent. Serpent was usually the strongest option because your other skills didn't do damage. So if you landed a CC off of Shadow Stomp or Awakening Grab or whatever, in order to secure a kill at a target, you have to position yourself somewhere nearby to use a Serpent. But the Serpent was the 2-wave Serpent, making it really dangerous to cast. So it being a 1-wave Serpent, you can actually just cast Serpent really fast, cast Bladesman, Katana Shower, and you can keep yourself safe. That way you can free up your core skill to use something else, which I think is a great leniency for the class.
Yeah.
But yeah, Merchant's Intent, very strong. It allows you to constantly move in fights and keep yourself protected. And it's a protected super armor stiff, which I think is great for engaging against a lot of classes. I think it's probably useless against certain classes that can punish Merchant's Intent on reaction. Like if you're against Tamer, Tamer can just punish that on reaction if she's in underneath her void or if she's in the middle of Fearful Tremble. So, but you can still definitely use it. You just got to position it better.
How's Suck for group PvP now?
Succession Ninjas, it was already, I think, pretty strong if you have like pretty good gear.
Okay.
I think it just got a lot stronger. I don't think it's Musa level strength or Meiwa or Archer level strength. I've seen those classes. I've been doing RBF like every day and Node Wars almost every day. Well, I've had to skip because I've been working on the YouTube contest guide, but Suck Ninja is really strong. Yeah, the Suck Ninja is really strong right now. I think what Suck Ninja lacked before was it would dive bomb and then you get slow debuff once and you just straight up die. But now you can stay in the fight by having a couple extra alert stances to block a lot of debuffs, which I think is a great option.
Yeah,
so it's good. It's really strong. It has a couple stamina issues, but I think that just comes with the playstyle that a lot of Suck Ninjas do. Is they're all like oppressive, fast moving, high octane. So you're gonna burn a lot of stamina that way. But maybe stamina fixes in the future. But I think it's pretty good right now. It's at a good point.
You guys have been through some emotional roller coasters through the reworks because you had like that initial stand shift change was like uh-oh. Like the 6-second cooldown one, and then the serpent change.
The one
like
that had a cooldown.
Yeah, you guys have been kind of going back and forth, so it's good that I ended up in a spot that you guys are pretty happy with. How about 1v1 for both specs? I know like a lot of people held Ninja really, really high. Do you feel like it's still up there in 1v1? Did it fall down? Stay the same?
I think Ninja in general, Awakening and Succession were both like a top 5 1v1 class. I still think they're a top 5 1v1 class, but it's hard to say who the top 5 are right now because so many of the other classes are insanely strong at 1v1. So there's probably some spots that are tied in the top 5 for 1v1. But I don't think they dropped. I think they got stronger, if anything.
Yeah.
But like the strength, like increasing in strength, you have to compare with how much other classes got in terms of buffs, right? So it's really hard to say how strong they are. But definitely, I still think they're a very solid 1v1 class.
Which class is
don't
too
think
strong?
They have many. I'm sorry?
Which class is too strong now, in your opinion?
I've fought a lot of 1v1s and I've done a little bit of Arena of Arsha and RBFs. And I think the classes that are too strong are the classes that just you don't give an opportunity to counterplay them. And one of them is Musa, obviously. The other one is Ranger. Archer being another one as well. I have yet to see it yet, but I think Suck Warrior is up there as well because they brute force. They just like run into fights. They can skirmish around. They literally will block everything, and they also have a really solid grab. Like iframe to grab is always a strong option for any grapple class. It's one of the reasons why Tamers was so strong back then before the reboot is they linger super armor and then they just sidestep iframe grab and it counterplays like 95% of the kit in the entire game. So if you're able to do that, it's just really strong at large scale, and grabs being super armor makes it, insane.
Is Sakuno too strong? Have you run into some Sakunos?
I fought several Sakunos. Yeah, I fought in my opinion, like all the really strong Sakunos. I haven't fought Rizy Sakuno yet because he's currently on Awakening, but I'm sure if I fought Rizy Sakuno, it would probably just reinforce what I thought about Sakuno, and they're really strong. Would I say they're broken? I fight against Musas and like archers and Meiwas, so I wouldn't say they're broken to the point where you have no opportunity to counterplay. You can still counterplay them. It's definitely a lot more difficult now. The flash slash, I was watching the podcast a little bit earlier. The flash slash that you guys are mentioning is basically impossible to punish now, in my opinion. Back then, you can just wait for the flash slash and just grab. If you can position yourself really well. But nowadays, you can't predict grab because it would just be too late. So it's just way too difficult. Would I say they deserve nerfs? I don't know. It's really hard to say because there's so many other classes that I think probably could use a little bit of tuning. So maybe like another couple weeks before people dive in more deeper into the reboots. I wouldn't say any nerfs on Sakuno because I think they're pretty strong at this point.
Yeah. All right, we got another guest. We're gonna drag down.
We do.
And this
we do have another guest.
I have a question. I have a lot of questions, but I have one big question for him because a lot of people have been mentioning his class is too strong. Wes, Mado, thank you so much for joining us. Welcome to the show. He joined us. I think it was Valk and DK, right? So he was with. I think he was with you, Raiden, right? Am I?
Yeah, he was.
I believe so. Yeah.
So,
Wes, why does everyone say your class is busted? What's up?
Yeah,
with that, dude?
a lot of people are saying DK is too strong. What's the deal?
I think they're just more skills now. I mean, I don't know. It's I mean, it's good now. It was at a weird point before where I think DK is one of those classes that has like it's pretty easy to pick up relative to a lot of others. So, getting into it now, especially Awakening, you can play this. I mean, I don't want to say like a bitch play style, but you can, and it's just you just use your full range skills, and there are a lot more of them now. So you do that, and it's pretty reasonable, especially in large scale, to actually get some kills and things like that. I mean, it's just a little bit better in terms of mobility as well and protection, especially when they started in the last patch or last two patches of Global Labs adding a little bit more protection to it. That really kind of rounded out the changes that we were seeing. And then Succession now is like interesting as well because it's actually like a fairly decent duelist, even though it doesn't have a grab. And then the damage overall has been for Succession improved, and then for Awakening, I guess people think it's improved, but it's essentially the same, but you just have more skills and more debuffs. So that's kind of why it looks a little bit better. I mean, it's got like kind of the same thing that where right now a lot of classes just have like really high damage access, and they kind of improved Awakening DK's ranged damage access, so you don't really have to go into melee as much. That's just great for large scale, but again, you still kind of have classes. I think I was listening just before, and Yelo mentioned it. Yeah, like Musa has a lot of damage access, and the way I've dueled a couple Musas, and DK does kind of win that sometimes. Just because if you just play to only deal damage and run away, you can kind of make that work. You're not even going for a single CC; you just go for damage.
Right.
So it's a weird situation right now where a lot of classes have a lot of protection, a lot of damage, and because DK has some range and some much better protection now than it had before, it's pretty decent.
One of the things that surprised me about DK from Global Labs to now, and maybe it's because of the latency and the delay on everything, but I didn't think that the AD options on Nocturne were going to be as good as they are, but I feel like they're pretty good. Am I crazy in thinking that?
Oh yeah, I think
the new float, and you can either float right with D or damage with A.
Yeah, it's almost always float. I think most people, the A damage is like, I think I would probably only use that on mobs or something. But I would just use the float anyways, just for most situations. Yeah, it's good, especially in Succession because they increase the range of Nocturne. You can actually use that to move around and kind of stick close to your target because Succession's still mostly melee. But in Awakening, yeah, it gives you a lot like better options for CCing people as well. And I think overall, like, I thought it was going to be pretty strong when I saw that one on Labs. So I didn't really think that was any different. But yeah, it's a lot easier on your own server when you don't have like 200 ping on Global Labs to actually use it to CC someone.
Yeah. So which spec do you prefer post rework? Because I know like not including PV. We'll talk about PV after, but for PvP, do you prefer like Suck for 1v1 and Awake for large scale? Is that kind of the standard?
Yeah. I mean, I haven't played Suck in a while, so I'm kind of more like rusty on Suck, but I still think it's way more fun for 1v1, even though I'm like not as good at it. So I probably win more on Awakening just because, like recency and the amount of experience I have on Awakening versus Succession. But I do think Suck is way better for 1v1 and way more fun. I will say, if you're fighting a class, because now there are a lot of classes that kind of just, I guess, shit damage for what like that's kind of their play style. It's just vomit damage everywhere. Awakening might be better in those particular matchups just because you can also vomit damage and just run away as much as you can. But I think Suck can do the same thing, and has good decent mobility options as well. So I'm sure a more experienced Succession player might see that differently. Large scale still has the same thing. If you're a Succession and you're not like hard cap DP, it's pretty tough, especially with all the damage that everyone else has now. like Succession Ranger, Archer, Musa, Zerker. Like they're all just, there's just damage coming from every single side of the map now. Whenever you like are just pushing a ball or trying to flank a ball or something like that.
So, what is your guys' PvE like? I know, unfortunately, we're back to the when something comes out on Global Labs, we don't get it for 2 weeks. So those succession buffs that are probably going to be pretty impactful, we don't have yet. But how's PvE feeling Suck and Awakening currently for DK?
Yeah, before I think you guys asked me the same question, and I was like, it is almost dead average everywhere. Sometimes better, sometimes worse. But it's like there's nothing wrong with being average.
Yeah.
But there are some classes that are like way above average. It's better. I don't know how it is like relative to everyone else because I haven't really been keeping track of that. But I think like Awakening's better just because there are more skills. Although some people do like the old cluster because it was better for pulling. I think the new cluster is better for damage. And then Succession, I think people like it a lot because of the range increase. That really helps. And then I think after the buffs that are going to come on Global Labs, they kind of like took away the crit, the PvE crit, and they're going to give it back. I think that'll be a really big change. That'll probably bring DK to, top 5 in some spots, maybe top 10 in most though. Like I think Succession will be the better PvE spec long term.
So
it's decent. Yeah.
Let me ask you guys this. This is kind of for anyone who's willing to answer. I want to go through some of these classes that some people feel are too strong. Some of the responses that I've gotten, and I'm curious if you guys have heard it or if you have a response to this. So one of the things with Musa, we'll start with Musa, that I've heard is the reason why people think Musa is really good right now or that it does a lot of damage is because we haven't seen a lot of Musas for a long time, so we don't know what they do. Do you guys feel that that's why they seem so strong, that we're just we're learning the class and how to deal with it?
They're coming out
Not
of the
really.
woodworks now.
No, not
I
really.
don't think so. I don't think that would be the main reason.
Yeah, no.
Well,
So is everyone in agreement that that is complete and utter bullshit and it just does way too much fucking damage?
Well, what is it?
I think,
yeah, what do you think it is? Is it just the damage, or is it it something else? Yeah, go ahead.
It's not just damage. I think it's not just damage.
It's slows.
So
They have massive slows.
the meta around damage output in the game is glass cannon, right? Like you run RBF gems, you run Begs, you run Nuver, and you get like 320 AP, and that's the current meta for if you want to do max damage, right? And Musa traditionally is a class where you stub arrow, you come in, you poke, you go for second CC, you cross crusher, you reposition yourself. Nowadays they don't stub arrow. They just chase and they kite a little bit farther away. They have a new skill that allows them to knock down from like a mildly not mid range, but like not really melee range. But it allows them to CC close enough that they don't risk getting grabbed, but close enough that they can throw out all their damage.
Right.
And they put themselves in a position to run that type of build, and they don't have to SA trade as much. But you looks like they're SA trading, but in actuality, they're just hitting you outside of like your grab range where you can't punish them, so you have to block. And if you're blocking against this, your block will break. And if you're super armoring, you will just die in your super armor. So I think what people are not used to is Musa is not really running into your face with like a dragon bite and trying to go for like full combos. They're just efficiently running into you, cast a couple skills, and then they chase away. And you have very little time to counterplay this. And people are not used to that, right? And the thing that's closest to that is Nova, but Nova got nerfed. And that was like the hit and run type of playstyle in melee range.
Right.
So I think that's what people are not really accustomed to, because let's be honest, there weren't that many Novas when Nova was reigning supreme. Maybe a Siege guild will have like 1 or 2, and like the strongest Novas are all mercs. So you won't really see them in the one guild. You see them in merking in several different guilds, right? So, but now you see a lot more Musas, and people are just not used to that type of dive bomb playstyle. So that's how I see it, at least.
Also, because of the tag event, right? So many people are tagging Musas just for because it's busted, and yeah, it's whew.
Yeah, I mean, now's their chance to get some data on it with the tagman, right? See who everyone flocks to. Let's pretend, hypothetically speaking, Musa did get some sort of nerf that was meaningful, and they're still good. Hopefully, they're still good. But what class do you guys think people go to after that? Where does the herd of sages and wizards and corsairs
DK?
go next? You think DK, Larry?
Where's the next pit stop for the flavor of the monthers?
I don't
Alright.
think DK would give.
It's never DK. Really.
Larry, wait, Larry, let me hear this. I want to hear this. Larry,
Okay.
why DK?
Okay, so for me, it's very hard because they have all these iframes, so I can't use my jump skill to move and get closer to them, and I only have 4 dashes, so they can just kite me forever and just deal huge damage, break my block, and kill me in super armor. So I can't really do anything against them most of the time if they're awakening. And then Suck deals a crazy amount of damage as well. I struggle against them because you can't really grab them. So.
Right. So if there's ever a Valk meta, you're saying we should all just roll DK to counter it?
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah, the jump thing is
That's
interesting. Sanctitus not having a target. I know like block jump deals with this, and there's a few skills that deal with this. Dance Macabre I feel like solves this issue really well in Succession Kuno, and maybe Sanctitus should work this way. If you don't have a target, it just goes a set distance. And maybe Sanctitus should work that way because, yeah, I know what you mean. It feels really bad when you have a target in your crosshair and they just happen to iframe right as you press it and you end up right in place and vulnerable. So I totally understand that. Yelo, why do you... Go ahead, Rose.
Sorry, I was just going to say, isn't the obvious answer to that question of what do people go to next either Zerker or Meiwa? Because Meiwa is putting out very similar damage in a very similar style, just with smaller AoEs. And Zerker is, it's Zerker right now. I think everybody knows.
I don't think Meiwa does it in the same way, and a lot of those people that play like those like meta reroll, just like top fragging classes. Like I don't think Meiwa does. Meiwa can still like top frag, but it's not the same way as like all these other classes where they just run into a ball and just kill everyone. They don't. Meiwa doesn't really do that. They kind of just like comes in from the side, and they like assassinate like a small group in front of them, and then they run away. Where like Musa kind of just runs right into the middle and just swings all its big circles and kills everyone.
It's because of the way Meiwa damage works. Meiwa has to run in with Pillar's Tip, Frontal Guard animation locks. Musa can run in with Fire Crevice, which is just a giant AoE blob CC slow that's also super armor, and also it does 70% of your health. Like Fire Crevice is legit. Fire Crevice is legit like the most overloaded skill in the game at the moment.
Well, that's
yeah, no question.
Yeah, that's the thing,
It's
right?
so
with,
strong.
with Meiwa is it feels like it has a setup. Like the damage is also there, but it feels like it has to set up the damage, and then be aware of people to the left and to the right because of forward guard or behind them. You know.
Yeah, this is
I think
very true. I mean,
a class that I don't hear anybody mention for flavor of the month as a reroller is Succession Guardian.
Dude, is
There's a lot of those, to be
Guardians
honest with you.
crazy right now?
It's
I just got one shot by a Guardian. Suck
like,
Guardian
it
RBF, and
feels
I'm
like
like, what is going
Jinzo?
on? I thought it was a Musa. I thought it was a Musa.
Yo, dude, same. I literally just in an RBF earlier today, I got obliterated by a Suck Guardian. I was like, "Excuse me, why are people not talking about that? Holy shit!"
No, it was Thor from Lifestyle. He's always an RBF. Yeah.
It's just like Guardians, like Suck Guardians, it's like really strong, and I definitely do think like that is more of like a class where people would flock to easier.
Got a grab, it's got a shield, got heals,
True.
it's got mobility, it's got iframes, it's got slows. It's a ball class. You can frag
It's
on
simple
it.
too.
It's almost like it's really busted and easy to play. Crazy.
I think there's gonna be more rangers and archers though, to be honest.
Yeah, I think
See
if
that
you think
too.
about it, meta always shifts to not necessarily like the best class at like highest skill, but what's simple. Like right now, Musa's really simple. It has a very simple way to get kills. Nova, when it's popular, like a lot of these like top frag reroller guys, they always go to something that's like really easy to pick up. It takes, maybe like a week max to really learn how to frag on the class. That's like if you're a slow learner. Sometimes like a day, like maybe an hour, right?
We had a node war the other day. It was so funny. We were 1v1ing family, and Cafu was streaming it from his end in family, and he's on an archer. And he was like complaining about how the top 5 people in his guild were all Mooses, and like none of them either played Musa or didn't top frag before. And then it was funny because one of the lines that just stood out to me, because Multi is in our guild and he doesn't node war because he lives in Germany, so he never node wars. And he literally, the line he goes, dude, this is the first time I have ever seen Multi in a node war, and he's on a fucking Musa.
Yeah.
It's so funny. And then like Alki went on node war. Alki went to that node war on a Musa. He tagged it, like set up all of his stuff that day, played it in RBF for an hour and a half, did open world for an hour, went to node war, and was like 50 and 24 on his Musa. His first time ever playing, it was that day. It's like crazy. Yeah. It's pretty nutty. What about Zerker? I mean, is anyone here like, it's funny because I thought a lot more people would say Titan Blow is kind of crazy, but I've been hearing a lot more people complain about Succession Zerker. How are you guys feeling about Succession Zerker or Awakened Zerker in general for like large scale stuff?
Suck Zerk is insane.
Why?
Yeah,
Just
Suck
jump
Zerker is
in.
really strong.
They do whatever they want, and
yeah.
you know they'll
They
get
pretty
rewarded for
much
it.
just run around, and then when they do come in, it's just giant AoE protected CCs that aren't affected by collision. They're just in and out.
And they have like 7k health, 8k health.
And it all does a lot of damage. Yep.
And then they press the funny 200% occasionally.
Yeah, every 30
Yeah,
minutes.
they also have some skills that if you slow debuff of it, it just doesn't apply to them. Like some of their movement skills just doesn't get affected by slow debuff, and it's just running at you.
Could you imagine if they left the chase change in for no slow?
Right, where it doesn't get affected by slows.
Yeah, it's a shame all the bladers complained about it. Y'all could have got that.
No, all the fucking Musas complained about it. Geniuses.
We do have another guest that we want to bring in.
Yeah.
So
Someone
we
who
just
could
drag
defend their
him in
class,
here.
hopefully.
Yeah, someone that can defend their class. This is Immense, aka Ketsuro Meiwa. Hello, can you hear us? Hello. Uh-oh,
He's
still
muted.
muted.
We'll see.
Well, he might
Once
be
once he
AFK.
gets his thing situated, we'll introduce him. Yeah. So Suck Zerker is pretty wild. The ranged stuff is pretty wild. Some people are complaining about DK. I'm trying to think which classes. What about Hash?
Oh,
Like Awaken?
Wait,
yeah.
I genuinely have a question though.
Okay.
I genuinely have a question because I personally feel like Awakened Zerker is actually stronger in large scale because of just the amount of range damage they put out, but that it's just kind of being overshadowed by how annoying Succession Zerker is. Like, do you guys genuinely feel that Succession Zerker is just stronger than Awakening? Or
Well,
like
I think it
The
fulfills
main-
a different role.
Yeah, it's a different
Suck
role.
is like a team player, right? They go in, they CC a bunch of people, and then they get out.
Yeah,
One
you put
thing-
Suck Zerker in a
maybe
flex
that's it.
class, in a flex platoon instead of main ball. Just runs in with your flex boys.
It also like it plays a lot differently because with there being so many Musas and a lot more like really fast classes and a lot of protected classes going around, a Zerker's engage in Succession is so fast that like it's like the only class in the game that can actually stop people from running away.
Mm.
And
I
in
think,
every other situation, you can like if you see like a group running at you, almost every other class can just run away and you can disengage a fight. Where like Suck Zerker just says, "Nope, you're fighting now," and you're all CC'd. And and I do think Awakened Zerker is really strong. It's just Succession's so different than it was. It's like, wow, this class is actually not just a 200% ability class. It's pretty. So it's just like it's like shocking just how it's basically a new class. Feels like you're fighting. To be honest,
I think it can live a lot better too.
On the Suck
It's
Zerk?
so tanky.
Yeah.
Pure HP. It's like 8k HP build with the Suck passive. The
They're
Suck
really
Zerker
tanky
passive. It's
too,
like
with their-
500 HP or something.
Yeah, and they got additional DR with the reworks too from their passive.
Yeah.
I mean, especially if your node war ball is half rats because everyone's on, Musa, rat class warrior, whatever. I think Succession Zerker just does better into all of that. If you get an Awakened Zerker in front of you, like you could probably run him down in like 20 seconds if you really committed to it. If you have a fast enough class, that's just is not going to happen with Suck Zerker.
Yeah. It's funny seeing Suckzerkers though run in, and like it's such a wild. It looks so weird. They're just jumping around on the roofs in RBF. They're like flying off
They
the
look like
mountains.
an actual raid boss.
I've
Like an
heard
actual
from
raid boss.
multiple people that they actually don't think that Suckzerker. It's like chewing the scenery. It doesn't fit in at all with like the game. And they're like, it's just fucking weird, man.
I was just telling Danny yesterday because he was in that node where I was talking about, and I was like, what is your character model size? He has it at absolute max. Because I was like, you are the only person I see in every group. Like, you're just this gigantic monster in the middle of a ball. Like, all the other Zerkers are, like, minimum character size, like the tiniest. And Danny's just massive. And I'm like, what the? Like, you're, like, getting targeted because you're sticking out like a sore thumb. It's crazy.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. That 100% happens.
1 second here. Ketsuro, can you... Are you here
Is
now?
Ketsuro AFK still?
No, I've been messaging with him, but I think he's struggling with...
He's having technical difficulties.
Okay.
Yeah. He's here in spirit.
It's here
in spirit.
He's here in spirit.
Hopefully he can get those issues fixed.
So I wanted to ask you guys about Hash, because Hash actually got some pretty insane damage buffs, even though they lost accuracy. And I know a lot of Hashes are like, dude, Hash is going to be cracked in Node Wars. Have you guys been running into any Awakened Hashes post rework in RBF?
Not seen a single one.
I have not seen an Awaken Hash.
Do
I've
they
seen
all?
a couple Succession ones still, but never an Awaken Hash. Maybe one.
I've only seen Awakening Hash. I haven't seen any Suck Hashes. I've seen only the one Awakening Hash. I think Awakening Hash is pretty good too, but I don't think he has a proper build for it. Now I think you just play around Collapse because they buffed the shit out of that skill. It's like kind of similar to how Shadow Stomp works, where the damage just comes on first hit. So you just go for like your first CC and then just second CC Collapse and just insta burst people. But I think Hashes are too used to SA trading and sitting in like Descent and stuff. So that kind of playstyle is much different to how you traditionally play a Hash.
I've seen a few. They're really good at securing kills with coil, but it's like a compound issue where it seems like half the Hash mains were like Musa mains pre-Hash, and now that class is insane, so why wouldn't they play it?
Yeah.
Right. Yeah, it's I don't know, my experience so far on Hash, because I've been playing mostly Kuno, but right before the reworks, for like the 4 months leading up to it, I was node warring exclusively on Hash, and now like even though it's like everything on it is better, if I know that Musas have access to me, it feels miserable. Just because it's like I start up Serpent's Coil or anything, and it's just like, oh, here it comes. And Fired. I got Fiery Creviced. That's the only thing. Outside of that, though, it feels really good. And the damage changes are actually so huge. And it's not just on like Serpent's Coil or even just Collapse. It's like the whole kit got a little bit of damage buff in PvP. So it's like pretty well distributed.
Yeah. Ketsuro is probably going to have to join with us later when he gets home.
Okay.
But I do have Basc in with us now.
Hey! All right.
We also apparently us talking shit about Zerker
has spawned all the Zerkers.
Yeah, summoned both of them because now they are both in the waiting room. If we want to pull them down, we want to go ahead and do that.
Yeah. All right. Here we go.
We'll pull them down. All right, we got Danny and Ming. Thank you for joining us, as well as Basc representing the Maywas. Thank you all for joining us.
Thank you.
Before they get introduced, I gotta head out. I got some stuff to do, but thank you for having me. And if you guys are around later, I'll be happy to rejoin.
Yeah, man. Thanks for
appreciate it.
coming. Yeah, we're gonna be here for a minute. So if we're still here and you have some time and you want to rejoin, man, feel free to. Absolutely.
Yeah, I'll have to head out as well. So thanks you guys.
I'll catch you guys later.
Later, Wes.
Yeah,
Later,
same
Flannels.
for me.
Get easy, Flannels.
Thank you again, everyone.
Thanks for having me on, guys.
Yeah, no
Peace.
problem, Belly.
Thank you, Belly.
All right, I kind
Later.
of before we get to Basc, I do want to talk Maywa stuff, but let's have Ming and Danny, if you guys could, because Danny, I know you were feeling pretty down, like all the way up until the day it released, and even after, you were pretty down on Suckzerker, but there are a lot of them, and it does seem like they're doing fairly well. How good is Suckzerker in your eyes?
I mean, like the day of release, they shadow buffed it. They added like 2 or 3 things that were literally the difference between it being like or it being like good as it is now, right?
Okay.
I think they added a floating. They added a floating some SA on claws, or like changed up the SA it works. They added a knockback and proper SA on the weakling hunt, which is like the jump forward.
Mm-hmm.
And then they messed around a bit with the a couple of the other moves, damage wise, just a tad. But I think it's good. I see people compare it to like the strength of an awakened Lon or an awakened DK, and I'm kind of sitting here like I don't really see it at all. But I don't think it's bad. I think it's good. I think it's good.
Okay. So you're actually like fairly happy with it. Is it fun? Are you having fun on it?
Yeah, it is the most fun you can have. It may not be like I can run in 1v(x) a million people and then run out and run away with 100 health, but it's like it is the most fun you can have in BDO right now, period.
Ming, are you playing Succession or? And by the way, Ming, we've not even had the chance to talk to you. You're one of my favorite Zerkers of all time. I just want that to be known.
Thanks.
Are you playing Awakening or Succession mostly with the reworks?
Yeah, so I'm mostly on Awakening as far as PvP goes. I exclusively grind on Suck, but that's just because I don't like to APM when my brain's off. So yeah, no, Awakening is usually what I'm on.
Right. And how does Awakening feel post rework?
So, not many veteran Zerkers are happy about it. I think that the current state, it's very strong for large scale for sure. But now that we have a more like linear range playstyle, it's very mundane to play for the most part. It's strong, but I would say it's just linear and boring. I would say that now, like, it's more 70-30 in terms of range to melee ratio. You could go like 60-40 if you're confident in like your tankiness, or you just don't want to sit in the back.
Right.
But to me, for Awakening, it doesn't feel like a rework. It feels like a skill revamp. Because if you look at all the changes on paper, we got our Q buff pretty much removed for compensation at Ancient Power and Titan Blow.
Right.
And we got a new skill, which I don't consider to be like a rework skill. I don't consider it to be new because it's the same archetype as old Seismic. And right now you use it essentially with Seismic. You don't use it outside of that. So there's no change to like how you'd play with the new skill. It's it's as if you had old Seismic. You just are pressing an extra button.
Just feels like a shorter cooldown.
Yeah.
What do you mean, the cooldown shorter? Like,
just because it's the same approach and everything, it just feels like it's the same skill, just shorter cooldown period because you're just utilizing it. In the
You're
same
saying
way.
of Q buff? Nash, is that what you're saying?
Oh, the particular skill he was referring to.
Okay.
You're saying it was
the scatter shot, which is like our shift.
Right.
New
Okay.
skill. But no, I mean they nerfed our damage, right? So essentially, it's like now if we do like a 4 skill combination, it still does more if you get the right modifiers and if you aren't too far. But I feel like why am I just pressing extra 2 buttons to make up for the damage loss? Like, I'd rather just get the old Seismic back, essentially. So
I'm sure you would, man.
No. It's like if I do 2 split shots and 2 of these skills, like it's gonna do more. But I don't see what they're trying to get at adding this new skill. When it's like, is it so that we can improve our melee damage, like melee burst? Like we didn't need that. So, but now they nerfed it, so it just doesn't make sense. I think they're just trying to add more APM to the class for the reason they want more APM to the class. I didn't really understand the change for that, but but I mean in our scale it's really strong. It's just that in 1v1s right now with the grab change and a few things got removed, like our Gilly Bond, and it's mainly the grab change that people are not happy about because it's not working as intended. People are getting CC'd when the grab is supposed to go through. Like if someone throws out their CC the same time your grab's going out, even if that SA is supposed to register, it doesn't work. I mean, I have a few clips if you don't mind.
Yeah, absolutely. Share them with me. I'm just playing. If any of you guys have clips for your class that you want to share, I'm just gonna keep playing them on rotation on the stream. Yeah, it's funny seeing Raiden like not have to like all these engages are not 100% engages.
Yeah, it's pretty nice now. I have skills I can use.
You can just use the skills.
Is using actual skills.
DSR.
Yeah, and as far as the range for that nerf goes, I don't understand it too. Like there are times where it's very obvious that it should go, it just doesn't go. It almost like goes through the target's body, but doesn't register.
Right. Yeah, that no protection on grab is huge. Especially like, I mean, I don't know in these situations if like what exactly is happening. So it looks like you're like getting up close, you press E, like that on the Vertex guy looks like it should have been a grab.
I know what that is. If you
Yeah, go ahead.
So what that is because there's some grabs like Zerkers and Strikers main hand grab. They have like where they kind of reach out first before they actually do the grab. On your screen, they're already like starting to be in your hands, but on the game, they're still like deciding if you get it or not. And that whole thing used to be super armor. So now
Yeah.
you have that full time of the game deciding if you get the grab or not. It's all unprotected. Where like other classes like for example, I know like Striker main hand, Striker Awakening grab. I think there's a lot of grabs like that. Warriors, like for example, but like just those like Mystic grab too, honestly, to a lesser extent, but same thing. But like those grabs are just like they're instant. As soon as you press the button, they're like you're already like it's already going. Where like other ones have ones where they reach out, and typically those ones were the super armor ones. Not all of them, but like example, Waking Guardian grab too. You know, they kind of like the Waking Guardian grab where they kind of stick it out. It's like that entire time they're sticking it out. It's the game's deciding if they get the grab or not.
Right.
And it was SA.
So
But
they just
now
need to shorten up that animation, essentially,
Like,
because like I mean, a lot of other classes like Ninja Kuna, just as an example of Suicide Fall, like the grab animation's pretty quick, so we don't really have to deal with that as much.
yeah, as soon as you press it, you're already like going up into it. Where other grabs have to kind of like put out your hand and wait for like the game to decide kind of thing. So yeah, it's just
Yeah.
it's just something
Yeah.
what happens when you do blanket changes. But like yeah, if they, I mean, even if they don't go back, it is definitely just something that is frustrating. Because I was gonna say that's exactly what my main hand grab looks like every time. Every time I use my main hand grab, it looks exactly like that.
Yeah.
Sometimes
Yeah,
they
I
even
would say-
get
oh,
CC'd,
go ahead.
so like sometimes I was gonna say a lot of time too. Like I'll grab them and they'll get knocked down, and I'll just get knocked down with them. That happens a lot too.
Oh yeah.
Oh, that's awkward.
Yeah.
So
I will say Warriors have instant grapple, which I don't see Warriors struggle with that a lot, even though they haven't had a protection on the grab for years. You know, with instant grapple, I think it kind of mitigated some of the issues with that. But yeah, I see what you're saying.
Mm-hmm.
So what are some of the 1v1 things that you would change, Ming, if you could? Now, I want to ask Danny the same thing for Succession. But like you feel like Awakened Zerker is worse in 1v1 now, right? Like you feel like some of the changes made it a little bit worse, plus every other class is a lot stronger.
Yeah, personally, I think for dueling, I feel that it's weaker for Awakening.
Right.
If I'm not blowing someone up with the range options they gave me, I feel that overall it's weaker. Which I don't like blowing people up. I don't like to like gear check somebody. I just prefer to generally CC and go my way. But yeah,
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. The core skill options are kind of weird too, right? Because like, do you guys all just use ground lifting now, or which core are you guys taking? Or I guess Titan, right? Titan blow.
Yeah, for sure, 100%.
Yeah. I mean, would you guys still use Giant Sleep if that was an option over Titan blow?
So in specifically for dueling, like in certain matchups, you might not even use time blow. Because like classes that can get behind your funnel very easily and don't let you space that well, you don't use it. You get punished too easily. It's just not effective.
So
The thing with or any
toxic.
Yeah, or any rat class essentially. But I would say that the old G League gave you the thing with all G Leap though, what people don't realize is that there was a bug that allowed us to essentially drop down with our G Leap a lot faster. So it made it so that you could combo off of shooting Moby, which is our range stiff, more reliably. And
Right.
I mean, even without that combination, like it was just good to have, because now with like the current G Leap, which is a lot lengthier, it's a lot harder to snipe off of in the 1v1 situation. But and then you had the Bond, which was the flow. Like it was very effective versus ninjas and kunos, essentially. And now we lost that, so yeah.
Right. Danny, kind of same thing. How's Suck Zerker feeling in 1v1?
It's not bad. I think it kind of took over the issue that maybe people complained about Zerker when it Awakened Zerker when it came to people felt like Awakened Zerker might have been a bit too repetitive when it came to like just seismic split shot as it used to be. I feel like now kind of Succession Zerker is kind of grabs aren't viable. You should like never in my life have I considered to use a grab over just fishing for a CC and running away, because it's just not worth it. You'll toss out a grab, you'll have them in your hands, you'll be like shaking them around, and then they'll just CC you, and you're like, okay, well that's cool. But like I would say it's good. It's not terrible, but it falls from the same problem where it's just like Lava Piercer, I dive in, I dive bomb. If I have Frenzy Tyrant, I use that. If I have Ancient Wave, I use that. Did I get a CC? No? Okay, I'm going to run away and I'll wait until everything's back up and try it again in 20 seconds. Because it works.
Yeah.
And, you know, as much as I hate to say it, things that work in the game tend to get people's attention more than things that are fun. It's just the way it is. Right?
Yeah. How's your guys' PB?
Good. Like, really good.
I've been hearing some things about Suck Zerker.
From what I hear and from what I've tested, I'd say it's like top 4, definitely, like easily. Ming, you PV a lot too. What do you think of it?
Suck Zerk, yeah, I mean it's very good. I agree. I don't PV on Awakening, unfortunately, so I can't comment on that. I just don't even bother.
Okay.
So.
I was curious about Awakening because I've heard some Zerkers say it feels better than before, it's just not as good as Suck, and then I've heard some Zerkers say it's worse than before.
Steve did tell me that it is better than before. However, the reason people may say it's worse than before is because it now requires more APM for the same amount of damage, i.e. What comes from split shot,
Right.
using split shot more.
Gotcha. Okay.
But yeah.
Interesting. All right. From Zerker main's point of views, what are some of the classes you guys feel are way too strong, in your opinions?
I mean, you can go first if you want.
I mean, I've recently only been doing large scale, so I mean, obviously it's the ones that are one-shotting me. Yeah, no, it's the Mooses, Maywas, and Sorks do feel strong. I just don't know what exactly about it is strong.
Yeah.
Yeah, I haven't been doing too much dueling, so I can't be more specific about any particular class, like, or anything that they're doing, but yeah. So I mean, it's just been large scale for me.
Yeah.
I've been doing a lot more dueling and not as much large scale. In my opinion, it really is like Awakened Lawns, terrifying. I think I have a clip somewheres of an Awakened Lawn stood my entire spin. I think she took like 10% of her HP, proceeded to I think it was a move and a half that killed me and Steve completely. That one was pretty cool. But Awakened Lawn, Awakened DK, I don't find Sork that bad. It's just more protected than before, but like being Suck Zerker, I can just walk away and she just can't follow.
Right.
Musa, Mewa, you know, they're I don't know, dude. There's something about seeing someone for a moment and then seeing a gray screen that just kind of hits different. I don't know if you understand.
Agreed.
That one's pretty cool, especially when they jump you in packs. They're like a pack hunter. They come in like groups
Yes.
of 2 or 3. That one's pretty cool. Yeah, really just those 3. Even like Nova isn't even that scary anymore because we're so fast or we're so. And I see a couple Corsairs, and sure, Corsair hits hard, but like a Corsair will do like a quarter of your health in one move. The Musa Mewa comes in like a freight train and fucking whacks India, and you're just dead. So you know how it is.
Yeah. Basc, welcome back, man.
Yeah. Am I audible by any chance?
You're audible. We can hear you.
We can
good.
understand you. Yeah, you're good.
How is we'd ask
Just
Nayashe.
give us a sign if you're, in trouble.
We normally would ask Nayashe and wouldn't even need you here, but he mains New World. So how is Mewa, Basc?
Mewa is good, despite all the whining before it, saying it's going to be terrible.
Right. There was a lot of whining about how they gutted the class. It got worse. It's worse than before. And that turns out it's not true.
Oh my god, I don't have a stub arrow.
That was the main complaint, yeah.
But no, it's very strong. I actually have heard some Mewa players sort of upset with the ease of the bruiser style, but that's pretty much only coming from I think it's the digital Mewas. No, digital Mewas. They're just not a fan of the change in playstyle, honestly.
Oh, okay.
Which I can relate to it.
Right.
Yeah. I can relate to that. It's in good state. You literally can just bomb. That clip I had, the first one where I said gear carried, I could never have done that even close to before. So like you can vaguely 1vx now if you have enough gear. Kind of amazing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You are gear carried in this clip, apparently.
I a little bit, yeah. That was like, I don't know, 381 DP or something like that. But I've decided that was too easy, so I've decided to drop my DP down and instead get more accuracy accessories. So
that was
too easy. He needs to give himself a handicap.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
I'm back down to 309, 73.
Bass, you're supposed to downplay it, man. What the hell? We scripted this. What's going
on? Instead of being a 690 gear player,
Yeah, so how is so overall large scale feels much improved. I'm gathering from how you feel. And did it support your playstyle? Because I know you have a little bit of a unique playstyle that maybe some other Mewas don't play.
Yeah, it basically just buffed it. I don't have to do as many risky players as possible, and I mean, okay, so it buffed it in some ways. Like, there's now an actual scripted protected dive combo you can do, and you can just do damage rotations when it's very efficient. But they nerfed the spammable damage, and I used to use a lot of like unprotected spammable stuff, which was fairly effective, which is now pretty useless to do. So I have to relearn my kit a little bit, but it's all around better since now I have FGs instead of spammable unprotected damage. Yeah.
Which spammable damage are you referring to?
Oh, Sticky Snowflake is bad now for spamming. Yeah. And then Frostflower is a KD, so it messes things up. If you want to spam it for like a little bit of a reach kind of damage. I mean, yeah.
I mean, Ice Fang's a better alternative to that, anyways.
It is, but I haven't mentally thought about WE as often. Still stuck in the past.
Yeah.
It's gonna take me a couple months to adjust to all the useful, good, protected things. Right now, I'm mostly just doing the same exact combination to kill most people, which is literally you do drill, you do moonrise, you do pillar, you do tip. That's done. You're done. You killed everyone.
Yeah. Fairly straightforward. Yeah, once you start incorporating Ice Fang more into your rotation, you're gonna notice it's basically 3 or 4 different approaches to your perma protected large scale combo.
Yeah.
And you don't need to use that filler damage anymore.
You literally just don't need to CC anymore in order to kill people too. And as a slight response to the people saying that we're a little broken. almost all of our damage at least needs some preamble to it, so you can't react to it if you pay attention. For example, drill is no longer a CC when we're using it because I suggest to everyone to use Moonrise Core. So you first have to intro with drill. If you get ticked by that, just literally move because our next skill is Moonrise, can't kill you with Moonrise. Next one is Pillar, can't kill you with Pillar. Then you will die with Tip.
Yeah, when you get the tip, that's when you're over.
Yeah, when you get there's actually a chain to it. The thing is, people don't pay attention to it. And then the other skills, like one of the large skill, it's just really, really easy for people to be sleeping, paying attention to something else, or like act in time. But in a 1v1 context, you can't get that off as quickly as something like just run up in crevice or blow the belt, really.
Or, like any sort of mobility-based class like Sutkuna or whatever, just easily navigating around our foreguard in that long extended combo type thing. But then again, I mean, in those scenarios, like you're not really wanting to do that. You're kind of trying to do from a 1v1 point of view, at least. And this kind of applies to large scale. You would use bruiser skills like in and outs. Like Ice Fang is a very good example of it because you're using drill, you're backing off, using drill tip, frost pillar tip or something like that. I'm gonna be a little risky, but like Ice Fang into frost pillar tip is really good damage, or just going in with a Petal Bloom tip, as that's a new combo skill connection. That's really strong. SA into foreguard. And you don't have to do those options. They're just alternative options. You can instead do full super armor rotation with, Petal Bloom Moonrise instead. Or not Moonrise, but Moonlight Dash. So I mean, you have alternative options, but 1v1's a little bit different.
What is Meiwa PvE like? How are you guys feeling in PvE?
Feels pretty good, but I'm a pretty terrible PvE player. Sometimes I get like 11k trash, sometimes I get 20k trash. Honestly, I don't know what I'm doing differently each time.
But like in terms of like, it feels better though.
Oh, I mean, yeah, it feels pretty nice. I don't have to necessarily do New Year's Eve every so often. Instead, I can just do random skills and kill mobs fast enough that I just don't feel as locked in place.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. From my personal experience about this, like, I may have been grinding more than you actually lately, Basc.
Possibly. I mean, at least for like normal areas, probably.
Yeah. But I haven't really measured my trash per hour, so I don't really have a number on that. Yeah, I mean, it's been definitely improved on both the Awaken and Succession side of things. Awakening, you don't need a New Year's Eve spam at all anymore. You can pretty much rely on just the standard combos that we would use like in any scenario, like a large scale or whatever, and they work just the same. Just applying the debuffs properly will be fine. Succession is clearly better though. It's pulling probably close to 1,000 trash more an hour in a variety of different locations, and that's just because Awakening its damage is less spammable. Is I think the main problem, as well, not really a problem, but the difference, and also the damage on the spammability of those skills in Succession is consistently high. So that seems to be, at least from what I'm seeing, probably the difference between the two kits. But they both do really well. I don't know where they are as far as placements. I've seen some good results. I've seen average results. Probably more middle to above average tier from what I'm understanding.
Basc, did you say you lock Frostflower? Or
No,
you just
I don't lock.
Okay, you just don't use it as much as before, right? Because of the KD.
I'm afraid to use it now because of the KD. Yeah.
Okay.
It's weird. It's an improvement, but it makes me feel like I want to do old combos, and that ruins the old combos. So I don't want to do it.
Right.
As much. Yeah. Actually, I wanted to comment on another one. Ice Fang, for example, you also have to do the first part of the skill, or the second part does any useful damage, and it as a forward guard, so it's like very easy to CC you. if you misjudge it too. There's just so many like preambles to our damage, whereas like Musa does not need anything.
Yeah,
Right.
it's because of those forward guards. It's definitely position oriented. Like you want to abuse its AOE reach, the amount that it has, in order to be effective. Whereas Musa will just like, we're just gonna go in the center, or on the outskirts or whatever. It doesn't matter.
And they got CCs. We don't have CCs. I don't count a float from Moonrise as a CC in our dive because like you have to get right up into their butt for that CC, like right in there.
So you're saying Maewa's fair and balanced compared to Musa?
I think Maewa is fair and balanced compared to Musa. Musa is just like insane.
I want to introduce Elyda here, but let me just ask you one last question before we do. What class to you stands out as like, oh my god, this class is a little bit overtuned?
I already brought it up, Musa.
Are you just a Blader hater, dude?
I'm a Maewa player. What?
No, there's an agenda here, man.
No, there's not an agenda. I mean, okay, I would love to have Maewa be better than than Musa and SG, but that's an unrelated tidbit. Like that is just so overtuned. The next one is like maybe I would say like DK, but honestly, I feel like Musa just overshadows everything. Archer looks kind of cracked. Sork looks kind of cracked. DK looks kind of cracked. But in comparison to Musa, they all look irrelevant. Day one Musa players are like super top fragging. And while these are already good fraggers typically, but they're just like way beyond normal.
Yeah.
I don't think that's gonna last though. I think that's probably gonna be seeing the nerf hammer here soon.
Elyda, long time no see, man. Last time we talked to you, your grab was busted, and now it's totally fair, right?
Yeah.
I remember you were saying you were hoping lawn grab gets nerfed so people roll off your class. Did you get your wish?
No, because some more people rolled off the class.
More people are playing it now?
Yeah.
Oh no. Yeah, so here, let me turn you up a little bit. You're kind of quiet. How is lawn post rework? Are you enjoying it? Is it fun? Is it better, worse? Did they lower the skill ceiling? What's your overall feeling on it?
There's a lot of quality of life stuff like cancel that you can do to drop damage faster. Like if you iframe and then tailspin vice, then the animation is literally just like instant, like, and then you can just dump a bunch of damage. The damage feels really nice. Also, the attack speed feels a lot nicer in large scale too. But I gotta say, my 1v1s are kind of dog shit right now.
Now is
because
that
I think
okay? Why is that?
I think a lot of classes just outpace Lawn now. Like Sword can outpace Lawn because you can't what's it called? You can't catch. It's harder to catch a Sword because Sword is just like more protected. Akuno outpaces Sork a bunch. Because also we lost a CC, plus our grab cooldown is almost twice as long. Ninjas outpace Awakened Ninjas outpace Sork outpace Lawn as well. Like all these rat classes just are in a better spot than Lawn at the moment.
Yeah, so that's interesting because I kind of wonder because I do hear a lot of people still complain about Lawn in 1v1, but maybe it's the less ratty classes. Let me find like Yelo. Have you fought any, or Reezy? Have you guys fought any Lawns?
Yeah, I fought a couple.
What are your thoughts on them post rework?
He's right about the pacing. Yeah, it's about the pacing. We can like keep up with Lawns like fairly easily. And there's certain skills that when they animation lock, you kind of just look for it and you just go step grab. And it's like easy food for you almost every time. Suck and Awakening Ninja can both do this. Awakening Ninja has the bond MI, so it allows them to just literally constant pressure. If you know their grab is down, you can just throw a Murderous Intent into their face all the time, nonstop. It's 3-second cooldown, so if you have Silent Charge and Murderous Intent up, you just throw it at the Lawn constantly if you know her grab is down. And it's 15 seconds on, or 20 seconds for Lawn grab?
17, yeah. It wasn't quite
so you basically
yeah.
So you basically just have like when she throws it out, you have like roughly 14-15 seconds of an entire window of constant throwing skills at her.
Right.
And if you can keep yourself well protected and not run into Salpuri Purge, like protected CCs, like you have a pretty good shot at just constantly like threaten with a grab, and she has to like sidestep and burn stamina nonstop. So it's definitely good.
Breezy, you feel the
Kind of
same?
similar. Kind of similar with Kuno. Yeah, like pre-reworks, I felt like so if we're just talking BA, I feel like Kuno already won the matchup anyway, and it felt like with the changes specifically to grab and a little bit to deadly dance, kind of like what Yelo was saying, like once the grab is down, you just have more time to work with, and like as far as countering lawn grab goes, block jump is like an S tier counter to that thing. Like if they do any sort of aggressive like play or movement, and you're like lingering and ready for it, like it's just block jump grab counter every day. And like with deadly dance getting changed, it's like kind of what's up?
It got changed?
I mean, from what it was, they changed the hits on the CC to it.
No.
Oh,
Did they not?
Are you talking about? Are you talking about Awaken forward F, or are you talking about
forward F.
Sacred Dance?
No, deadly dance.
No. They changed it, but then reverted it. They're like,
Oh, they reverted it. Oh, okay, my bad. Some of the duels that I had were on labs, so that's a little bit what I was going off of. But yeah, Sacred Dance too, in that regard. Like the Stam regen linger or whatever, not having the KD is abusable as well now too. So again, I don't think Awakening Kuno wins as hard, but like Succession Kuno, you just outrange, you outpressure, you outspeed.
yeah, because I was fighting Nihilus, and it was kind of hard.
It was kind of hard, huh?
Non-stop
Fighting
grabs.
Nihilus?
Yeah,
Nihilus is
non-stop
a bully.
grabs.
I think
Nihilus
I won like
is a
60,
bully.
I think I won like 40-60 with him though.
I don't even think you should win that much, if I'm being honest.
Yeah, there's a lot of bullshit.
You just built different, Elyda.
Yeah.
Wait,
You
so
just built different. Bro.
how's your PV, Elyda? How's lawn? Are you?
Oh, I still grind and suck.
You still grind and
Awaken
suck.
lawn, PvE is not it.
Okay.
Like especially at Elvia, Suck is just way better.
Suck is
So
busted.
yeah, especially because they buffed they buffed blooming for 10% damage.
Is
too.
Lawn still the top tier? grinder?
Yeah, it's still top.
Yeah.
I mean, there's arguably classes that compete with it now, though, but it's definitely still near the top.
Yeah, because we talked about a few classes like the third and fourth potential best grinders, but haven't really
Lawn's so
established
chill.
number one and number two per se. If it's still Lawn or Sage.
I hate to interject here, but I just need to point this out. I feel
Okay.
like I have to point this out.
All right.
I'm watching this clip from Danny.
Yeah.
If this doesn't prove that we need to have transparent fucking buildings in this new RBF, I don't know what does, because this is the most disorienting thing I have ever looked at.
Okay.
It's so sad.
Reslar, I just want you to watch their HP bar when they stand up from the first
No, I
CC.
saw it. Yeah,
Yeah.
when you're spinning on them on the ground, they're about to die, and then they get up, iframe, and now they're full health again. It's strange. I don't
Fucking
know
Dark
what that
Souls
is.
boss,
Yeah,
bro.
this is an RBF bug that has been around for a while in the old RBF, and it's actually so sad that it's back. Like, well,
Wait, I've never seen that. What the heck?
I've submitted this so many times where people's HP glitches back to full. Amertat a while back sent me a bunch of clips of it happening to him. Like his own health went up. He's like, "Look, there's no one near me healing, and all of a sudden my health is back to full."
What?
Yeah,
Yeah, it's a bug. I don't know. It happened to me too. I didn't know what it was.
yeah, it's crazy.
Because like normally, if you
Like-
see heal proc, you can see like the pulse of the heal
Right.
go up, but it's just like the HP bug is just your life is just suddenly max.
Just look at Danny trying to maneuver in this
understand
little
either.
like building, and it's just like the camera is like
Yeah.
having a stroke.
You gotta
because
zoom in, bro.
It's so bad. Oh my god.
They do love their sudden jerk and lack of vision based types of situations. Like Hashashin's grab was just like a giant like fuck your screen basically.
Dude, the thing about it that's tilting is there's elements of the game, there's some trees or whatever that do already do this. So I don't know why
Yes.
they can't do it with some of the buildings.
Yeah.
There's actually
Yeah.
trees in RBF, like pretty big palm trees, that if you move your camera through it, it just goes completely transparent, does not affect your camera.
Oh, please do that to Caltheon trees for Siege, please.
Yeah, just
True.
just
You should
kinda
have a
everywhere.
similar spectative system or third person perspective, like in Counter Strike or like Steam games and stuff, with
Yeah.
the other engine, where the moment you hit a wall, it just zooms out and your character is like transparent, but you still see your character. It doesn't completely change your camera angle.
Yeah.
It's
Well,
really
it's just-
I think that's more modernized.
So for us,
Well,
dude,
yeah, this is their own engine, remember, so they
So-
might not
Yeah,
have.
yeah. It's just not efficient for a spectating perspective
Well,
or third person perspective.
From like a game dev perspective, their own engine doesn't mean anything. If it's their own engine, they can code anything and they want. They can put anything in they want.
I'm just saying it's
flexibility
probably
is
just
there.
not a native
But
functionality.
the problem with implementing what you guys are saying about like a transparent area is we all know PA likes keeping things hidden about how their game runs or what's going on with their game behind the scenes. For them to make the walls transparent would mean you could see both underneath the map, you could see around through buildings because of the way they have this game built, which they wouldn't want, which would be way more work than they would be willing to put in.
What if they just made it invisible and you just don't even see the objects at all?
Well, it's not that problem. It's that because of the way transparency kind of works, I assume they built this entire thing as one object and not as like separate, or they would be able to just freely make things more transparent or less transparent. So I assume if you were to kind of make it so you could put your camera through the wall, you would still be able to see down underneath the map, and they probably wouldn't be a really big fan of that.
Then
You
why?
see History down there, Ackman, the dungeon.
Oh yeah,
Wait,
absolutely.
wait.
I 100% agree.
Then why?
But
Do
if
they,
they were to-
then why do they put strikers, mystics, and kunos in the walls all the time? If they don't want
well,
us to
because
see
you
what's
guys
in there.
deserve that. That's your guys' own fault.
True.
you chose to say character selects.
All right, let me ask you guys this: between Suck Mystic and either Awaken or Suck Striker, we're just gonna leave Awaken Mystic out. How do you guys feel that matchup is for your respective classes? Like when you have to duel a Suck Mystic or a Striker, which one is worse, and why? Because these two I hear complain about a lot. Like Suck Mystic's damage is nuts and they're faster, but Suck Striker got a lot of changes. Which one is I don't know, which one's more scary to you in BA or AOA or small scale?
Mystic. Oh.
Both two Mystics from Elyda and Raiden. Why?
The slow is fucking insane. Well, I mean, the thing is, Launch should never lose that matchup anyways, but it's kind of annoying when you just get a vacuum and it's load. Because if you get vacuumed in the air, you kind of get stuck, and then just grab you after.
I think
Wait,
Suck
Vacuum
Mystic is.
and Slar? That's crazy.
I actually think Suck Mystic is probably one of the stronger gauntlet classes in AoE or like small scale skirmish. That the buff that they got to Wave Orb, it being a super armor, like full super armor now, is insane for counterplaying and like debuffing because you put like add-ons on it, so it becomes like it goes from a 30% slow to everything to 37 because it's a tier 2 add-on, and it's full super armor, so you can literally like sidestep. Like you go Thunder Pound, knockdown, sidestep into Wave Orb, and you slow debuffs. So as they get up, they can't really mash grab to counterplay you because it's just too slow, and you can just reposition yourself out of it. It's just really strong.
Not even looking at like the flows, really, it's like the damage. Like you could be wearing like a hybrid set, and you're still one comboing or just about one comboing 4-on-1 DP with
Like
DR.
281.
Yeah.
It's so strong.
It's
really good.
Yeah, like I fought Kurumi and I did no damage. I just had to run away, even with like the accuracy percentage and all the accuracy that I had. I couldn't do any damage to it.
I think if we're talking strictly 1v1, I think it's just the fact that no one's actually probably fought a Suck Striker, because I think Suck Striker is really unfair 1v1. I was testing with a Suck Zerker last night. I can keep up with them, like, movement-wise, if they're running straight away from me. I can catch up to them.
So what about against rats, though? Like, if you're against a Suck Kuno or a good Suck Ninja or Awaken Ninja, you still feel like you can be competitive?
I feel fine on Suck. On Awakening, it's helpless, but on Suck, I feel good because I have a lot more movement. And I don't have to get right up on top of someone either.
Yeah.
I have.
What do
I
you
have
look better for AoA, Divios? Like if you're gonna run 3v3 a 3v3 squad.
I think it depends. It depends how vulnerable they are to the Awakened Striker ebuff. If they aren't vulnerable to Striker ebuff, then Suck by a lot.
Okay.
But if my ebuff is gonna like win the round, then Awakening.
Yeah.
If you were to make a squad, what would you run? Awakening or Suck?
Like it depends on the teammates.
It would depend on what
Yeah.
it would depend on what teammates it would probably depend on what team I'm against, to be honest.
I'm kind of curious. Nusar, from your point of view, from Archer's point of view, how is it fighting gauntlets in 1v1?
Create distance and blow them up.
Yeah, I think Awakened Striker, especially with the bug right now, is it's like impossible to chase an archer. In Suck though, I can stay right on him.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting.
but there's no one plays Succession, and I don't think people will because Awakening does a full combo worth of suck damage and like 2 skills. They're SA and giant AoE. But
We have another special guest, Ketsuro. I think he got his mic working. Hello.
Hey, what's up?
Hey, you home now?
Yeah, I'm home. Sorry, it was bugged earlier.
No worries. If you could introduce yourself to some people who may not, you're not as famous as Yelo and Reezy, you know, like people might not know you. What if you could introduce yourself? What class are you maining? How long you been playing?
My name is Ketsuro, family name. I'm from originally Stray, but now I'm in Clash. I'm Maywa, top 3 NA AOA tournament winner. Not many people know me, but that's what I go by.
Okay. All right. Yeah, I noticed before the reworks you were coming to Node Wars on an Awakened Sage. Is that true?
For a few wars in Clash, yeah.
How did that go? How was that?
It's not too bad, honestly, but I only chose Sage for those wars because generally the wars required them for larger AoE or holding choke points, and Maywa just did not excel at those properties at that point. So
right, but now you're going on Awakened Maywa, and how is it feeling?
Maywa's feels great. I know some people say the playstyle change and whatnot, but honestly, this buff was a huge improvement for large scale, but still kept the same properties for 1v1 skirmishes. And I heard Basc was talking about Maywa earlier too, and I agree with some stuff he said. And I think every new Maywa that rerolls into this class should be using the new skills, since that's the best slot.
So your perspective is interesting too, because Basc he likes to drop his DP down as low as he can, but you run full evasion, do you not? You're like a full evasion build?
He likes to give everyone else a chance.
How's evasion feel on Maywa?
Evasion's okay. I think it definitely got worse. Not in terms of the class itself, but everyone got more damage. But pretty much anyone my gear score, or some even below, can kill me if they play a decent class. I think Sork's evasion is a lot better than Maywa's though, but it's still not too bad.
Yeah, even though we got the passive change where it's all evasion now instead of melee evasion, it's just because of all the damage increases. People can, just eat right through it, even with full AP builds. And most people are probably considering swapping in at least one additional accuracy accessory because they have so much damage output now, so it just makes things worse.
Yeah,
and we don't really have a skill that we can activate for like a 9%
for sure
additional evasion. So that's another factor why we're not necessarily the best type of evasion class per se.
Yeah, to give you a better perspective of the evasion right now, prior to reworks, I could survive, let's say against a guild like, I don't know, Turtle. I could survive a 1v4, and if I'm on the ground, I have a pretty good chance of getting up and living. But now, those 4 people would instantly kill me.
Yeah, must be nice to survive a 1v4. God damn.
Everyone take it else?
Yes.
I got a clip.
You got a clip? Let's see one of these getting up. It's so funny.
Yeah.
I was watching you, Ketsuro. We were in the I've fought you a couple times. We were in the like King of the Hill arena or whatever, and I was in voice with Mocker, who plays Awakened Guardian. And he was like screaming about your damage because he was like, he's unkillable and he one-shots me. What is this? He was like getting tilted. Yeah, your damage still feels pretty good even with evasion. What AP do you drop down to, and are you worried about accuracy at all?
I'm pretty much always running 301, 404 with a green offhand. So in terms of Kunam AP, that's about 305. Because of the 10% special attack you get from the green offhand.
Right. A busted offhand.
I would have to assume that you struggle to kill like very high evasion people. Yeah.
Yes, but those same people cannot kill me either. So I think it's a fair trade. But right now I can pretty much kill, let's say, 680 evasion targets pretty easily. But if they're the same gear score as me and they run more evasion, I guess, I would have a harder time comboing them. But I think with our new knockdown skill, or the Frost Flower has knockdown now, right? Our combos nowadays are a lot more extendable.
Yeah. So Basc, do you run any accuracy, Ketsuro, or not at all?
Not right now, but I'm thinking of swapping to Penteros.
Right. Yeah, how's that matchup? How's the Meiwa matchup for like Suck Ninja, Awaken Ninja, and like some of the more ratty classes? You guys fought any Meiwas post rework?
Yeah, I fought a couple Meiwas. I haven't seen a single Suck Meiwa. I actually wanted to ask like the Meiwas in here what you guys thought about Suck Meiwa, but I've only been fighting Awakening, and I think the you don't try to essay trade them, and I think it's a lot safer from range now because they don't really go for stub arrow plays anymore. So you can kind of constantly pressure them. At least for me personally, that's how I always fought against a Meiwa. Is I just constant pressure and stay beside them, and make sure if they have oppression up or if they have stigma up, I could just make sure those are on cooldown before I go for like unsafe protected type of like close quarter CCs and stuff. But outside of that, I think that's more of a skill based matchup in my opinion.
Yeah.
Rather than one matchup or one class should just dominate. I don't think it's like that. I think it just comes down to how well the Meiwa positions all of her skills versus how well the Ninja positions all of his skills.
Breezy, how's that feel on Awaken, Kuno? I know you were fighting Nayashe a little bit. Have you fought any other Meiwas?
Yeah, I fought in Bonk and some others. It feels like pretty Kuno favored, both Suck and Awakening for both classes. So Suck Kuno versus both Specs of Meiwa, and then both Specs of Meiwa versus both Specs of Kuno, basically.
Kuno needs nerves. What about Valk? Have any of you guys fought against a Valk in 1v1?
Yeah.
How's that? Which version?
Both Slick Kuno favored. You grab Sank, animation lock. It's really easy.
Yeah,
same for Suck Ninja. Just literally wait for animation lock and grab.
it's very telegraphed when we go for it.
Jump in the air. Yep.
Yeah. It's unfortunate.
Feels bad.
It feels bad.
I mean,
For the okay.
Oh, I was just gonna say, like, we have like this half iframe that we can sometimes get off right after we land, but it's very rare that it does work out. I think it's something that's better in the KR service than it does internationally.
Yeah. What about some what about like Danny, have you fought any Valks on Zerker?
Valkyries?
Yeah.
Yes, I think. Yeah.
How's that? I mean, does it feel harder to fight them now, or is it?
It's kind of the same. That they pretty much only have forward guard skills, and we kind of have this really cool skill where we just fly up in the air and no one really knows where we're gonna land. And generally speaking, it could be behind the person or it could be in front, and the Valk will never know until they toss up their forward guard and get CC'd.
Even the Zerker doesn't know where he's gonna land.
He just stays in the air. Just hang time.
Yeah, just hang out up there.
Space Jam.
You should be able to mantle from predatory hunts. At the
Just hop on your horse.
No, let's say there's a tree branch above you, right? You jump, you can't hit it. You predatory hunt, now you can reach it. Now you just mantle up. Now you're on a tree like a little monkey, dude.
Oh, I see. Okay.
That would actually be so cool if you could
That'd
jump
be
off the
sick as
horse
fuck,
on a Suck Zerker. That would be so cool.
Like running away and
I
leap
would
onto a horse.
I would tag a Suck Zerker just to do that.
So, Yelo, you were asking about the Suck Meiwa.
Yeah, I was actually
matchup?
curious because I don't see them that many.
Guess they don't exist.
So from 1v1 it's okay. There's just so much damage, and Suck Meiwa's not, its kit really just doesn't damage trade very well. Like, they did a lot of quality of life changes to its functionality and smoothed out a lot of the bugs and terrible skill connections that they had, and also red blade connection quality of life changes. But they just didn't really do a lot for, like, they did bump up a few numbers, but they didn't really do a significant damage increase comparatively to, say, like Awakening. Awakening has a ton of protected damage that we can just throw out, and like if we have any amount of gear, we can utilize that gear in a very effective way without needing necessarily to CC. Succession is kind of like it just requires that CC, and it does do well with like its version of Stigma. In my opinion, is really strong because of the distance and the reach it has. So it's very effective in say like fighting a Musa or not a Musa, but a ninja or a Kuno. It's more effective than say Awakening, in my opinion. But because the problem with fighting ninjas and Kunos is our damage trade on Awakening, and it's going to be more towards trying to hit those locked animation type situations. Like you guys were talking about how you can easily grab Valkyries during their locked animations. Like we kind of do the same thing with our chip damage, but Ninja and Kuno don't do that. They literally constantly move and deal damage while moving, essentially, is what it feels like. And you're able to get in, punish with that damage, and get out with avoiding our damage on Awakening. Succession, since it doesn't rely on that, I just go for the pokes the whole time. So I'm literally just trying to look for gaps. So that's why I think it would be an easier time on Succession, Mewa, but it's not going to bode well against other matchups because you need the gear and the chip damage to do really effective. So, and its large scale is it's not very good.
Generally, like I feel like the entire game since Reboot has been removing all gaps possible, and I feel like Suck Mewa was more of a gap-oriented class and still is. So that doesn't really help.
Yeah, that's it. And that's like
Yeah.
Kunos and ninjas at least still throw out a fair amount of unprotected movement from time to time. So that's why you could potentially catch those much more easily with say Succession, in my opinion. But yeah, other classes like I mentioned, like what Basc was saying, it's a harder matchup. So
I'd DC for half a second. Can I ask Ketsuro something?
Yeah.
Yeah. Do you actually struggle with high evasion targets? Someone that's also doing like Centaur Sizzle 414 or something like that? Like I don't know.
I think against something like let's just say your evasion, full evasion with a centaur, not a centaur, a Sizzle Kudum, I wouldn't really struggle against something like that. Maybe sometimes if they're a really good tanky class, I would get them down to 1k HP. But if they add on another centaur, then I would struggle. But that's at my AP at 301 with no accuracy accessory whatsoever. So if you're actually running, let's say 1 or 2 accuracy with a higher AP, I don't think you should struggle much.
Yeah, I was just curious because like I was struggling a little bit because I was using the old skills a bit too much. But then when I swapped to triple accuracy, everything dies now.
Yeah, for sure. I think when I 1v1'd you the other week, I noticed a lot that you were still using the O combos, like you said, right? And I just think that with our Frost Flower, it just makes so much more sense to knock them down instead of floating them, especially with our new modifiers on Tip of the Iceberg, Ice Fang. It just does, Frost Pillar.
Yeah.
It just does so much more damage.
The down attack combos are far more effective than the float combos that you're used to.
I've tested against Django, which is like really high geared DP of Ninja, and like the only way I could really consistently kill him was using basically like a sticky Frost Flower, Ice Fang, Moonrise Pillar tip, which was like the new combo setup. The old combo was not working still.
Yeah, you would utilize your off cooldown sticky to apply a minus evasion debuff, and then also its accuracy mods on it, and then Crossfire has good mods, and
old hands take a while to get used to it.
Yeah,
for sure.
If I can do some housekeeping real quick.
Right.
Frosh had to dip out a while ago, so unfortunately we're missing the Mystic opinion now. I know everyone's devastated by that.
Oh no.
Danny has to dip out, so again, links to everybody who's joining us. I'm gonna make sure that it's all in the description of everything, all the MP3 and all that stuff. And Sunny is back. Thanks for coming back. Sunny.
Hey.
Hey, no problem.
Welcome back.
So I had to dip earlier, but
No
dinner and
worries.
stuff.
There's now 3 Maywaws in this chat.
Somehow. We're still waiting
Somehow-
on Musa. We are gonna get a Musa
Yeah.
in here so he can defend
he's-
himself against everybody.
Yeah, I gave
for
him
everyone?
a warning. Everyone's anxiously waiting.
Yeah, so he'll be able to defend himself a little
So
bit.
has everyone said Musa's a problem?
Not
yeah,
not
so the
everyone.
general
For the most part.
consensus is we hate Musa and nobody is talking about Meva. Wink, wink, nod, nod.
I said I
Yeah,
defended
Basc.
That's the
Maywo.
way
We
I
actually
prefer it,
have a
so
lot of
it's not
preamble
bad.
before all of our damage. It's not that bad.
There's been a lot of people who said
Carl's here.
If you're getting killed, it's your fault.
yeah, there's been a lot of people who said Musa, but there hasn't been. There's been not. It's not 100%. It's not unanimous. There actually has been a few people who said DK, and a few people who said Suck Zerker is kind of crazy. So
Fuck Ninja.
Well,
That's a
I'm
get there.
actually let's actually while we have a minute to breathe here before we introduce Carstellz, let's kind of go down the list real quick. What is the biggest like problem right now in terms of like the class that is like causing the biggest balance issue? Let's just go down the list. Basc, what is it?
Okay. Way too much damage immediately. And protected damage. And it's in CC. And it's an AOA.
which class? Which class?
Which
Musa.
class though?
Okay.
Musa.
Divios.
Divios.
Wait, should I drag him
Okay,
down
Elyda?
first?
Yeah,
before-
dra-
No.
yeah.
I want to get everybody's opinion before you.
Okay,
join,
okay.
before you-
Alright.
Divios.
Yeah, Musa.
Divios said Musa. Elyda Musa. Ketsuro.
Ketsuro.
You already know what I'm gonna say.
Blader haters. Larry.
Oh, thanks so much.
Larry,
Musa.
which one? Musa. Ming.
Musa, because I've been strictly doing large scale and it's a pain in the ass. Like, actually.
Nyashi.
Well, I haven't done any large scale recently, and I've been mostly grinding to get my gear caught up. To be fair, so honestly, I haven't really done a whole bunch of PvP.
Alright. So suck Kuno for you.
Abstaining.
Suck Kuno. Suck Kuno is my
alright.
problem right now.
No,
It's the only one I
abstaining.
fought.
Abstaining.
Say Musa,
True.
come
Fuck
on.
Sakuda. No, fuck Sakuda. Fuck that class.
Nusar.
Nusar.
Musa.
Oh, Raiden.
Akuno.
You know what's so funny?
Oh,
That is actually.
Before you get
If
to
you
the
ever
run-
fought one
yeah.
in AOA, you can't see it.
Yeah, no, it's busted as fuck. It's
and
crazy.
and all my teammates will just end up dying one by one, and I'm just left alone to one for one Akuno. So
Reezy?
Oh, yeah, can I quickly follow
Yeah,
up though?
yeah, go
on
ahead.
Why I said Musa. So me saying Musa is not specifically against Archer; it's against everyone else in my guild that has to deal with it. As an
Right.
Archer, Musas are free.
Okay.
Oh.
Reezy?
Everyone play Archer.
It's a protected damage meta, and Musa deals the most protected damage. Musa.
Musa. Rez?
Musa, obviously. But Suck Zerker pretty close second to me. That class is just insane in Node Wars.
I want to see Musas do well for a long time. Sunny?
This sarcasm
If
is
you had to
there.
pick
So first off, I do
Yeah.
want to say, whenever we're talking about reworks and all that,
Right.
it very, very quickly turns into like, oh, what's OP and all that. But I think that it's better and more fun than it was before the reboot.
Okay,
Agreed.
that's fair. Yep. I mean,
I like
yeah.
it's more fun, man. Doing the PvP and like
100%.
honestly, me playing a warrior, like Musas are strong and everything, but I fucking hate the ninjas, dude.
Yeah, you hate the ninja. Wait till you meet Kunos. Yelo?
The one.
It's probably the same reason as a Nusar, where the Musa is not really a problem for me, but it's a problem for the gearlit low DP players in our guild, at least
Damn.
for large scale.
Not even
That's
man.
me,
I feel like
Gearlit. Hello.
All right.
I actually agree
Yeah,
with that.
it just-
I personally don't get bothered by Musa either.
I don't really get bothered by Musa. It's just I hear like, oh my god, Yellow, can you go grab this Musa, please? That's what I hear like all the time. So
Okay.
Yellow
It's kinda
hate
weird.
this Musa cleanup
Okay.
duty.
So out of the
yeah, I gotta go clean
14
up the Musas.
out of the I believe 14 people in this voice chat, 10 of them said Musa is the biggest problem.
Say
Now,
80%. Wait, how many?
allow me to pull down and introduce Carstellz. Hello, Carstellz.
Hello, Fred. Hey, how's it going?
What's going on?
So we just went down the list. I'm just gonna be 100% upfront with you. We just went down the list. Out of the 14 people in this voice chat, 10 of them said Musa are the biggest problem in the game right now. Thoughts?
I'd probably agree with you. I've had pretty much the same stance.
even though I played the class.
So yeah, I want to defend Carstellz because, and like the Mawas know this too, because the same thing was happening with them. But 95% of the Musas that exist were complaining about the reworks leading up to it, saying that everything they got was worse, nothing was good. A lot of these are nerfs. The damage isn't actually good. And Carstellz was like, "This is kind of fun. I don't know what they're talking about." So, how has the reworks been for you now that it's come to live server? Has it been as fun as you thought it was going to be?
Yeah, so I talked to you before, but even before we got the reworks, I had like a video I made on my YouTube where I was talking about things I wanted to see on the class, and most of that stuff ended up happening. And so I was really excited about it when we actually got this stuff, and I tried it on GLab. It was pretty good. And even though a lot of the stuff got nerfed, like a lot of the crazy stuff, like the perma SA chase, I thought that was wild right off the bat. I don't know why they ever thought of doing that, but that ended up getting removed before it went live. That, and then I think the 20 AP shout got removed from our shift queue, but everything else was still just the same kit, but more improved, right? So I don't know. I've had fun with it. I really like the projection changes, the projection little waves that come out of a lot of our kit, a lot of our super armors. It's really good. The PvE is better, the damage is better, the CCs are better, the AoE is better. It's just, I don't know. I'm having a good time, and I'm like top fragging every war, getting more money in PvE. It's fun. It's a fun class.
So I just want to clarify something. This is the nerfed version.
Yeah, this is the watered down version of what it probably would have been. Fiery Crevice was nerfed like a lot. So on GLab before it came live, it had 100% crit, and I believe it had more hits and more damage.
Yeah, it was everything.
It got nerfed by like 35%. This is the
Yeah. And then we also would have had an upkeepable 20 AP buff. So people would just be pressing shift Q all the time to keep up a 20 AP buff. So it would have been a lot stronger. Everything would have hit a lot harder.
Yeah, a really good friend of mine is a longtime Musa main named Quad, or I guess he has a YouTube channel named Lavexis, I think it is. Yeah, I fought about every single iteration of Musa on labs for like an hour each, and whenever he popped that 20 AP shout, I would kite the entire arena because anything I got hit with would delete me and my block like to his kill.
Yeah, I believe it. I was fighting with him and like Sly Nations and some other guys on GLab, and it was crazy. I mean, the fight went from like being on a class where it like almost always was like a poke kind of class, like you had to fish for CCs like stub arrows, forward blind thrust, dragon bites, to just going to be able to like stay in awake now and just press like fire crevice below the belt, one step back off cooldown, and then just kill players.
You were a boy,
in 2
and then you
hits.
became a Chad.
Yeah, like the play style completely changed. As you can see, like there's really no one. I'm sure you guys have been notoring sieging. There's not many boosters you see doing that. They just stay in awake and throw the same 4 skills off cooldown, and it works really well. So
Fiery Crevice, BTB, and then if they're not dead already,
Dash out and wait.
Yeah.
To be back up. Yep.
Yeah, I was kind of a little bit more with Sunny, and like I was more reserved on it. At first, I was like, hey, I don't know if it's that bad. It's a lot of damage, but it kind of is designed that way. And then I ran into Liquid, or Crown Chest, some people know him as, and I was like, yeah, no, this is probably not okay.
Yeah. Obviously, like fighting Cho on a node war when they have like 6 Musas that are all hard capped running around chasing you is not fun on lot. I try to grab someone, I see 5 Musas behind me about to spin, like or not like do a straight side strafe thing and just one shot me instantly.
Yeah. So Carstellz, I think hating Musas, we were kind of doing it for quite a bit, especially at the beginning of the show. But one of the things we were talking about is why is it as oppressive as it is? Some people were kind of throwing out some different theories and some ideas as to like what is making it as powerful as it is, because not everybody is in agreement that it's just the raw damage of it. There was kind of some varying ideas of what's making it as powerful as it is. Obviously, the damage is a part of it, but like, what are your thoughts? Is it just the raw damage, or like what is it?
This is what I've always said about the class. What's going on right now most reminds me of how the class performed back in the Renown days. I'm sure some of you played back then, but there was actually a lot of Musas back when Renown first came out, and that's when I started seeing people like actually top frag on the class a lot, and it's because the class became in my opinion, I think when it is strong, it's probably the easiest class in the game to pick up and learn for large-scale PvP. You know, I have people in my own guild that picked up the class, and within 2 hours, they knew everything they pretty much needed to know to go get like Stormtrooper in a siege with how the class performs right now. The movement speed buff on the E buff is pretty strong. It's like having a speed spell all the time that you would get from a caster. The class scales like tremendously with attack speed and cast speed. It allows you to use a lot of unsafe skills almost instantly that become unpunishable when you have a lot of attack speed. So when you can get buffs in a ball, it's really strong. Chase is obviously faster now. You have the slow changes we got. I believe like slows are capped at like 50% or something now, right?
Yeah.
That's something the class suffered from when you could like bog it down with like blizzards and everything else on top of that. But I think mainly it is just damage though. Because when the class doesn't do damage, it doesn't really do anything else. Like it doesn't really offer anything else that any other class can't probably do better. That's usually what happens. Like the class does damage, people play it. The class doesn't do damage, everyone goes and plays something else.
Yeah.
While
I also mentioned the renown days when it came to Musa, but earlier.
While we have Sunny here, I'd like to ask, so the block break stuff on Musa and Meiwa both got some block break stuff, right?
Yeah.
How is that
Yeah.
affecting Warrior, and how is that affecting as well like Valk? It's not as much as Corsair. Is it noticeable? Is it a problem? Is it whatever? Like what's going on there with Warriors and Valks?
Oh yeah, so like there's two things, and so when you're talking about the block break, you're talking about the increased damage to blocks that Musa and Meiwa got, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay, I have no fucking clue when they're using that. They just blow through my block anyway, so like it doesn't last. Like it might as well not be there. The damage is so high to begin with. Like who cares about doing extra damage to block? It's gone in one ability regardless. No, the issue which I think everyone agree. Maybe there's some people that don't agree with this. I just haven't heard it. The block debuff. So when you break the block, you get that 5-second debuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's dog shit. Needs to go.
Yeah,
Yeah, I
well,
agree with you.
that's not a Musa Meiwa thing, right? That's just
No,
a
that's what I'm saying. That's why I was like
Yeah.
confused because the increased damage is Musa Meiwa specific, and that's irrelevant because there's so much damage already. So who cares? But then there's the global block debuff. When anyone loses the block, they get a 5-second debuff where they cannot recharge. Basically, the Sock Corsair debuff thingy, and that's horrible. It breaks the class. It breaks other classes as well. It hurts the wrong classes, etc., etc. It's a terrible mechanic, and it should go.
Yeah. Larry, Raiden, you guys feel similar? I assume.
I'm okay with the block debuff because we have our own heals and they're super armor, and we can rotate super armor for long enough and stay alive to where it just runs out and you recharge your block. So
I think
it's hurting other classes than it was supposed to as well. Like it's not just
like if it was meant to hurt Valk, it didn't.
I don't think
like
the
over other
shield,
classes.
the shield block classes, I don't think are affected as much as other people's block. Because I think our blocks are more durable now, like way more durable now than they used to be. I mean, sure, Moose is still, they're still gonna blow them up anyways, but I think it's
nice.
I mean, it's
Why are
still
waving
more.
like a steel paper?
It's
Doesn't
still
it-
more. I mean, I stack a lot of HP, and that's supposed to help our block as well, right? So
Yeah,
Doesn't
I'm,
it
I'm
hard to, like, screw over,
6,700
like-
HP, so.
Yeah,
Well, I
like that hard screws over Warriors because their cancels are block related though.
Yep.
yeah.
I don't have that.
Interesting. So,
Neither do I.
so Musas and Meiwas, I guess Musa and Meiwas, like, are you guys feeling like the block changes and the block break damage is helping it all in 1v1s, or is it irrelevant like Sonny says?
I notice it. I don't know if it's really just from because it's on like below the belt crust crusher, but just the damage is so high on the kit. Like I'm just breaking blocks. I haven't really broken blocks against any like shield class since the bond projection bug was a thing. That's the last time I was able to like break a block on Musa, back when that was in the game.
Wait,
But
you haven't been able to break a block now? Okay, sorry.
Yeah, but like now I can break blocks pretty easily. Like a lot, and the AoE's increased, so like it's less of a threat for me to go near these block classes that can also grab me, because
Yeah,
my
you're out of
AoE
range.
on almost all my skills increase. So like I can just below the belt around them, dash
then we get
slash
blocked,
around them, one step
broken
back through them,
animation,
you
then
know?
we can't even dash to you to grab you if you're.
It's like I'm moving
a little
all
bit
around
away.
them, and my AoE is so big that I can break their block, and most of the time just kill them without ever really like being on top of them, if that makes sense. Like I have a clip of it if you want to see like when I'm talking
Please, yeah.
about it.
If you guys have,
Yeah,
if
yeah,
anyone
we-
has clips, share them in the guest
In the
chat
guest
channel,
chat, yeah.
and I'll pull them up on stream.
Yeah, absolutely. Just post it in guest chat.
Yeah, I
What
don't know
about
this guy's gear, but like it's like an example,
what,
I guess.
what about so like Larry and Sonny and Raiden, y'all are saying that you think it hurts non-SA block classes more. What about we have some non-SA block classes here, right? So like classes that rely a little bit on S block. Does anybody else feel like that change in mechanic, the 5-second debuff, like have you guys noticed that? Has it been really negatively affecting you guys?
No, not really.
I haven't
feel
really
like
noticed it.
launch shouldn't be S blocking anyways. Yeah. We have
But yeah,
SA
most
defending
players
S
like in my EP, I'm like think I'm 307. There's people with a lot more EP than Moose on me, but even with that, I'm killing players in like 2-3 skills. And you don't really have to think about there's nothing to think about on Musa. That's what I want to see change.
Were you
you
able
don't
to
have to think about anything you do in the class.
Yeah. Were you able to kill people prior to the reworks in just 2-3 skills at your AP?
It depends. Not someone with using a forward guard skill or block like that. There's no way.
Interesting.
But if I hit someone with like a dash slash from behind, I can probably kill him with just below the belt fiery. Yeah, like the class still did damage.
Yeah. I was getting into an argument with Nikani in chat, who I respect very much, but he was saying that the damage really hasn't changed that much. Like it's more, but he was already 2-3 skilling people before the rework. That the big difference is just chase. And I was like, I don't buy that at all.
Did the AoEs get bigger?
This definitely doesn't feel like that's accurate.
Yeah, AoE's increased. I mean, you have like E-buff play now. Like our E-buff used to be one of the worst ones in the game. Now it has 15% accuracy on it. Has movement speed steroid.
Oh, they gave you the accuracy bonus too, huh?
Yeah, really strong.
Look at Maewa's always getting jealous, man.
But yeah, I can see it.
Oh,
Like
no,
the
I didn't
speed
know
utility
that they got
debuffs. AoE,
It's true.
It's stronger. But it's not like Musa. Like the reason Musa fell off, it's not that it got like nerfed, right? Like over the past couple years. It's just everything else. Like new classes came out, they were just strong. Some other stuff got buffed, and Musa just didn't get any significant changes.
Mm-hmm.
So
I personally not a huge fan of the block, what are resistance, timing, whatever. And I would lose a block break too. I don't really care about that personally. If that was a worthwhile exchange, I think it's been more damaging for myself, and also I think it probably hurts more classes more significantly given the fact that we have so much damage at this point. Yeah.
Sorry, Basc.
Yeah.
If it's like
Here you
real
go.
quick, like when we're talking about this, you have to ask yourself: does this add anything of value to the game? Like, sure, it's not annoying. Some people don't notice it, but does it give anything good to the game? Like, what was the point of the block debuff? Well,
Right.
it was for the classes that had a great block. If you broke it, it bought you time. There's too much damage in the game right now. So having that mechanic, it is either irrelevant or it ruins some people's kits, like Warrior. So I just don't feel like it brings anything of value to the game in the current iteration.
I think in the prior meta where we didn't have this absurd amount of damage, I would think it was worthwhile, and that's where they were preemptively thinking about it, obviously. But now it's, I think, irrelevant.
I agree with that.
Too many changes
I agree with
at
that.
once,
Like
right?
the
And
block
it
break, like in the
overlapped.
old meta when David was this high, like having those additional damage on some abilities versus blocks, great idea. Giving you that window of time if you break a block where you could put the pressure on, great idea. But right now it just doesn't do anything of value.
Yeah, I think, at least in my mind, the way people, because like one of the complaints was like, well, I say block, and if I'm in a 1v1, I don't have a grab, what do I do? And so people were hoping for something, and then this solution just was not it at all. It just doesn't, because, okay, so yeah, Musa and Maewa right now, they do a lot of damage and can just break your block, but not every class really can, not consistently. So you never even get to that point on a lot of classes, and then in large scale, you just get extra boned because you're getting hit by so much stuff.
I actually disagree for the Maewa one. I don't think the Maewa block break is as significant as something like Musa, just because of our how the way our skills work, right? I think Musa's a lot more trade heavy, and I think Meiwa is too. But against something like a warrior or a Valk, I have learned since the rework to never try to really break their block unless they're just so much less geared than me. Because typically, if I try to, it usually my skills put me forward, and usually that gets me grab or CC'd or worse. But I don't think our block break is that significant in some of our skills.
It's not about the block break specifically. I don't really care about that. Like, I don't notice that specifically. I was talking more about the time delay for the block regen.
The block debuff once your block breaks.
That's what I meant.
Yeah. I definitely agree with you guys there too, right? But I think it's, you have to ask yourself this. They initially only implemented that to give a boost in terms of 1v1 for classes that do not have a grab, right? But now, like you guys said, that the game has more damage, but let's say they revert this change. Do you guys think it would be completely fine for 1v1s for some classes that loses completely against 360 block classes?
Depends on the class.
Yeah, I guess
Well-
it depends on the class.
We unfortunately we only have one, but we do have a non-grab class here that would supposedly benefit from the debuff thing, right? Nusar on Archer. Like, Nusar, is the block recovery debuff thing like a key thing for 1v1s for you, or is it not noticeable? I mean, Archer's a little bit weird because it's range, so you're just kiting the whole time, I presume. But
Yeah,
like,
honestly, like if people didn't mention it, I probably would have forgotten it even existed. Because if you're gonna break someone's block, chances are you're gonna kill them within X amount of time after breaking it anyway.
Yeah, I think originally the block break was meant for classes that have zero counterplay against really strong block classes like Sork, the Bladers. They basically, if you were to fight on main gears, on Trials it's different, but on main gear, if you fight against a player that is remotely close in gear, but their gear is more optimized for block, you're just simply not breaking it. And they just sit and block forever, right? So like Sorks, Meiwas, DKs, they just can't break blocks. And I think the guard mechanic for block breaking and guard disable or guard regen disable was for those classes. But now because we have so much damage that it becomes it's kind of like overshadowed. Like the damage has overshadowed the point of using guard disable or guard breaking. But like you guys remember Suck Corsair, right? Like in main ball pushes, the Suck Corsair would just disable your guard, and that was like the king of the meta because a lot of main balls had Guardians, Valkyries, Warriors, right? They had to block, but with the Suck Corsair, you can't do that. So meta was shifting towards Suck Corsairs, but now Suck Corsairs aren't available. They got nerfed a tiny bit, and there's so much damage now that blocking is not really a feasible play, and it's more so movement and super armors and trading damage. So that's probably why the guard options or guard mechanics are they're overshadowed now, to be honest. Is how I see it.
Yeah. It's a little bit I don't know. Yeah, it's kind of weird. I never really liked the implementation, and then it came with and I know this is a lot of classes have been dealing with this or forms of this, but the block lock stuff, which I think is getting fixed. I don't know, Reezy, if you've messed with it on Kuno. I had a Sork tell me that it's fixed for them on Global Labs because they just got the update this week on Global Labs, so we can actually test it. But the block lock stuff, especially like on Kuno where I'm not intentionally blocking, I have to like press SE to use Shadow Stomp, and that millisecond of time where I pressed S, it'll count me as blocking and then put me in the pre-awakened block lock with my stamina draining, and I'm like, oh my god, what's happening? Block lock also
block
is
stun.
horrible thing.
It's really bad.
I don't know how to address it because I don't know if it's for sure going to be fixed. KR got the patch and Global Labs has it, and we don't have it yet.
It's a mechanic in fighting games actually, block stun, where you hit someone's block and they're just stuck in it for a little bit.
but it just doesn't make sense for this game.
Yeah, it's why transitioning that kind of mechanic into an MMO where there's lots of mobility, it makes it very difficult to balance that.
I mean, hasn't this been the game for a long while? I
Since
didn't
the
realize people
beginning,
were, Yeah, that's what I mean. So like, why is it getting fixed now? I didn't hear people newly complain.
No, because it on some classes it didn't used to block lock in the same way that it does now. So for example, most classes, I would say, not every class. I don't know if this is true for every class, but most classes, Kuno specifically, if I S blocked, it didn't put me in my actual block. So I would have forward guard while S blocking, but I could still use all my abilities or do anything I want. Now, if I S block even for a split second and someone ticks it with damage, it forces me into the Q block that starts draining my stamina and doesn't let me out of it unless I side dash to the left or the right.
Okay, that's more significant.
And it happens all the time, like not on purpose. So it's kind of, yeah. And I know a lot of classes have dealt with this too on like, I know Valks, you guys deal with block lock a lot too. That's an issue, and hopefully that's also addressed. But yeah, I don't know. Block lock, I kind of agree with Rez. Like, I just don't think it really works for this game.
Yeah.
But I get it in fighting
I think it
games.
made sense as like conceptually, right? Because this is I mean, I know it's not really, but I think I would find it difficult to argue that this game's combat is not based off of fighting games, like generally speaking. So like to implement that at the beginning makes sense, like sure, but whenever you start to look at it in practice, whenever like node wars come out and you see a lot of large scale fights and you have castle sieges, there's just so many opportunities for it to like really fuck people over. So like I don't know, maybe they thought originally like this makes sense for 1v1s, but doesn't make sense anymore. So definitely needs to be fixed. At least that's my opinion. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong.
Yeah, how does it work on Valk? Like, are you, if someone is hitting you, let's say someone starts just spamming abilities on your block when you're in block, like what are you able to do when that's happening, Larry? Can you describe that scenario?
You can do your iframe jump, but like for example, now I can't shield chase, which is my movement, just the normal dash. Used to be able to whenever your block was 0. Be able to shield chase and even like bring the block back up and stay frontal super armor, but you're taking damage from the front still. So you're basically just super armoring when your block's 0. And you just be able to regen it with super armors. But yeah, now you can't even dash if you get that debuff.
Yeah.
So you have to do super armor skills or heal in order to stay alive, pretty much. But you pretty much just die because you're not gonna be able to heal through the damage in the game that there is now.
I kind of wanted to get your guys' opinions. I know like the Zerkers are not super happy with it, but for other classes, from an assassin perspective or a non-grab class perspective, how do you guys feel about the overall grab changes that came with the rework? Do you think that it was better for the game, like increasing the cooldowns and making them not SA on attempt or fail, or do you feel like
I love it?
You love it?
I absolutely love it.
Why?
I absolutely love
I
it
like the
because
Go ahead, Yelo.
Go
What?
ahead. Oh, so a lot of the problems that some of these assassin classes have is you can't go for grabs in large scale or RBF because 1, unprotected. 2, if you go for it and you whiff, you're just gonna get clapped by some skill. So there was absolutely zero like benefit for you for going for a grab against like a caster or a ranger that's just sitting in the back line. So as a assassin class, you can actually go for grabs now. Like you'll be fully protected. When you land, you got to make sure you're casting like another skills because it's not a lingering super armor. So as you land, you cast like another super armor, iframe, whatever it is. It gives you a lot more playability to flank classes in the back line when you push Mabels. And I think that's great for the game because for like 3-4 years, casters has just been so dominant. So there's definitely a lot more options for assassin classes to go for grabs in large scale. Same with like any open field PvP is the same as well. So it's definitely a great change for us. That's how I see it. I go for grabs nonstop now.
Personally,
You're
just
not a
'cause
fan? Okay.
No, specifically the SA. I don't really mind the cooldown increase, but it feels like to me, giving grab super armor was like a solution to the problem that like there's just too much like AoE CC in the game, like too much mass AoE CC in the game. And like for me, I would rather they tune back AoEs than give grab super armor because I think there's some really ridiculous like things you can do that are not reactable, and then if grab is super, like they involve grab, and if grab is super armor, now they like cannot be punished anymore.
So what about the loss of protection on grab attempts for like strikers, mystics? How do you feel about that, Reezy?
You mean like on the attempt, like when they press the key, like
Yeah,
Berserker
right.
and everything?
Yeah.
I mean, in the case of like those classes, I guess Zerker specifically, I wish they would have gotten compensated somehow. Because like I know some Zerkers really did utilize like the essay attempt for the essay instead of the grab. Like the grab was nice, but the essay was like a core part of like what they were doing when they were doing it. I think some grabs are definitely designed to have super armor, but like certain ones that do aren't abusable in the way that like some of the faster ones are. Does that make sense?
Right. Yep.
Yeah.
Blader.
I haven't felt like. Yeah, I was gonna say I haven't felt like I've been grabbed by something ridiculous in a while now, so I've been pretty happy with it. I wanted to actually finish a comment on Ketsuro, which was I can break Warriors blocks in my exposure. Maybe it's an AP difference. I don't know, but Valks I can't do shit about. That's a side note. But yeah, no ridiculous grabs hitting me anymore. Wands I actually haven't even noticed.
Yeah.
I'm a fan.
I see. Carstellz? Oh, go ahead, Rez. You've been trying to talk. What's up?
No, I wanted to ask the three people specifically. I wanted to ask Divios and Ming what their thoughts on it, because for Zerkers and Strikers, it's just kind of a pretty hard nerf. And then after them, I wanted to ask Elyda about it, because lawn grab kind of in the spotlight more than ever now, seems like. So yeah, like Divios and Ming, like what are you guys? What do you guys think about the change?
I think, I mean, for me, I have my awaken grab, and now my awaken grab feels really good. Where before it just my awaken grab was literally just it was locked. It wasn't on my bar. I'm just never gonna use it. So, but the problem with it is it's a 25-second cooldown. So like I want to use the other one, but the other every time I go for the other one, it's just I always get that just the same thing that Ming linked, where I grab them, they are in my hands, and then I'm on the ground with them, and I'm like, okay, well. And yeah, I do think that they probably should do something, like if they're gonna. I don't know if they want SA attempts to be, or grab attempts to be SA, but like there has to be like kind of like either make it faster or something. I'm not sure, because yeah, like those grabs to start feeling really bad to use unless it's only 1v1, and even in some matchups 1v1, like. Dude, I have for the first like week. I just every time I saw Musa come in for Fire Crevice, I go to grab him. I'm on the ground. I'm dead. I'm okay. Why'd I do that? And it happened every time, man. You can't grab into that anymore. And
Yeah, I
it was
agree. I agree. Like it actually changed our matchup ratio drastically with that change. Like especially for classes that like we relied on the essay. Like I usually hate people spamming grabs, but just throwing out any grabs now it feels bad. Like
I think the cooldown is great. I don't like the. I think for like these like longer grabs, them being their attempts being non-protected is kind of meh.
yeah, like don't get me wrong, I think they needed it to be nerfed. Like nerf the cooldown, reduce the range. Like those rubber bands are kind of bullshit anyways, like reduce the range, but I just think that with how the essays are working recently, like even if you can precisely time a grab, you can't even say that's gonna work properly because, again, like I've been getting CC out of it when I'm not supposed to, and at this point, I'm just not even gonna bother like trying to, like unless I need to, I will. But if I don't need to, I won't. It's just how it is now, and a lot of Zerkers would agree with me.
Yeah, is it like for you, Ming, if they sped up this start animation, the attempt animation, would it improve things? Would that be enough, or you think it just needs super armor back?
I think that, well, for two of our grabs that we have now, so we have three now. The only one that's like really gutted in terms of is like used. It's rock smash. Like your fail animation is like a full second. You're just standing there a full second. You don't have any like fail save at all. So, I would say the other grabs are relatively fast. Like rooting, which is our whipping grab, and then Smackdown.
Yeah.
But what I'm complaining about is like the basically the frustration of the essay is what I think is a problem. Like maybe they can speed that part up. I wouldn't say like the animation, because right now if you fail rooting, you can instantly get out of it. If you fail e-grab, you can just get out too. You know, your fail animation isn't long at all. It's like quarter of a second, if at all. So it's really the registration.
So just trying to like reduce desync,
Yeah,
essentially.
essentially, yeah.
Yeah.
Elyda.
Hi.
Maybe give us like insta grapple or something. I think. I don't know.
Right. Elyda, why is lawn grab so busted? What's up with that?
You guys are cringe. It's not even busted anymore.
Long grab's not busted anymore? What? Explain.
No,
Let's hear your reason.
Okay, so
I've been told by multiple lawns that it's a
no. Okay, no. So if any class is moving, it's impossible to land. Like it's hard to aim now. Like you actually have to aim it to actually hit it. It's not a code anymore. So like if any class is moving around you, it's hard as fuck to hit.
Does anybody have that clip of UFC getting grabbed like a lawn from like
Who
the
was
lawns in
it?
like literally
Okay, no,
the
that
stratosphere?
flying one, that was him just having bad internet. I was talking to Sonaring about it. He said he just landed and grabbed him.
I love that the argument is that lawn grab is bad because you have to aim now.
It's not bad, but it's not fucking busted. It's the same thing as Sage, no?
In Node Wars, I'm actually able to dodge lawn grab pretty
I'm not
consistently now.
gonna grab like a group of fucking 5 people in a Node War. Like what?
It is like Awaken Sage grab now, though.
All right.
Yeah, like what? Okay, why are you guys complaining?
Use that.
They did. So I was told by a lawn that they reduced the AOE on it fairly significantly. Still a bit AOE, but not nearly as much as it was before. But it is still ranged, and fuck range grabs.
Yeah, but if it's the same thing as Hash, same thing as Sage, like same.
Yeah, but I hate it on those classes too.
Okay, then why are you guys complaining a lot?
No.
To me,
Hold
part
on,
of the
hold on.
risk associated with grabs should be that you have to be melee to use them. I fucking hate range grabs.
It's all right. So the grab cone got nerfed, but it's still like a funnel, and it is not identical to Sage or Hash because it has a left and right area, almost like a T, that it can still grab you in. It's just like the space between the end of the T on the right and the left, down to like the starting point, has like a gap where it can't grab you. But it definitely is still a wider range than Sage and Hash, and both Sage and Hash have a longer cooldown than the lawn grab. So it's not the exact same.
Yes, chat. Posted a picture.
Like, do you guys actually feel like you've had the same response of like, no, fuck you, I'm grabbing you? Like with lawn, I have not felt that way anymore. Because I used to have that. I don't
But the
feel
thing
like
is,
that
if
anymore.
I grab you now, like you're basically just standing still. Like essay, like I'm not gonna grab you while you're moving. Like if I'm like seeing a Musa just running around me, I'm not gonna grab that because that's fucking stupid.
I've seen so many of them try, and
Honestly,
each and every
I
time
think-
I actually get them.
No, it's because before
I
this
think-
rework, they could
Okay.
grab.
Yeah, before it was literally like 180 degrees.
I think the progression for lawn is actually better now in the current meta because I think the playstyle for the old lawn reboot was you just super armor, you grab, right? Like that's their only play.
Yeah.
But now they actually have like the rest of their kit is actually pretty strong. They can actually go for like CCs that are not grabs.
Is it?
And
I feel like
that
it's-
allows them. Huh?
I feel like Sacred Dance was. I feel like I rely on grab way more than it before. I feel like Eradication is not that good as CC.
I don't know,
Like
it feels like
we're basically just bent on fear or fear or grab.
Even in your
top three.
montage clip that you had, you didn't use a grab at that clip, and you CC
Well, yeah,
like
that's
8
large
people.
That's like large skill.
Yeah, that's what I mean though.
Oh,
Like
you're talking about
that, the strengths of like it's not just large scale alone. It's like the strength of the class as a whole is you don't have to rely on your grabs to try to get plays, right? Whereas before,
1v1s you
if
do.
you see a lawn, you kind of
This picture you pulled up is really good.
yeah.
Well, in 1v1s, I mean, people
Like-
are actually focusing on you, so that's understandable.
Yeah, 1v1 is different though. But
Like,
when you
in a
compare
large scale
it to-
large scale, it's
It's
large scale.
a
Yeah, large
vacuum
scale,
of
no one's
everything.
paying attention
Oh,
to you.
sorry,
You can
I
dive
thought you
in
were
and do
talking about
whatever.
ones.
Yeah.
It's a
Because in
lime
ones,
it's a lime
you have
green in this photo. The wide grab right here, that's this V, is the green one. I don't know. Divios doesn't have any respect for people who struggle with colors in this image.
It's not mine, man.
The widest line is old lawn grab.
Yeah.
The red is the new lawn grab,
Where
and
did
the
you put the video?
yellow, which is the skinniest version,
It's in the guest
is
chat in the
sage
Discord.
grab.
It's not a video, it's a image.
It's just a photo.
Rip the
Didn't you say
colorblind
the-
people. Feels bad.
Didn't you say the long grab was more like a T though, not a
No,
cone?
see,
so like
I-
if
yeah.
it's the optimal range.
That's
right?
what I'm wondering, if Divios in this test, there's this space up here to the left and to the right of the red that it still kind of lands. Actually, maybe it's this space that I didn't think landed, but now it does, actually. I thought it was more like this. When we were testing it, it was kind of a T, and this space didn't seem grabbable, but I guess you're saying it is from your test? Or Zethian's test?
Yeah, it was that when Zeth tested it, he sat there and grabbed for like 25-30 minutes.
That sounds fun. he
For
was playing
science,
lawn
man.
at
For
peak.
science.
He was playing lawn at peak performance.
It's for
Yep.
science.
Yeah, so the grab's still pretty wild, but it also has a shorter cooldown than Sage and Hash, which is and Corsair, by the way, has a shorter cooldown than Corsair's grab. And they said that the cooldown was based on the power of the grab. So in some world, the lawn grab is weaker than Corsair, Sage, and Hash grab. That's
buff it
why.
again.
That's why the cooldown is lower.
Why is a range grab that?
Pretty
Also,
funny though,
cone
looking at the
focused
old grab.
anyways?
It does look
This-
so funny looking at the old grab AoE.
Yeah.
I might be alone in this, because keep in mind, I am a gearlet. I am the least geared person in this voice chat right now. But lawns are doing pretty insane damage as well. It's not like they're struggling in the damage.
Yeah, but
Because
the thing about
Tailspin Vice goes
wait.
off instantly
Oh
now.
no! The thing about it is like there's still like an animation to it, but you can't. It's harder to trade. It's not harder, but like it's still kind of. It's more difficult to trade into like mooses because you get to turn your Tailspin Vice and half of it doesn't go off if they go behind you, or half the damage doesn't register if they go behind you. So
All right, well
it's
that's
slower to come out.
to be fair, that's a pretty poor example since Moose is literally dominating.
Okay, then so if you try to SA trade like Kuno maybe, like they still, by the time the Tailspin Vice comes out, they can iframe. Like if they see the first part of it, they can iframe the second part of it.
So you're not trading. I got you. It's not like a trade class, a damage trade class.
It's basically a trade cost now, but it's like an average one. Like it's not. It doesn't compare to like DK, Sork, Suck Ninja, like all that shit.
Yeah.
Wait, Reza, what's gear? I might be the least gear, to be honest.
Oh no, I'm
No.
625, my guy.
Yeah, I mean, you have way more gear than Rezlar. Rezlar is playing a totally different game than like Rezlar. If Rezlar had to duel a trial, he probably wouldn't be able to kill a trial character.
Yeah.
I'm close.
You should be able. What?
Everyone's a trade class right now anyway.
It's an
so-
exaggeration.
No, that's not because of my gear, Yellow. That's because I'm bad at this game.
Well, yeah.
No, I'm just a gearlet. I'm a casual player. I've been playing since launch, but I'm very, very casual. I basically just go to Node Wars and do nothing else. So I'm not I don't play this game as seriously as a lot of other people do. So
yeah, I don't know. For me, I mean, I definitely appreciate the grab cooldown increases. I understand what Zerker's going through and Striker with the pre-awaken grab. Like maybe they should be sped up so it's not as harsh. I know you guys rely on that a lot more. You don't have as many quick catches that a lot of other classes have. But
well, the good news
even
is
still,
with Zerker, now you just Titan blow them from range and you just kill them that way. It's really easy. You don't even have to go grab them.
the overall frustration with grabs though does seem like it's tapered off a little bit. Like people aren't like, it was the only thing. It felt like you just every fight you go into, you're just, I'm grabbed, and I went into a fight and I got grabbed, and I got grabbed immediately, and then he missed the grab, but he grabbed me again because the next one is really short cooldown, and that's not really the thing anymore, which is nice.
I think it's nice not having to
Do
worry
you think
about
a good
the grabs as much.
You think a good balance for Zerkers is if they have multiple grabs, maybe have one grab that is like well protected, but longer cooldown or less, utility with it, and the other grabs are less cooldown, shorter cooldown, a bit more risky, but faster, like different tiers of grabs, so that they don't have to rely on one grab all the time. They have different options, and if they have their one grab that's like, let's say, you know, a longer cooldown, they don't use it as often, but they use it in like scenarios that they really need it in, and the scenarios where they can throw like a more risky grab, but it's unsafe. You know, it's just like a different option. Maybe you think that might be a better change, Ming, or what do you think?
Yeah, like other classes sort of have something like that, right? Like where your pre-awaken or your awakening grab, one of them is not protected and then the other one is protected. Like we had something like that with awakening or rooting, like a 45-second cooldown was not protected, but it was fast. But it was like I would say it was our third most effective grab. So yeah, I would agree something like that would definitely help. It's just I'm not sure if it's fair to ask for like full essay on Rock Smash when I guess the whole point is so that, you know, that grab is kind of gutted, like the fail animation just doesn't work. If they add, you know, essay back or reduce the cooldown, I think that kind of defeats the purpose. So maybe they could add the essay back for our faster grabs. That would make more sense because that has less lingering time. So it's harder for people to punish that. And if they do, then, you know, like if they time it properly, then they're rewarded. So that could be an idea for our faster grabs, like E-grab or rooting.
Yeah. Makes sense.
My favorite thing is that even post grab nerfs, I still get to hear daily about how busted grabs are from Mooses and Maywas that are one skilling me.
All right.
Very fun.
Look, let me.
who?
I want to give the Musa, the only poor Musa is being singled out here, a chance to give his opinion. Let's pretend. Don't count Musa in this, Carstellz, but from your perspective, let's pretend Musa either got nerfed or is balanced or whatever. Outside of Musa, what other class do you feel like is kind of surprisingly strong that you were like, oh shit, I didn't think this was gonna be this good, but it's kind of nuts?
I think Zerk is pretty strong. I think it's like a really, really good main ball class. It's super fast, has great AoE CCs. I think May was strong actually. Awake May. I've been seeing a lot of Awake May was do a lot of damage. Not so much to the same caliber as Musa, but they can definitely blow people up pretty much instantly. From what I've been fighting, I've seen some people messing around on like Suck Lon with the play style of like flying in, spin, fly out again. But as far as like fragging wise, I think the same classes that have been fragging are still fragging. Like Suck Ranger is ridiculous. I think Archer is very strong. But a lot of the people I've seen on Archer, like Shoju from my guild, have been doing really well on Archer even before the changes, and now it's even better. But I don't really see anything that was like not fragging at all.
Right.
Like make a huge like gap change as far as like their scoreboard goes. But
so before, I mean, for a while, like while you were in your disenfranchised state with Musa, pre-reworks, pre-Global Lab reworks and all that, you were playing a lot of Succession Hash. How does Suck Hash feel in the current state of the game? Have you done any group PvP with it or large scale at all?
Yeah, so when we got the free Caffrey extract, I actually switched all my gear to DR because I just wanted to play both specs and see how much damage I could do.
Okay.
I pretty much just, in Node Wars, I play for myself and just kill players. So I wanted to try out DR, like full human damage. And I don't know. I think Suck Hash, it feels the same to me. I still kill people in like 3 abilities. Press spacebar, Owl's Dominion, and then Descent.
Yeah.
I know a lot of people stopped playing it. Don't really know why. I see a lot of people complaining about it. I'm not sure why. It still does a lot of damage for me. I've still been playing it. I've taken it to like 3 Node Wars, and then I think I've taken my Musa to like 4 or 5 now.
Have you tried Awakening at all?
I have not. No, I've not tried Awakening. It's mainly because I have my Pen Black Stars on my main hand. So
right. You're kind of
missing a lot of AP.
Kind of stuck on that. Yeah, Awakening. I mean, Suck Hash still seems like it would be great. Like, I mean, it still has the bomber aspect of it, and people didn't become significantly more tanky. So, like,
yeah,
I was telling a lot of people, I know a lot of suck hashes that were like, right when they read the Awaken hash changes, they're like, dude, I'm coming over to Awaken hash. And I'm like, look, the damage changes are wild, but it's still not going to instant bomb the way Descent does. So it's different. It's like a different style. So I think if you just hop into a node war on Awaken hash thinking like, yeah, Serpent's Coil feels a lot better, it's not, you're going to be like, well, what's happening? But if you had a Pendandy or a whatever, like Kafra Step and you had the same bracket, you'd give it a try?
Oh, for sure. I've wanted to try that and actually Mystic. I want to try Mystic on Awake, but I just don't think I have the gear to perform with Awake. I think because of how it's designed, like it's a bit slower skill-wise, like getting its burst off. I think I need more gear. I'm only at the C13s. But it looks like a really fun class. Like I love the visuals on the class. It moves really well.
Yeah.
But I'm just still playing Suck. And I think, pretty sure Inflict is still playing it. Like I watch him stream it all the time. He's still liking Suck Hash.
Carstellz, I have a question for you.
Yeah.
Because I have a guildie of mine who is a lifetime Musa main, and he quit the game because he was kind of like, I think like a lot of Musas was feeling kind of upset with the state of Musa for the longest time. Came back for the reworks, is now, I think enjoying the damage, but also is concerned that they're gonna nerf the damage, and his argument is that they haven't given Musa anything other than raw damage
Damage. That's
keep
pretty
the
true,
class strong. And so what he's saying is that like, yeah, sure, it's strong now, and then they're gonna nerf the damage, and Musa is gonna be back to garbage because the reboot hasn't given them any tools to like deal with any of the problems that they were like having. Do you think that that's like true? Are you concerned about that? Like, how do you nerf Musa in a way that doesn't make that a reality?
I think they have to touch damage, being honest with you. Either like on the class or overall in the game. Like do something to reduce damage in the game across all the classes, because like being real with you, everything that got reworked is doing a lot of damage.
Not only that, the AoE
really
sizes too.
Yeah.
That's what I was gonna say. What makes Musa different than Mewa right now? Because Mewa seems more balanced.
Yeah, because like let's say like
they have smaller cones, right?
Yeah, like let's go ahead and say you want to change Musa.
Preemptive things.
Musa also has a protected slow and attack speed and movement slow, right?
Musa?
How about Mewa stop attacking the Musa? Let Carstellz finish his point.
I was just mentioning we were just talking about shit that they should perform better with. That's all.
Yeah.
Damn.
I was just saying, like, if their goal is to
crazy.
like quote unquote balance the class, right, and you want to have like a good class spread and get all the flavor of the month 10 mil Marnie fuel rerolers off of it. I don't know. I think you have to touch the damage in some way. What I was thinking is that what I want to see is like you have to think on the class. Like you actually have to use your brain, like look for different things to do. And I think a good way of doing that is removing the CC from Fiery Crevice. And so what this does is it's going to force the player to choose one of two play styles. So you either still take core Bond Fiery Crevice, right? But now that only gives you an extra SA damage ability. It's no longer going to CC. I think it should also probably reduce the AoE a little bit because you don't have to aim the skill. You just press the button. It's got really large AoE, and then reduce the PvP damage. But I wanted to nerf it in a way it doesn't affect the PvE. Hopefully.
Right.
What if they gave you a preemptive, useless skill that you just have to throw out? That's what Maywo's situation is.
I don't think so.
No.
No, I don't think that's Maywo's situation at all.
Really? I think that is heavily.
Are you talking about pedal drill?
I consider pedal drill like without like the extension to it is not that good damage. What are you talking about?
Because I still use pedal drill to bound. That's why I think it's not a preemptive thing.
I mean, I'm not even talking about powder drill. I'm talking about Ice Fang. The first hit of it is not much damage, and also it pushes you forward and can easily get you CC'd. Like I think Maywo's
It's just a
entire
positioning issue, though. That's
but that's the point. He says that Musa
he's trying to
literally
argue that there
you
needs
go.
to be risk. There needs to be some kind of risk when he goes for that kind
Yeah,
of play.
yeah,
Right?
so
Right now, Musa's, they dive in, they have no risk, and then
they can immediately do their high damage skill and kill someone. I'm saying Maywa literally needs to do some type of preemptive skill that does not actually hurt someone in order to actually use some damage.
They have
You
to
disagree with
commit.
that?
They have to commit. risk themselves getting grabbed or SA traded to oblivion. Mooses just go in, burst, disengage, and they take like maybe one hit of ticks in terms of damage.
Yeah. Do you agree or disagree, Ketsuro?
Yeah, at that point I think I agree, but I still used both hits of Ice Fang. I think if they just spread Musa damage out properly and also lowered it at the same time while I don't know, doing any other buff or not buffs, changes, I think it would be a more balanced class like Mewa.
Well, so I agree. You need to use both hits of Ice Fang, but that's the problem. The first hit doesn't do that much. The second hit is the one that actually hurts them. So like it's enough time for someone that has any brain to react. Moose go into crevice and then run away.
Right.
Crevice below the belt.
Yeah, and to address what you said, Reslar, and I think Carstellz, you agree, but I think there's a point, there's a balance somewhere in there. It's like, yeah, if you nerf the damage down too much, for sure, they're going to be useless. Like, they're not going to be good because their playstyle relies on damage. But I think that you can reduce the damage a tiny bit and see how it feels, and it can still be scary and still be a threat without being like, oh yeah, we wipe 5-10 people because Fiery landed and it was no risk.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
But what I was saying with it for the Fiery thing, so if you remove the KD from Fire Crevice, right, no longer CCs, then it opens up probably two big options that people will look at. So you still take Core Fiery, and it's just SA damage. And then the other good option is, well, now if I want to CC people in my fully protected engage, combo, and disengage, I have to take Core Below the Belt. So if you take Core Below the Belt, which will be a protected CC, you're going to lose a very strong ability, which will potentially be unsafe, right? You can get punished now if you press Fire Crevice, if you take Core Below the Belt. So making that kind of change, it's going to reduce the damage. Well, it should reduce the damage overall. If you also like maybe look into two other skills, I think probably two other SAs should be reduced, either between like backflow, one step back, or below the belt. I think you probably tweak one of those as well, so that if you are going in, you have to probably use like 4 skills all the time, and or CC your opponent. So like most likely with that kind of change, the players that are going to take Core Fiery just for SA damage are going to be your really geared players that are just trying to go in and kill people standing up, right? And then your lower geared players, they're going to have to take Core Below the Belt because they're going to have to CC people to get like down attack modifiers, keep them CC to do more damage, right? And then opens up more your kit. So you're going to have to CC people different ways. So you're going to have to explore their options. You're going to have to like shift Q more. Maybe you have to catch people with something else, like use your projections for engage to stiff people and then follow up. It allows you, like, you're going to have to think more to do stuff. You can't just hold R&B, full super armor, use 5 skills that are full super armor, and then run away in full super armor, right? While still having like a safe CC.
Another bit that I think a lot of mooses aren't even doing yet, but so Multi's like 4 days on Moose or 5 days or something. He's been playing it for like a week. He tagged it and he's actually enjoying it. And he was like, after a few days, he's like, dude, every time I see Frontal Guard, I go Fiery Crevice and mouse move behind, and it's just like free CC. Because you can mouse move Fiery Crevice like really, really well. And he's like, so if he sees FG, like that's it. Just mouse move Fiery and you're CC, because the AoE range on it is so huge. You only have to get behind that 90-degree plane. Or just break it. Yeah, true.
Yeah.
I don't know. Yeah, it's interesting. I feel bad for Mooses because they had so long in like, man, this class sucks, and now it's like they're just getting the hate, and it sucks.
Yeah, like it's fun, man. But I just know like I'm having a great time. Obviously, like it's fun, it's strong, but is it balanced? It's not balanced. Like it is not fun to play against. Like how I'm playing this class, like if I see a Ranger player or like anyone else, like it's got to feel bad for them. You can just run into them and kill them with like 1 or 2 buttons, and there's absolutely nothing they can do. Like they have to try to chip you down as you're running at like bullet speed right at their face, right? Yeah. Even in the balls of players, like there can be a whole ball of 30, 40 players. You can come into them so fast and instantly kill multiple people without even like thinking about anything.
Yeah, maybe they can,
because you have no way of getting CC'd. Like you're not going to get CC'd. They either kill you with raw damage before you come in, or they kill you as you're in there.
Have you messed around on Suck Musa at all since it's come live?
I have not. No, I'm not a fan of Suck Musa.
Yeah. Yeah, it's hard to get Suck Musa opinions because they're like, you know,
don't exist.
They don't exist.
Isn't Ajo Suck Musa from your guild?
Yeah, he does play it, but I think he's more playing Awake, just because, you know, Awake Musa is pretty good. But he does play it. He's also one of the people that he was on full evasion. He rolled off the DR with me because he didn't like how Evasion was feeling.
Yeah, I wanted to ask kind of everyone in the room two over like general questions. I'll get to the gear thing second, but were any of you guys expecting casters to right away be more prominent? And how do you feel the caster balance is right now in terms of large scale, and even like with Reezy and Yelo, your perspectives on how casters are in AOA for like 3v3, 2v2 stuff?
I think they're
They're
balanced.
still king. I still think they're king in the meta.
I think
Too
their
much utility.
overall, their utility keeps them alive, but like they have no fun because, well, Awakened mages have no fun. Suck mage still has a place and still can like do all its stuff, but like Awakened mages, every time I see them, they just instantly evaporate because there's just too much damage. By the time they use their 1 TP, they cast their first skill and they're dead. I just don't really see them ever do anything more than that. But
They're
Succession
like a team
has-
player now, right?
Yeah,
Purely
Yeah.
utility. You're not gonna see them dive into like a couple people.
not bombing,
They'll evaporate.
Yeah, so
Thought Awakening
Yelo,
was
hi, Yelo, can you elaborate on why you feel like they're king for like AOA stuff?
It's utility. Like AOA is team play and coordination, and if you dive bomb, you're gonna get grabbed, you're gonna get counterplayed. You're fighting against like really skilled players, right? That can actually focus on you. Whereas large scale, it's a lot harder to focus on one wizard teleporting from a position that you're not looking at. But in AOA, you're constantly looking at your opponent, and you have teammates that can help and peel for you and stuff like that. So I think the suck casters are still really strong. I played against Belly's team with Flannels and Kit, and I can easily say that Suck Witch is still like a top 5 AOA class.
Yeah.
We haven't seen it yet, but I actually think Suck Wizard is going to be really cracked in AOA now as well, because Suck Witch is kind of dominated out of the two casters. But Suck Wizard with the new Super Armor Bound Bolide as range, like they just constantly range poke and they kite. They don't play in close quarter anymore. Whereas Suck Witch, they use Voltaic Pulse, and that's like Super Armor Bound and evasion debuff. But I think for Suck Wizard, you kite, you poke and you kite, and you poke with Prime Lightning, you poke with Fireball that flows into the Bolide, and you just constantly poke, and it's really difficult for you to chase that kind of playstyle, especially if you build a team around that can also help peel and kite for you, like a Valkyrie or something. It's really strong.
Yeah, I
And Rangers is fucking cracked.
Caster
Rangers
gives you
is
a way
nuts.
to kind of win without class buffs. In an airway, it's really strong. Kind of what Yelo said. They stall out the match really hard. I generally think like it's something you can fit onto a lot of team comps, and it just generally makes them better. You're not really throwing it on something and making it worse.
Slows, heals, range.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it has everything.
What about for
What you
large
need.
scale stuff, Siege and Node
Speed-
Wars?
Not
Speed
fraggers
spell is
anymore.
Such a
Aura
strong
buffs,
fucking
yeah,
ability.
yeah.
Not fraggers
Something
anymore,
that people
Basc?
might.
They're not fraggers anymore. You'll notice on like the front pages of every guild that's like relevant, they are not there anymore.
Yep.
They are all like very low death, very high deaths, and kind of miserable. They're all very unhappy.
Yeah, I think like last night in the war on Navarne Steppe, there was 2 or maybe 3 on the front page, and all 3 of them were like the bottom of the front page.
Yeah.
On caster?
Yeah.
On caster, yeah.
Yeah,
they're
see, in
miserable.
my
Nusar
guild-
targets them really hard.
Yeah, because in my guild, Deceiver, I don't know, Deceiver and a couple other mages, they're actually really liking it. They switched their playstyle from like TP bombing into just the full range kit. So they take like the Frigid
Right.
Fog control and
Yeah, poke,
I mean, that's
range
kinda
poke.
what you
So
have to do
strong.
yeah,
if you
and
burn your
Deceiver, he's
TP,
still
you're
top
dead.
fragging. Like that guy's top fragging every single
Okay, maybe
time.
it's the
Top
playstyle then.
It's
history.
really good. It's
Yeah.
really good. Suck Wizard is really good at range poking right now.
Especially
with
if
the
you
new
have like a
Bolide.
team. Like if you have a team and you can stay alive, I mean, you still have all your utility, all your heals. If you have a lot of AP, a lot of gear, I mean, the
You don't
range
risk.
damage is crazy.
Yeah, you don't put yourself in risk by teleporting in. You
It's-
just poke
it's
them.
really
They
strong.
make
It's
them
hard to get
chase
near.
you. Yeah.
You're a ranger that deals less damage but has utility.
Part of the issue with Awakening, I feel like, is the classes doesn't have an identity outside of TP bombing. And it's like, why would you just not be a Musa if you don't if you want to bomb, you know?
Right.
And it's too easy to catch, right? It doesn't have that much mobility. So like you cast like one heal, you're getting hit by like some range skill. So it's pretty
Yeah.
rough for them.
I think we still need heals though. Everybody just gets deleted. I think maybe that's where Valks might start to shine more because we can put
Protected
out those
heals.
protected heals.
and it's still percentage based, but
Yes, sir.
Yeah, it's why Suckcaster's better at healing, because you can just cast heal, then you go into Earth Response, just 3-second super armor. You can literally just heal, kite a little bit, heal, Earth Response. It just keeps yourself well protected while doing range pokes. So definitely Suckcaster will probably see a lot more play in large scale than the Awakenings.
The other thing I wanted to find out from you guys is, so after the reworks, during the reworks, everyone was like, evasion is dead, and then they did the passive changes and people were like, oh, evasion's back, and now like half the community feels like evasion is dead, the other half is like the evasion's still here, and they gave us this Caphras event where we can just yoink all of our stuff out and swap to DR or swap to evasion. Did any of you guys make the switch, and what are your guys' feelings on like how good is evasion or DR?
Divios, since you're the king of evasion. What do you think, Divios?
I mean, the same way I felt I liked my evasion on my Sage before the patch is the same reason I like it on my Striker now. It's not the same thing, but like, previously, right, like a lot against most classes, when I'm wearing my Sissel and I have all my buffs up, if I'm not gonna die from one person catching me, it's just never gonna. It doesn't happen for most classes. But now most can kill me. But what I love on just like on my Sage last patch, most people could kill me in a combo, but it makes my SA trades way better. Like I win SA trades against most classes in most situations because I'm tanky and like that my new skill heals me, and like I'm like you just like taking a full SA trade against that it's really hard, and just like on my Sage, it just like it makes those SA trades better. It's not for surviving combos. Though my DP build honestly doesn't feel much different. My actual full DP build feels almost as tanky, but all like the hybrid stuff doesn't feel tanky at all. It's just for trading.
Do you?
I agree.
Yeah. Do you feel like there's a place for DR on some of these classes, or do you think people should be going evasion?
I still think evasion's better, but I think you can be DR. Like there's a striker in my guild. He's definitely like half a squishy or less than me with the same gear score, but he can still play it, and it's not bad now that it actually has damaged the scales. The problem before with DR on striker wasn't the fact that it wasn't good or playable. It was just the fact that your damage from 285 to 305 in Awakening felt the exact same, other than like one skill. So I'm like, why would I? What's the point? Where now it scales really well and does a lot of damage. Honestly, it does crazy damage, but it's really good.
Yeah, Larry, you gonna go evasion on your Valk?
Never.
Yeah, I don't know. Like, what about like Carstellz? You were already evasion, but you said you swapped to DR, even though you just got the all evasion passive. Why'd you swap?
I actually didn't want to see an all evasion passive on Musa.
Yeah.
Because I feel like it would have to have been like really significant. Because I was already playing Hash, which had a better evasion scaling, and I still died in just like 2 hits, like 2 skills.
Yeah.
For the most part. But I think for the average player, I think evasion is a lot worse nowadays. Just because there's so much damage. The reboots gave us more damage on everything, and it's so easy to itemize for accuracy to counter evasion. Whereas you lose a lot more, I feel, building defensively, trying to be tanky, going like his Sissels or his Centaurs. Like I have Hashes in my guild that stopped playing, and they were like people using like Centaurs and Sissels on their Hashes, and they don't really use it anymore, and they like rolled off a few of them because they just die and they don't like it.
The hybrid builds are not the play right now.
Yeah.
I think it's like full AP with like maybe a little bit of hybrid, or full DP. I don't think like Sissel Centaur, other than like 1v1 sometimes, it feels useless. But like wearing my like full AP with Sissel feels good. Or like if you have if your class has an evasion offhand, just that evasion offhand is good. You haven't lost too much if you're geared.
Mm-hmm.
Yellow, I know.
You still do good damage.
I know you made the switch, or I heard you were thinking about making the switch, or maybe you already have. What are your thoughts for like the Assassins and Rizu too for Ninja Kuno going DR or evasion these days?
Yelo, you want to go first?
Sure. I was actually thinking of going DR. I'd actually talked to a couple ninjas about the DR build, Migs and Run Up, Suck Ninja from Corrupt, and wanted to see their input on human damage on DR builds. And like for their player styles like dive bombing and constant moving, it's strong, right? But I don't really dive bomb all the time. I skirmish a lot. So I think evasion is probably still a more overall better build. But if you're a ninja that just likes to do montages and stuff, then definitely the glass cannon DR build is the way to go. But I'm sticking with evasion. I was actually planning to stop the DR, but I'm definitely sticking on evasion.
Freezy?
For Kuno, I think it's a little complex. I like DR more on Awakening, and I think evasion has a place on Succession. Part of the reason for that is Moonstorm scales really, really hard with accuracy and just human damage. And again, like I said, the goal with Awakening Kuno is to be able to kill with DB, Halo, Moonstorm Spin. Like your gameplay just really, really scales if you get that to go off and actually get kills off of it. With Succession, you have a lot more like burst trade potential, and there are like combos you can set up with Succession where you can get a little bit more like accuracy, like just being able to buff Stomp, just doing a lot of like chip damage and stuff beforehand. So I don't know, like I think there's a place for evasion on Suck, but I would still like lean DR for me personally, just because I like the ability to be able to kill anybody.
Yeah,
I don't.
That's kind of how I am. I'm just like, if I get caught, I'll die. It's fine. As long as if I catch someone, I can kill them, I'll be all right.
Well, it's like with Suck and Kuno, with Suck and Awakening Kuno, we kind of generally have the tools to play our way out of most given situations. So I don't really feel the need to like be forced into taking trades.
Right.
I feel like I have the choice to do what I want.
Flannels, are you back? I see you in the voice. I think you're back.
Yes, sir. What's up?
Is there any place for evasion on Awaken Ranger? Let's say if you play exclusively Awaken Ranger, is an evasion build, does that work for that class at all?
Unironically, yeah, like hybrid isn't a bad option. There's an EU Ranger that runs evasion, and it's not bad. It is more that like, you build hybrid. Do I think it's good? No, but is it possible? Yes.
Yeah, you still prefer DR. I mean, Suck is obviously no question, right?
I think DR is just too much freedom with what you want to do.
Were you with Suck Ranger getting damage buffs? Because Suck Ranger was already pretty good damage, but now you guys have a little bit less split damage. You guys have back attacks. They also just buffed a couple skills, like Tearing Arrow now has special attacks. Are you able to drop the human damage and still feel like your damage is good to try to get a little bit more survivability, or are you just sticking with human damage, or do you even use human damage?
I don't use human damage currently, but I guess the thought process is like every other range class, right? If you're in Node War Siege, you're a ranger, right? You're gonna get caught no matter what your gems are, you're gonna die. You might as well run full human damage, like, oh, I'm gonna kill them before they kill me kind of thing, and play around your ball, hide, use them as cover, right?
What about, yeah, go ahead.
With the thing about Suck Ranger getting damage, I'm torn on it because the AP scaling on it felt horrible. Like for example, Trial v Trial on Suck Ranger, granted as hard as it hits, Trial v Trial Suck Ranger, it really can't even kill me. Like I'm another ranger, I'm squishy. If they get a CC, they can't kill me in a combo most of the time. But it has amazing AP scaling, and that's why I'm like torn, because on the lower end it wasn't a threat at all. It was pretty insignificant, but on the higher end it was blowing people up. It was really scary.
Right. Nusar, do you feel, is it a little bit different on Awaken or on Archer, since you guys do have a little bit more elusiveness when you get gap closed on? Or like, do you run human damage, or do you think it's better to run normal crystals?
I run human damage at the moment. Yeah, that elusiveness you speak of is a reason why I dropped the Hooms. It's like, I don't need too much survivability. It's if I get dove on and I get blown up, then usually it just chalks up to my poor positioning. You can always position better as an archer. So I just went for the full, gas, like light them up.
Yeah.
Kind of deal.
What about in 1v1? Do you think that it changed? Like if we had crystal presets and you could just swap at will, would you be using the human damage in 1v1 as well in like BA?
Probably against another archer, but with how much damage we have right now and how much pressure we can put on blocks, I would probably still run the human damage.
Yeah, I wish we had crystal swaps, by the way.
Same.
So badly.
Yeah, that'd be awesome.
That would be a nifty feature.
I really wanted to try full human damage with the rework to see how much damage can I actually do if I do some freak shit. Full human striker.
What about on Musa, Carstellz, with you now that you're playing DR, are you human damage or are you just normal crystals like Hooms and stuff?
Yeah, I went full human damage. But I did drop the Kobe's and I put in the special evasion crystals.
Yeah.
But I mean, I used to think, because I haven't played DR in so long, like I thought, like, wow, my evasion's squishy. I'm sure like DR can't be that much worse, but like when you're DR with human damage, it is way worse.
Yeah,
you just blow up. So I was right there with Yelo when he was explaining that. That's like exactly my take on it. Like I think you play DR on a lot of classes, especially with human damage, if you just have a play style where you're just trying to kill players, like you're just dive bombing, like montaging. I think that's really, besides like shield classes, that can like do a lot with it, I think. That's probably the only.
Am I the only weirdo? Am I the only
trying to skirmish do anything else? I think evasion's better for sure.
Am I the only weirdo running DR and like running HP and Hooms and the HP weird. Cups and all that stuff?
That's actually a pretty good build though for like Zerker or like Valkyrie.
Yeah.
It's actually
really
really
strong.
nice.
And on HP.
Yeah, Narc,
especially
Narc
with
HP
Cap,
build.
like Cap Siege, I'm at like 8.5. Pushing like 9k usually.
I'd say that's pretty standard for DR. Is the HP stack?
It's really strong. HP stack is really strong in this meta.
I've tried it. It wasn't that awful. It's just like I miss pulling people up quicker.
Yeah, maybe I.
Depends on the class and playstyle, right? Like if you're a block class, I think HP build or HP stacking is much better than glass cannon.
I just hate dying in spin spree. That's like my only thing. It's like I'm okay with dying when I get CC'd. I just can't stand dying when I'm in spin spree, which is why I'm like, because like if I go to like in Node War on Kuno right now, I'm like 7.5k HP with the Node War buff and like all my buffs and villain stuff. So like I can actually like get off a full spin. If I see Divios riding on his horse and getting off all slow, I could CC him and actually do the full combo while his team is hitting me and not die. But
my team,
yeah,
my team was nowhere around me. I was by myself.
Well, someone was hitting me. All right, you still went down, and it felt good.
Yeah, your allies maybe. Yeah.
It was my first kill on Divios in Node War and on an Awakened Kuno in like 2 years. It felt amazing. It was the greatest thing that's ever happened.
I was flying in to try to stop repairs or something. I can't remember. Something like that.
Yeah, you were griefing. You rode your horse literally to their barricade and then dismounted.
Yeah.
With like a whole guild there. I guess that's a striker thing. You could just do that. I don't know.
Don't question it. Don't question it.
I was like, what is happening? I'm like, all right, their base is about all of my movement abilities away. Now I can dismount my horse safely over here. Yeah, it was kind of funny. Yeah, so you prefer the skirmish style, Yelo. So you actually do want the bit of tankiness with evasion.
Yeah.
Is your damage against evasion classes better with the hard aim change? I know some people look at it at face value and are like, our accuracy is worse because they lowered the hard aiming accuracy.
Personally, for Ninja, I think the 2.5% accuracy is like completely irrelevant because if you look at it with the comparison of your entire, like all your accuracy together, it's only like 10, 11 accuracy. It's really not that much. But what you gain is like 10% ult evasion. And what we had back then was melee evasion. So against casters and range classes and magic classes, we evaporate. So having a little bit more evasion against those classes from like range poking is a lot better because we don't just take like 2 skills from range and just die. So that's why for large scale, I swapped my magic DP to melee DP, and having high melee evasion really helps out against the melee classes. So definitely a lot better to SA trade in that scenario, as opposed to worrying about range classes and getting poked a little bit.
What about your single target damage with prime hard aiming?
I evaporate any target that if I grab, they're dead.
Right.
Doesn't matter who it is. I also run like an accuracy offhand, so I kind of just pop hard aiming and yeah, I kind of just evaporate. And this is without ebuff. If it's with ebuff, then like
you just do any skill. Yeah.
yeah, ebuff I kill any target standing, like it doesn't matter. But on the ground with hard aiming, I can kill I have a pretty strong combo now for like 430, 420 DP evasion players, so I think I have a pretty good idea on how much damage I can do. Actually, I might have to test damage on you again, Divios, because we haven't done that in a while since the AOA, but probably ask you to test some damage sometime.
How are slows in game? Like they added the slow cap. Do you guys notice it being better, the same, worse?
I feel like I'm never slowed as great.
I don't notice slows.
I don't notice it as much. I get slowed, but it's like I can still play, it seems.
Yep.
Like it's not like ridiculous.
I like playing.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. Well, it is kind of interesting because like 50% slow is still pretty brutal, but it seems like, I don't know if it's just because the meta has changed and it's damage trading, but it seems like there's not as many slows being thrown out. It might just be because of fewer casters.
Casters.
It's not just 50%. It's 50%, and then if you have like a movement speed buff, it's now 20% minus that, and it's still the 50% is the cap. Beforehand, if you had a 20% movement speed,
right,
it would essentially go over the cap. So it's actually way more significant of a nerf to slows.
Yeah. Yeah,
that's good, man. Thank
There's a second G buff, man.
The what?
That's a
the block jump
evasion-
clip, right? Yeah.
That's an evasion cap striker right there.
All right, let's
T3 attack speed add-ons, super good.
Was that your DP set, or was that just your regular set?
That was Thistle Centaur.
Okay.
Going back on like evasion versus DR, I just think that it's still the same old saying where basically if you're not geared, right, at least like 700 plus, pretty much just go DR, and especially if you don't play an evasion class, right? Same thing Yelo said, right? If it changes based on your playstyle.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree with Ketsuro. I realized that I don't have the gear to actually even try it, so I was like, I like blowing people up, so why not stay?
Yeah, exactly, right? You pretty much only go evasion if you want to be a little bit more tankier for trading, and you're willing to sacrifice a lot of AP and accuracy.
Yeah.
I think that depends on gear levels, how much you're sacrificing.
Yeah, that can be true, but I think no matter what, only hard cap, like hard cap would be somewhere like 309 with Sissels, I think, right? Or 301. Yeah, pretty much something like that, right?
Yeah.
So at that point, you're still sacrificing, let's say, I don't know. I personally wouldn't run 330, but I think you're sacrificing a lot of accuracy that you can trade for human damage or vice versa, whatever.
My main problem with like worrying about accuracy right now is that there is like 4 evasion players per guild that I actually have any amount that they don't still instantly die.
Yeah, exactly.
That's the main problem with me for building accuracy right now. It's like I could, but everyone's DR human damage.
Yeah, that's a route I thought about too. That's why I'm gonna go accuracy, but swap the accuracy for human damage as an evasion build for more damage.
It's kind of like a weird spot where I'm like, like I could get some accuracy, but
Yeah, but like it's those guys are the ones that are most annoying that you want to kill personally. Like
Yeah.
I can't
it's always
stand
like
someone can't die.
strikers. It's like strikers, mystics, and like hash. So like, it's like, do I really care about fighting one striker, mystic, or a hash? Not really.
Yeah, I agree with you there, especially since like I don't know, I'm just a male, right? I think I like to use the term like I know my place, right? So if I see someone like that, right, I'll let my guildies do with it, right? He can fight 5 other people, but I'll focus the other people that I can kill.
Yeah, I take full responsibility of the evasion players we have to fight for our guild. We're good.
I just say accuracy buff my allies and let them deal with it. There you go.
I'm Bridget. If I see someone that's really, really tanky, I just want to damage test them.
I know.
You're one of those.
Yeah, dude, I'm the same way.
Dude, there's so many people, man. When I
SAK
walk in,
check.
when I walk in DA, bro, I have to like put on full DP because 8 people come over to try to test their damage on me.
It's the only reason in Node Wars I waste time on Shies is just to see if I can kill it. You know, it's like I don't even care if it dies. It's not that important. I'm just like, can I? I'm gonna stay here and fight it for a while.
DP Shies dies so much faster now. It's crazy.
It's bad a little bit.
They just don't sit. They can't sit anymore. They just gotta skateboard around.
My DP build feels almost the exact same as it did before the patch, apart from Rangers. Everyone else, I feel like I'm just as tanky as I was before when my DP build.
All you gotta do to kill a Shy is ping it for the Archer.
But that's a problem with Shy. Shy is like, I mean, Shy has never been that tanky. It has really bad base stats and almost nothing in terms of like buffs. So
Yeah.
it's like it's just the fact that it can't build anything else really. So it's just it just has HP.
So they announced that at the end of January they were going to release the Arena of Solaire in Global Labs. My question for you guys, and I kind of want to, let's just go down the list. We'll start at the top with Basc. A, are you interested in ranked arenas? And B, what are you kind of hoping they are in terms of the format and what kind of gear you use, etc.? So Basc, if you could start.
I would try it out for a little bit, but unless it's like a 10v10, I'm probably not that interested personally. I would hope that they have a good payout, so like PvP is incentivized. That's the most I can really think about it, because like if it's less than 10v10, it's a lot of like team coordinating and things that I imagine someone would be better off having a grab class on, and I just don't feel very inclined towards that, honestly.
Carstellz?
I think for the Arena Solaire, I think it's gonna be a really good addition to the game. I've been wanting that for like a really long time. I do hope maybe there's like ranked either seasonal or like some kind of monthly reward kind of thing, and maybe also it's like good money worth your time to do. But
like RBF good money.
Yeah, I don't know. I was reading the RBF. Like I remember when the G Lab dropped, and we were like, oh, they buffed RBF, and I was so excited. I'm like, wow, I'm finally gonna make money like doing RBF or something. And they buffed it by like 4 mil. But I think the metal change was pretty cool, so maybe that's overlooked, because essentially they almost reduce the cost in half for buying like a human damage crystal, right? So I guess if you're like one of those guys that sits in RBF for hours, then you'll make some more money. But
they also
I really just wish like at this point in the game, like what, 5 years in, we could do something PvP wise like all the time on the side for fun, and also make like a decent amount of money doing it, you know? That's what I've always really wanted.
Yeah. What were you gonna say, Basc?
I said they also doubled the price. Like the RBF crystals are more expensive now.
Right. I
Yeah,
just
that's
wonder,
true, yeah.
is their price going to hold up at that high amount? Because if they're easier to get, it makes me wonder.
If people keep breaking them right now, no. Right now, crystals, I mean, shouldn't really have much high value, right? Because everyone can abuse the 10 mil tags and just
Yeah.
always have your crystals. So
Apparently there's a lot of orders though on some of these, and they're all sold out. Most of them. Divios, what are you hoping for the Arena of Solaire, and what gear format do you think it'll be?
I'm super excited for it. I hope it's not just a giant flat open area like the current AoE map. I think the old AoE map was 100 times better designed, and I hope they do something where it's just not just flat open field, because that just it's just
Solaire is
really...
the Altanova arena, right?
That's what they said it would be based on. I don't know if it's going to be exactly.
With all the pillars area with like
a
4
big version
pillars.
of that
I
with
think that's
pillars.
what it is.
Oh my god, please no.
That's what I've heard, man.
That's awful.
It's so small in
But
there.
then for gear, I think it should be capped, but you should be able to you should have a pick of whatever crystals you want. I really do not think it should be capped like Siege and Node Wars, because those caps make almost every stat in the game irrelevant and every buff and debuff in the game irrelevant. And I think that like stuff like that are really important to like how classes work. I don't know if they should have like hybrid stuff or whatever, but I think at least you should be able to choose your crystals, and your add-ons should matter and stuff like that. Where like on like none of that matters when you're doing a cap siege other than HP.
Right. Flannels?
Yeah, I'm excited. That's like the one place, small scale. My class actually has a place, and it's really sick. Pretty much for the system. Adding on to what Divio said, I agree. Like the idea, like I guess some of the stats, like the AP, DP, the DR, and the evasion. I think that's fine if they were to copy paste that. But if they just made it so your add-ons, like class passives and crystals exceed over the cap, so you can actually have some diversity.
Right.
I think that'd be cool because it's like, especially with the passive thing in the game, like a lot of people got passives, right? And it's like there's things like I got 6 AP. I like it, it's nice, but what's that going to help me? The cap siege, those kind of systems, that is literally a useless passive. And I look, people have these percentage
I get
ones.
HP. Yeah.
People have like these percentage ones, like
Yep.
10% crit damage on DK, or like people have
That was
attack
nuts.
speed, stuff like that. Like they have these insane passives that are just disregarded by the caps completely. And I don't know. It's I hope they definitely do it right and they let us play around with our stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I do think like buffs and like being good at keeping up your buffs and debuffs on people, I think is so important, and like such a big part of the game. That I just like whenever I do cap siege, I'm like, man, like I don't need DP debuffs. I don't need any of this stuff because it doesn't do anything. Everyone's like, it only does stuff against people that are like barely over cap, and so it's like, what's the point? It's just
Rebuff crit at least.
Yeah, the only thing you do is you get crit damage, down attack damage, and a HP. But like every other AP buff, DP buff, evasion buff, debuffs, all that stuff just doesn't matter. Which is pretty sad.
Ketsuro?
I think, let's say they balance it, right? Let's say they balance it to whatever cap they have. I think it should be cap as well. I would be excited to see something like a 10v10, 3v3, and a 1v1, all three of them, right? So I think you would obviously have your different placements for your 3v3, 1v1s, and 10v10s, right? But I think 1v1 should have at least a global 1v1 ranking, like Yelo ranking, or ranks, let's say, right? But I think there should also be another section of 1v1 where it's 1v1 for classes only. So let's say Meiwa, right? I should be able to fight another Meiwa and see my rank against that other Meiwa in that specific 1v1 scenario, right? And anyone can sign up, and that applies for every class. I think that would be a cool feature.
I think that's pretty huge for the system in general. That's actually something I forgot about.
Yeah, if they do it right,
Class
they'll,
specific,
they'll,
yeah.
they'll bring back a lot of veteran players that were focused solely on PvP that don't like large scale. I'm pretty sure.
Larry, you're feeling on the
I
arenas?
agree with Ketsuro. Pretty much everything he said was what I wanted to say.
Yeah. Ming?
Yeah, no, I agree with like what Divios and Flannels said. The add-ons are definitely obsolete for cap stuff, but I'm just hoping that the arena is actually spacious so that there's. I mean, part of me was honestly scared that they would make it like the BA small arena 2.0 or whatever. I don't know what the Altanova arena is.
It's bad. It's basically that BA arena you just described, but it also has pillars in it.
Yeah, I mean, if it's too small, it's gonna be quite hard to play around a lot of my kit. But it's like, I just want the arena to be good. I am excited about it. Finally, a ranked ladder. And yeah, that's pretty much it. Like, I just want to see what the cap is though. Like 630 is what I heard, but I heard that they're gonna also like up it as the game progresses, which I guess it's okay.
Ashy?
I mean, I'm excited for them introducing it. I don't like the sound of that map though. I
mean,
I think it'll be a lot of fun, but they need to maybe allow for a little bit more flexibility on that map.
You don't like avoid lightning covering half the map?
No, I don't like that idea. No.
Yeah, the way they described, I mean, there might be multiple maps. Yeah, they were just saying the way they described it, there might be multiple maps, but I don't know if they necessarily said it was going to be exactly that arena or based on that arena's design. So I am not too sure how big it'll be, but I imagine they know it can't be like the King of the Hill thing. But then again, who knows? I don't know. Maybe they don't know that. I mean, they have the arena, they have the AOA, and that's what people do tournaments in. So it's kind of obvious that it'd have to be something at least like kind of big. I don't know. Nusar, you gonna be participating on your Archer?
Yeah, I agree pretty much with especially what Ketsuro said. But I'm just extremely excited that no matter what the team limit is, like 10v10, 3v3, 4v4, to be able to have an Archer-only team in my guild.
Reezy, let me throw you the question to you this way: do you prefer it to be like based on your own gear with a cap, or do you think trials would make more sense?
I don't know. I think there's an argument for both. Kind of like to what others have said. You know, managing your specific build for the way that you want is nice, but having a template also solves some other issues. Kind of the last thing I want is gear caps to allow people to start being cringe and running Manos next, because I feel like those ruin 1v1s like a lot.
Yeah. Resist
so
is
that
my
would be-
concern too.
That would be my hope. And then a little bit about the ladder. Personally, I'm hoping for 2v2s and 3v3s. 1v1s are cool and all, and I've definitely, like, I really enjoy that. The only thing I'm worried about is if they introduce too many ladders and you start taking the queue pool and splitting it to the point where you end up with like 30-minute queue times. So I would hope that whatever they decide to do, they take queue time into account. And talking about queue limitations, there's definitely a discussion to be had about, like, do you allow Awakening and Succession classes to queue together? Are those separate classes?
Right.
Do you allow same class on the same team regardless? Like 3 archers, for example? I mean, are they willing to change it? And then in regards to the map, part of the reason why I think, you know, everyone's talking about spaciousness and Divios talking about the old map is the AOA map right now is garbage. It is so bad. It has not kept up with the mobility people have received in the game compared to when it was made. And like the matches that you see in AOA right now are a direct result of that. Like the meta right now is literally due to how small the AOA map is and the distance you can cover within it. So I would hope that the map is like reflective of what current classes can do in Arena of Solaire.
Yeah. Do you think it needs objects, or do you think it should be wide open?
It needs objects. No,
Okay.
it needs objects.
Rez?
We're just talking about if we're excited for Arena Solaire and how we feel about the caps, yes?
Yeah. What kind of gear should it be?
So, I mean, I'm excited for Arena Solaire. Anything that's more PvP, I'm super excited for. I mean, I'm literally doing the new RBF right now. As far as the caps are concerned, I mean, my position on things like caps and content has been pretty consistent. I think it should be like an option, but not mandatory. In a perfect world, you have different queues for different things. As far as how it should be capped, honestly, I think having preset gear, but having like different presets so that people can kind of take the preset that's best for their class would be the best way of going. I know that's the least likely way that they would do it because this is Pearl Abyss we're talking about, but that would be the best way to do it, in my opinion, is you just have several different presets for all kinds of different like classes that have specific gear types they like to use.
Yeah. Yelo?
I would play the hell out of it. I've been waiting for a ranked arena for like so long now. It's actually ridiculous how long it takes. They definitely need to address a lot of issues. With rank system in general, it needs a lot of polishing for people to enjoy it. So I think one of them is definitely a map that is not heavily bugged with mouse movement, because I know a lot of Zerkers struggle with mouse movement in AOA.
Mm-hmm.
They definitely need a new map. The current map is just so buggy. Like there's a lot of areas where if you use certain teleport skills, you'll just end up underneath the map. They need to have a proper spectator function as well, because honestly, watching Arena of Arsha and suddenly your camera's just in the sky is just your viewer is just gonna close the stream. Okay, they're just gonna straight up close the stream. This is just so annoying. So definitely good spectator mode. If you're dead, you should also be able to spectate. Like you should not use that garbage observer mode. In terms of the trials and cap system, I definitely agree with Reezy on where if people have the ability to customize gear, people are going to start running like resist stacking stuff, and that's just going to destroy PvP again. So I think it's better to have specific PvP gear for the arena that everybody could use, and it's equally balanced throughout all classes. And like some, gear changes, customization, stuff like that. Definitely add-ons always play a good they play a big role in it as well. In terms of, I think there was another thing that Reezy mentioned about the queue systems. Queue systems is a really big concern too, because you don't want to queue for 30 minutes. You just don't want to play the game at that point.
Right.
If you have to wait for like 30 minutes, if you're like top end ranking. A really great way to solve that is another game did this where they would have seasonal elos. So like 3-month season, you queue up for ranked arena, and then it's like a month break or a couple week break or something like that, and then you queue up for season again in terms of the ranked arena. But I think for BDO, we could probably do like one season for 1v1, another season for 3v3. That way people can like comfortably play both, and there could like pretty much be always queue times, but I don't know how they would do that. But maybe that could be an idea. But yeah, I definitely would play it. I think it would be fun. You'll definitely see a lot of the old veteran PvP players coming back to play as well.
Yeah, can I add something to the queue time?
Yeah.
I mean, they can just it wouldn't entirely fix it, but it would definitely, like help the issue of 30-minute queue times, is that you could just have the options of queuing both for 10v10, 3v3, and 1v1s at the exact same time. Let's say if you were going solo, right? And whatever match it finds, it'll prioritize you into that match. Same thing with having ranked and casual
At
fights.
that point, you're advocating for random teams too.
Yeah, I don't think it's too bad of an idea to have randoms, but I think because most games do that, right? Because let's say CS:GO, for example, right? You can solo queue into a 5v5, right? But I think, let's say if you're 3-3 and you have a preset 3-3 team already, I think it should queue you up with another team that has a preset 3-3 team to kind of balance it, because those three that you're queuing up with, you have the most experience with those players.
The problem though is, even let's say there was no 1v1 or 10v10 queue, with the 3v3 thing you're talking about, it requires such a large player base to be queuing up. Otherwise, like, I don't know how the queue times would be short. If, let's say if they just did like league ranking system, someone's like Grandmaster 3v3 team and they're queuing up and they can only match up against other Grandmaster 3v3 teams, like, how long is that queue going to be?
Dota 2 has a really good queue system. The way they do it.
If I get stuck in losers queue like I am in League,
Shut
I'll be there forever.
What are you say, yeah?
Dota 2 has a really good queue system for their ranked system. Is if you party of 5, if you queue as a party of 5, the opposing team can queue as solo and jump into that. They can queue as 2, and they can queue as 3. If you queue as 3, you can actually go into a team and play against a team of 5. At least you'll maybe have like a team of 2, or 2 solo players beside it in your team. So I think in BDO, if we're doing 3v3, if you queue by yourself, you might queue up with a team of 2, and 1 player plus 2 teammates is better than 3 solo players against like a full stack of 3. So I think that's a good way to help mitigation of like super experienced pre-made teams in terms of 3v3, because queue times, if you queue like Grandmaster, like in terms of ranking against another team of 3 Grandmasters, you're not going to find a queue. Like if like the top 5 teams are not playing at the same time, you will most likely not get a queue. So I think there has to be a way for leniency to queue up against pre-made squads, but at the same time not feel so behind in terms of just like ranking and skill. And I think that's okay.
Do they need?
I mean, they can also just queue it up where it's like you can fight against anyone at any given time, but like the amount of like MMR you get per win is just progressively worse if it's against people that have nothing.
Yeah. That's the other thing too, is like just based on like player base and how many people are going to be queuing, do you have an unranked version or is it always ranked? Because there is like a little bit of there should be both, but would they be completely separate? Or would your Elo kind of be throwing you into matches against people that are probably ranked as well?
I just make it always ranked because as long as it's getting reset regularly, it's fine. Like maybe you just.
I agree. I don't really see the point in unranked.
Yeah.
Hey, some people have ladder anxiety, man. That thing, it's real. All right, they like get to a certain rank and they're like, I don't want to lose my rank. I'm gonna stop queuing up.
Well, then they don't benefit from the rewards of continuing on.
Yeah.
I think at that point you kind of just RBF.
Yeah.
You just RBF. True. True.
Yo, any of you guys mentioned how like attack speed and movement speed is still like useless in AoA? Like also like you don't have the Vel buffs or any of that? Like I would have food buffs in that.
Food
Please.
outstone should be standard.
Yeah.
Actually, instead of a food buff, I think what they should do is how Global Labs does it, where they have a tome that you could use like a book that gives you all the stats that you need, and you can just have it on
HP.
permanently.
Yeah, like a tome of Solaire or something. Yeah.
I think that's way better than having to manually pop Alk Stones and like HP. Like everything should just like you don't have to buy anything. I think that's just silly. It needs to be polished because people forget to have
Buddha
pots.
Lucas.
And then you have to reset the match because like one guy didn't have pots. Like you know what I mean? Like that's just unnecessary. It just
If we're
for tournament
talking-
time as well.
You're just talking strictly for the arena thing, right?
Yeah, the arena on like
Yeah, yeah.
whatever characters that they decide
100%
to do.
agree.
Because like Arena of Arshal locks out your buffs, so you can't pop anything. So you might as well just give them a book that gives you all the stats that you need.
And for some
whatever.
classes, their combos are affected by that. What
By
seems like a
speed,
small
exactly.
attack speed, but it's actually significant.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
yeah, they can't optimize some of their like they can't weave in some air attacks when they typically could in open world. Blah blah blah. You know that kind of shit.
Yeah, the buffs are. I mean, the Oxstones make such a big difference too. So yeah, it'd be. I don't know. Some classes combos feel pretty awful if you don't have 5 attack speed and the 5% attack speed buff.
Oh yeah.
Or like Tamer with the move speed.
Or just
Having
having
it
the worst move speed ever.
open. What about a pick ban phase for class?
Oh my
No,
god!
please.
Wait, what did you say?
In the seasonal tournament? No, that's so awful.
I was saying a
this
pick
is not.
ban
This is not a
phase.
MOBA. This is not a MOBA, dude.
Yeah, I mean, like people usually they only one trick. Let's be real.
I
Most
remember-
people typically one trick. So
I remember McHands was in a tournament for the 3v3, and he literally got banned 3 rounds. He
Yeah.
didn't even get to play in one
Yeah.
game.
Yeah.
And I was just like, what's the point of this system if one player just gets completely locked out? Like, it's the right play because he's very skilled and stuff, but that's just ridiculous. Why would you even do that in the first place? Just
Yeah.
make
They
it
did it in the
3v3.
last seasonal tourney. Stupid there too.
All
it
right.
just made no
I'm
sense to do that.
gonna defend it in that seasonal tournament, just in the regards of the spectator being able to see every matchup was kind of fun. Because that one was a pick ban phase where you weren't banned for all 3 matches.
Yeah,
like,
you
so
can
got
get
to see
more than once.
Yeah, so you
Yeah.
got to see
More
different
matches.
combinations. But yeah, it was bad. It's bad for
think-
like the competitor for sure.
The problem with that one was the fact that because they did that, they had a 3v3 that was 3v3 all the way up until the semis and finals, and the semis
Yeah,
and
the
finals
finals
there
was
was
literally
never a 3v3 match.
It literally didn't represent the rest of the tourney or what anybody was practiced for. Like they sprang it on us like the last week. Is dumb. It was like way back in the day when Kakao was still publishing. They had the seasonal tourney back then, and I was doing that with Memo Moores and Amora, and they were allowing the BSR in that tourney. And I remember we brought it up to them, and they were like, "Well, it's like CS:GO, you know. You just like you eco around, and then you buy an op, you know, like."
That comparison, what?
That was I still have the email. That is a line they used.
god. You can
Oh my
eco and buy an off next round? That's
Yeah. So we gave General Morris 200%. We bought him an op.
Bro, eco round in BDO. That's the first I've heard that. That's hilarious.
That's my new when we just go in and instantly die. That's my new thing. It's like, I was like, that's fine. That was just an eco round.
That's my eco round. So
Well,
good.
that's actually pretty great.
Similarly themed, what do you guys feel about like kind of rules or regulations on class buffs? Because not all class buffs are the same. You guys have opinions on how class buffs should work in this arena? Let's just say for 3v3 since it's a safe bet.
They should all be allowed. They should all be allowed, but if certain class buffs are way too powerful, it should have like specific it should be slightly weaker to balance it towards scaling in the arena. Like if you're like, let's say the old Zerker Q buff, if you were to scale it for the Arena of Arsha, maybe not have as many KDs or like not a spammable KD, but like it gives them the same functionality. I think certain Q buffs, when we get to the strength of like top level play and people start abusing certain things, it'll become too powerful. So there has to be some form of scaling, I think, for the E buffs, because some E buffs are just obviously way more powerful than others.
I think a big thing is just making it once per match you can use your rebuff.
Once per like Q. You mean like once per, like if it's a best of 3, you can only use it one time in those 3 matches.
Yeah, because
that's pretty
if
good.
you think about it, your e-buff, like the idea behind it is this is like your trump card, right? This is I'm gonna use this and get a round out of it.
So what do you do
Being
for
able
Nova?
to get that multiple times.
What do you do for Nova, you said?
And yeah, what do you do about like Sage, where they have reset?
I mean, they've shown before they have
Fishy
the
does all the
ability to
time,
make
I
very specific abilities under very specific circumstances. Elvia skill, pointing that one out.
Yeah.
There's no reason to say they couldn't make a skill specifically for Solaire.
What if it was a catch-up mechanic? Like, let's say, for example, you start off, no one's allowed to use e-buffs, but if let's say every time you queue up for a 3v3, it's a best of 5. So first to 3 wins, and then you're out. If your team is down 0-2, it lets you use your e-buff for just that one round as the 0-2 player, or the 0-2 team.
I personally don't like catch-up mechanics. I think it breeds like very cheesy playstyle. That's just me personally, because I think if the
there's
person
strategies
put
you can
effort-
build around it too.
Yeah, exactly. You know what I mean? But the way I see it is like, if your player is skilled and he comes back with like just basic default settings, I think that's way more impressive in the long run, and it works. It makes you work harder for that, in my opinion. Whereas if you know you have a catch-up mechanic, then you just wait until that. You know what I mean? And it doesn't
especially
really...
when you're in the context of a ranked situation. Like you should be able, if you're at this rank and you're competing for this rank or a higher rank, you should be able to perform. And if you can't, well, you get downgraded. It is what it is.
Right.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that. If you guys remember the Grand Prix horse race that they came out with a couple months ago or so, right? You guys remember that they have a catch-up mechanic for last place losers, right?
Yep.
I will literally just AFK in the spawn for 20 seconds and be able to rank 1 at the end of the race. It just made me not want to play that playstyle. I hated that because no matter how hard I tried in the first minute and a half, it doesn't matter because last place is going to catch up.
Yeah, if you're first, your horse goes like a snail's pace, and if you're last, your horse is a speed demon. It's like
Freaking Mario Kart, dude.
I don't know. I'm personally a fan of the buffs once a match type thing.
Yeah.
The class buffs are definitely like seemingly designed around large scale, being 30 seconds. Like that's insane.
Yeah. I do think that, and they do vary a lot. I mean, like, even like for me, just like for strikers, my awakening one gives me evasion, DR, attack speed, and I can run at people in SA for 30 seconds. And in Suck, it gives me 20 DR and 5% attack speed. Or it was the same DR and 5% attack speed because the AP does nothing. So it's just like, well, like
I think
my
the other
Suck buff just doesn't exist.
The other absolute big thing that I would want to have in Arena is take out locking out Vs with knockdowns and knockbacks and stiffs. Completely remove that.
Yeah.
You should be able to VIA in every single situation.
That should be a game thing in general, though.
Yeah.
Yes, exactly. You should not be able to get your V locked out at all. And I think another option that they need to do with the Vs is the moment you press V, all damage is like done. Like you should not be dying in your V. I also think that's terrible that dots, they travel through Vs as well. So if you're dotted and your fairy pod doesn't go off before your V and you like pop your V, you can actually just straight up die in your V, that's also a really bad mechanic in my opinion. So I think they also need to buff V so that it's a lot more playable in group play.
So they made the V sniff change. Is there still like pets track, right? So pets are still a problem with pinging.
Yeah, so the audio cheese is gone.
It still has sound though.
I'm not sure many of you know this, but fun
You still have
fact.
the targeting as well, V targeting.
There's a targeting bug, but
The
there's also still sound.
Yeah.
It's just way quieter.
I just remembered something that's going to be busted for that, specifically on this V-sniffing kind of business. Archer's new skill, Marked Bloom, it marks people and reveals stealth, but it also reveals, for some reason, the white dot of the player on the minimap while they're in V.
No.
While they're
Are
in
you
V?
serious?
I'm dead ass right now.
No.
That's actually
my
so sick.
God. There's always
my
something,
God.
dude. There's always something.
That is an instant nerf. Holy
Yeah.
crap.
But like when you V right now, it still shows like you still have sound of where they're going for the first like second and a half, 2 seconds of their V. And just
Well-
after that, then you lose the sound.
Now PA's gonna nerf your damage and that skill. Good job.
That's crazy. Oh my God.
I'm all in favor of balance.
And that's on your Shift F, right? Like it just applies it now?
I know
Doesn't
the SQ, the new skill.
Oh, doesn't it also? I thought it also applied it to Shift F and Pre-Awakening.
The reveal does. I'm not sure about the V. The V
Oh,
thing.
okay.
But maybe.
Got you.
Yeah, that sounds pretty strong.
And you use SQ in combo anyway, so it's not
Really
really going out of your way to do it.
Yeah, all that would happen is just you get XCC, then Archer SQs them, and then they V, and they're dead.
You ignore every target and just
They
chase
still
so
just
easily.
need to make V. V should still just be iframe on stand up. You should be visible, but you should be iframe on stand up. Because
You should also be able to move like
That
right
would
away
that would
after
at least
command V.
reset the scenario so that they have
Yeah,
a fair
it's-
shot. Yeah.
Yeah,
That's-
you should not be like coming out of V and dying like that. I think that's also dumb.
Yeah,
It's not
'cause
really a
like-
second chance.
That's cool,
Well,
right?
don't-
Sound is one thing, right? But like, there's like a bunch of classes and a bunch of different things that can happen to where you come out of V and you're just screwed anyway. There's
Yeah,
nothing-
like you get a spot main
You're completely
named after
dead.
you.
Yeah, like a half
from
second
the tournament.
iframe linger.
That poor spot, dude. Poor Nayashi.
So I think Blade and Soul's
got me too.
trinket system is actually pretty good. It's not like a invisible iframe. Every class has like a specific trinket that they could use, like tab escape. And I think Bido could have that as well, where it's not like completely invisible in iframe, and you can track it, but you don't like take damage or anything. And it's a skill you can actually use to get out of
Yeah,
CCs.
you just like break the combo.
Yeah, you just break the combo and you just get out, and I think that's much safer. BDO, I know they try to follow the lore with like the Black Spirit kind of thing, which makes sense, but it's not good for like PvP type play. It's not a good system. It's too buggy, I think.
Yeah, I think V should just be like it should either not be a thing or it should just be a reset. You should like it.
Yeah.
It just doesn't make sense because like there's certain classes and certain things are just they can't do it. Like certain classes are too slow. They can't chase a V. Other ones can. And other ones are better, different. Like it's just. I think it makes it's a big because it's such an important part of the fights now. It's like if you get someone's V and you catch them, that's like a free win. You just like.
Pretty much. And then because of the AoE size on the map, there's really only like 2 given spots at any point in time in 3v3 that are actually safe. If you guess wrong, you're dead.
Yep.
Yeah, this is why I almost wish they had the I wish they went. You know how before we would extend it by letting go of the keyboard. Like I kind of wish that full long extension was the V, like the default V. So you actually could get some distance, and if someone's gonna chase you around for that long, and let your team actually like put in work, then then they're actually sacrificing a lot. But I don't know. It's like so
I think it should
short
give you
right
the
now.
option. I think it should give you the option to mix it up, like if you want to choose the extended V or the short V, because there's some fights where you want to get out of V as soon as possible to help your team,
Yeah.
and then there's some Vs you just want to disengage and reset the fight. So giving the option is great because it also mixes up your opponent on how long they want to chase or did they want to help a teammate. So adds a little bit of layer of skill there too, I think.
Yeah.
I like that.
Yeah, I think whatever they do with it, there definitely needs to be something done because it's just. 'Cause
It's too
like, there's-
oppressive, yeah.
Yeah, because it's just like 3v3 fights. I mean, obviously with the V sound thing, it was even easier. But now you still, if you have a fast class, like classes like Suck Ninja, or any DK Archer, anything like that, it's just you don't get the V. If you V, you're dead. And before the sound, as long as if people were listening, the only classes that you couldn't listen to was when there's a tamer because the
Highlight
pet is
is
the loudest
fun.
thing in the universe.
Yeah,
But-
same with hatches. If they have their tornadoes out,
Yeah.
they can't hear Vs either because it sounds exactly like a V, their tornado.
Yeah. So like other than situations like that, every other situation is just you get one CC, they V, you know where the guy's V'ing, he comes out of V, he's standing there for 3 seconds doing nothing, he dies.
Funniest thing too is when he knows he's gonna get caught, so he gambles for the wall damage absorb.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the play, dude. The wall damage absorb.
So glitchy, man. AoE. Oh my goodness.
Maybe you stand up with full health like RBF too. Oh, so sick.
Oh god.
Yeah, by just
Yeah,
randomly.
that play worked for Hunter, man. Oh
Oh my
That was
god.
tragic.
Yeah, it's kind of weird because like with equalized gear or cap gear, like if you're a class that does kind of rely on evasion, you just don't really have that. Do you think, Divios, that if you're a DR striker, or like if it's trial gear, I mean, striker's still pretty tanky without like full evasion, right? Like, so it's not that big a deal, or do you feel like it's pretty detrimental?
I think it's pretty bad.
Yeah.
But I do think it's okay though, as long as I just don't like the problem is just like I think like the way they did like seasonal was good because a lot of people could go their human damage, they could go resist, they could go HP, they could go whatever they wanted for that, and you could counter it. Like because we basically we all had ignore KD, and I went full like HP and evasion crystals, and then Mac on his Torque he was full human damage with ignore KDs, and then Vert was I think he was probably a little bit of both, and it made it a lot more interesting than just, and obviously just like with the add-ons and stuff mattering. I just think like even just something as simple as crystals makes a lot more interesting.
Doesn't Guild Wars do that? They have like trial-based gear, and then they have like a shop with just like 50 crystals, that all PvP type crystals, and you can just customize however you want.
And obviously, like if they think certain crystals are too strong for that, they could make it could literally just be Arena Solaire crystals. They're just only like they're like weaker or stronger
Yeah.
versions of other crystals outside of there. Just like I do think like some part of customization
I
should
agree.
be
Yeah.
should be in because it like certain classes don't all play the same way. 'Cause
Yeah,
obviously they make like pre-rework, right? DK trial, dude, that thing literally wouldn't even move my health bar, man. It wouldn't even do like it'd do like 500 damage full combo on trials because the trials are too tanky for that.
That's mods too.
Yeah, like it's just like there's certain trials that just like they don't work at certain gear sets. So like, and I don't want to just like eliminate a class just because they chose because this gear set is just bad for them this month or whatever.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's
pretty
why I
much
was
you
saying,
need to
I
damage
think
test the templates.
that's the best way to do it, is to just have it be like templates that you can choose from, several different ones, which it sounds like that's what they did for that tournament. I'm not sure what tournament that is, in all honesty. Which one was that one that you're talking about, Divios?
That was a Tuvala tournament, so everyone was seasonal.
Oh, the
full
Tuvala tournament. That's
So
right.
you're
Okay.
Tuvala, and then you could have ignore crystals. You could have you could customize all your crystals and add-ons and stuff. I really enjoyed
Yeah.
how that like we're going trial striker was not like that was a stupid. It was so stupid. We kill each other
Bro,
in 1K.
we even tried to like counter your build at that time too. I think we calced
Yeah.
the evasion with the sealed earrings or whatever too, and we were like trying to
No,
counter it
well,
with.
I couldn't wear those in the tournament.
No. Well, you were still able to wear the ring though, right? Was it the ring
No,
or the belt?
No, I couldn't wear anything. I was wearing
Oh,
just full
okay.
Tuvala.
Okay, I got
wear,
you.
I could wear a Sula. That's what I could wear.
Oh, that's right. That's
It was
what
a
You
Sula.
said
It was a
You
Sula.
said a Sula, right?
I dropped like 15 AP for 3 DR.
Yeah.
yeah. That's
And
what I did.
I don't know. I think we assumed you were wearing. Two of you got. I think we assumed like someone was gonna have the ignore KD crystals, so we didn't even run Adas. I think
We all had
Combs.
ignore KD. 'Cause
Yeah.
our whole,
I mean,
our
they
whole
were. Yeah, they were
Yeah.
all. Adas were stupid in that tourney for sure.
Yeah, our whole strat was get like a spiral, then just drop clones and birds on them.
yeah.
Which can't, they never V, they just die.
And of course, you had the classic balance patch mid tourney that happens every tourney.
Yep.
Why does that happen? Oh my goodness! Why do they do that?
I was waiting for them to speed up like class reworks the day of finals of this guild tourney.
I hate to do this to everybody, but I have been asked to bring up the topic of shy.
Okay.
What's that?
Oh.
What's that?
I feel like this is
Do we
gonna
need
be.
one? Is that the thing that gives me buff sometimes?
Yeah, dude, it's that
Stolen
thing that
class?
rides around on a moped, dude.
All right. What about shies?
I mean, I guess just in general, like rework. Does anybody are people dying? Yelo, are you being killed by shies left and right? I mean, you're really the one at most danger here.
I have been threatened by 3 shies. 2 of them are in my guild, and one of them was just like some random one running by me while I was life skilling, and they were like, I watched your video, Yellow. You better watch yourself. And I'm like, okay, man. Okay.
Apparently, their PVE is actually quite a bit better post rework, from what I've heard. I don't know. I only know one Shy personally, and he's a pure life skiller. So
I don't
mean,
know,
I feel
man.
like if you pick Shot, you know what you're getting into when you pick the class, right? Like,
Well, after reworks, Shy's just down bad. Like, if you can get one shot by an archer of all classes, it's like with a full DP meme build, there really isn't much point to playing it in large scale.
I feel like all Shies do now is they just, Tony Hawk Pro Skater 5 and just overvelly or hide Orvelia. They don't really do anything else.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And they're pretty good at Olins.
They're
I saw
really good at
someone-
Olins.
I saw someone skating on a Node War one time. Literally just skated. Was at like 5% HP, surrounded by like 3 people, including myself. We're like, okay, we can kill this guy. Hops on a skateboard, flies away. Couldn't catch him. I burned all of my movement trying to catch that motherfucker. Couldn't catch him.
Yeah, I don't know. I
Yeah.
don't know what to say about Shies.
I mean that's one thing though is the class, like the class specific leaderboards will help that, right? Because they're still, even though they won't be the top in the leaderboards anywhere, there will be people that want to just be like the top Shy. So like there be people that go towards that. And the class leaderboard is what that's all about. And stuff like
Yeah.
that, where you just like the less popular classes being able to say you're the best of this class, even if you're way down on the list, just because your class isn't very good right now, or for Shy probably ever.
I'm
for stuff like that.
I'm wondering if over time the arenas finally make them kind of have a second look at some of the modifiers. Like, how many ranked arenas are we gonna have to see where a Sork ends up stuck in a 1v1 against a striker, or a DK or a witch or a wizard, and they can't kill him before they're like, maybe.
I mean, Sork can definitely kill me now. Like very,
I mean,
they,
it
can very
really-
they can definitely kill me.
it really just depends on what their philosophy is for the game. Like, does Arena coming out mean that they're going to take a more active approach toward balancing for 3v3, 1v1, 2v2, etc., or are we still going to be supposedly balancing around large scale and whatnot?
Yeah,
It's
well,
hard to do both.
you might be right, Divios. They can kill you at like high gear, but how does a trial Sork do against a trial Zerker or a
Again,
striker?
that's where like the stats come in. Like where are we at? What gear are we at?
Right.
What setups do we have? What crystals? Like that's where it comes down to it now. It's like
Yeah, I mean, let's say there is a ranked 1v1 arena, because I have Gragovich in chat keeps saying balancing for 1v1 is a bad idea, but I don't know why you can't make like minor adjustments to 1v1. Like, for example, I think the Twisted Collision change, like Twisted Collision on Mystic being a frontal guard float, doesn't really affect large scale that much. So why is that skill in particular bad to balance for 1v1, which is what they kind of did? Or do you guys think balancing for 1v1 should you even do it ever, or just forget 1v1s?
I don't know if that's skill specifically for Mystic, but for Striker, that's a lot of my catches in large scale.
Yeah,
It's basically that or Spiral.
I think if they do some kind of balancing, it's not so much balancing it for 1v1. They need to balance it, because it's like when you balance anything, it's chain reaction, right? You buff this one skill, and how does this skill affect the 10 different classes, right? And you have to do this with everything. So if they're going to do some kind of balancing, they should balance it in terms of 3v3. Okay, what are these classes? What do these classes have? What kind of weak options do they have? What are their strong options? Is this one strong option really good for this class, but against like one class, it's just completely oppressive? So they have to do it in like a big vacuum in terms of, what is strong, what is weak. That way there's, in my opinion, I think to have a successful arena system is everyone can have fun, right? So if you pick a class and you're like, oh, I want to play, like this one class that's just really weak in Arena Varsha, and I want to go in and I want to, have some fun with my boys, and you can't, you're just not going to play, and that's one less player in ranked, and it's just that much harder for you to get, a good player base for a ranked system. So I think they need to make it so that everyone has some form of playability in ranked arena. So like Awakening Wizards right now, they're at like the bottom tier of AoA in my opinion. So I think they need to find a better way to make it so that Awakening Wizards can do well. And that's just hard to balance. Maybe they add more movement to them or something. I don't know. There's just a couple things, maybe a few things they could do.
I think they've started to pre-balance a little bit on some things. Obviously, they missed the mark on some classes, but I think for a lot of classes, they have one spec that is more suited to dueling and small scale, and one spec that is more suited to large scale. So, like Meiwa, for example, we were talking about earlier, Succession is that gap kit where you have the fast catches, and in a lot of cases, that's better for the small scale 1v1 type gameplay. And the Awakening is very clearly more oriented towards, being able to dump damage that might be a little worse in small scale scenarios. And I think if they did it right, even though it's not perfect, having the 2 specs per class could allow you to balance for both large scale and arena solar.
From what I've been told, I've always gone to they don't count Awakening and Secession as different classes. It's always as long like that them that's one class, and if that class, as long as one of the specs can be decent
Viable somewhere,
viable at everything, like even at like somewhere, like not being the best at everything, but being like, as long as you don't feel like terrible playing one of your specs for one of these things, then they're normally pretty happy with it.
Oh, that's kind of what I've heard as well.
Like if you're just like saying I want to be an Awakened Tamer only, and I want to be the best large scale class, it's not gonna happen. Yeah, you could be things you can do in large scale, but you're never gonna be like
you're never gonna frag out, right?
Same thing with like Awakened Wizards are never gonna be great in a 1v1 environment. It's not gonna happen unless they do some ridiculous shit. So it's just like you have to use both your specs, and if your spec you like is really bad, then you have to either just fight through it, or you have to play the other spec. And it's not what all people want to hear, but I think that's just like you won't be able to do it. You can't balance it like that. And I also don't think you should ever be going for a full balance. Well, you kind of should, but you should always be like, I just think constant adjustments, like even if they're just small, makes the game fresh nonstop.
No, I agree. I think having a meta is better than having something sit for a year.
Because right now, I don't care Musa one-shotting me. I haven't been one-shotting Musa for years. I'm like, okay, cool. But what I do care about is that a Suck Wizard was one-shotting me for a year and a half.
Right.
That was not fun. And Suck Wizard was making so I couldn't play my game for a year and a half. And that's what I cared about, because they lasted too long. As long as the top end isn't always the top end, it makes it a lot less annoying and a lot less of a problem.
So we thinking quarterly?
People get to have fun. People get to have their fun for a little bit.
Yeah, there's no class should be the best at everything forever, but no class should also be bad forever. Every class should have their moment.
So what if they ended up doing, because Naya actually brought up quarterly, what if they ended up doing would they hold off on balance changes until the season resets? At least in terms of for arena type stuff, smaller balance changes.
Nothing fucks with everything more than doing it mid fucking season.
The best way to do big balance changes, Dota 2 does the same way, is they do it after a major tournament. Like after international, they do a huge patch. And then next year people can prepare ahead of time for the next year's big tournament, and you could do bug fixes like that along the way.
I mean, it'd be nice, but there's nothing to say that they won't be willing to mess with things, considering they've been glad to fuck people over in the past tourneys.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But the way Smite always did it was they would do where if it's coming up to a big tournament, they do very small kind of insignificant changes, and then they'd have a mid-season where they do some big changes, and then but then they're constantly doing a couple decent changes every couple weeks, and they would happen mid-season too, and that's fine.
Yeah, I'm not opposed to nerfing anything super OP mid-season. I don't really mind that, as long as it's nothing too drastic.
Yeah, they're bring it back from being a 14 to a 11, and it's okay, but bringing it from a 14 to a 6, it's okay, well, strength is just okay, well, that's kind of weird. Because then people's entire strats are ruined.
I wish they were more vocal with their thoughts. Like, how do I say this? A lot of times during the reworks, I would wait all week, wait for the big G Lab patch, and then I'd see a buff, and I'm like, just wondering in my head, like, why are they doing this? Like, it doesn't make sense. Now, even if, like, let's say they buff Sork damage, right? It's like, whether I agree or not, whether Sork needs to be buffed, it's like, that's whatever. But at least I understand, like, how they're feeling about the game, right? Like, what is their thought process? What do they think is strong? What do they think is weak? Just, like, more clarity to understand, like, what is going through their head. Like,
They tried to do that a little bit, because they wanted to like touch on things that they were like, affecting quite a bit, right? Like, example would be
Sage being the god of PvE.
Yeah. That's exactly that's like the prime example that bothers me. It's like, okay, fine. If Sage is too good at PvE, can you at least like give us an example, like show us like, hey, look, here's what you guys weren't doing on your server, but that happens on KR. These guys are pulling 35k trash at orcs with this much gear, and that's why it was too strong, so we had to tone it down. Otherwise, it's like everyone's sitting there like, wait, but that wasn't even the best PvE class, so why did this get nerfed? It doesn't make any sense. Yeah, and with balancing the same thing. It's like every time, it's like we removed the knockback on Lunatic Discus and gave it a half forward guard, and then last minute we changed it, and it's like, well, huh? Like what's going on there? What's the thought process there? I don't know. It's just like, I agree with you, Flannels. Like, it would be really nice to at least have an idea of what they're thinking when they do some of the stuff. So it's like, okay. And they did like kind of try to do it for a little while, but it feels like they kind of stopped putting that blue text.
They did that with Sage. Like, they just said they said from like their numbers, Sage was overperforming in PvE. The problem was that they did it when they were buffing everyone else already.
Right.
That was the part that was weird. It wasn't like if you were like, all right, well, Sage isn't getting any PvE buffs because it's already so strong, and we'll evaluate where it is after. But they were kind of like, it's like, yeah, everyone's getting these crazy buffs, and yours is going down. It's like, oh, okay, well that hurts.
Yeah, I don't know. Communication's like odd in that respect.
Yeah, communication and clarity, I think, are like, it's one of the biggest issues Protovis has had over the years. It was especially bad back in the Cacao days, where we were just having a guess as to who was making what decisions. But I feel like they are getting better about it, though. Like, am I crazy?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, that's what I was trying to say. Like, they're at least trying to communicate some.
And I
but
still
yeah,
think
it's definitely not
the blue
accurate
notes.
at all.
Blue notes during in the patch notes.
Yeah.
They're definitely
And
a lot better for sure.
I still think there's nothing wrong with those things happening either. Like, if like, hey, Sage is just bad for a while. Okay, well then I feel like it's had its time since release until rework, where it felt incredible. And like, I don't think, like, just like I was saying earlier, I don't think a class should be like feeling crazy for that long. And just I was like, and just I don't know. I just think like just adjustments in general are good, and as long as like just reshuffling where classes are makes the game a lot more interesting.
Yeah. I mean, how long, for example, let's use Moose as an example since it's the target. I mean, how long before you guys are like, how has this not been addressed? Like, how much longer from this point do you have before it starts becoming like, all right?
Some people are already at that point.
Yeah. Maybe a month for me.
I saw some people, the first patch that came out after the reworks or the reboots, people were like, dude, what the fuck? Why isn't Musa nerfed? It's like, bro.
Well, it took them over a year to nerf Suck Wizard.
Yeah, right?
Yeah.
I thought it was going to get nerfed on labs.
Yeah. I think there's a likelihood Moose will get nerfed pretty soon.
I think they are going to get nerfed probably within like a month, right? But I think I would much prefer the meta we have right now over the meta where, you know, it was only Suck's Wizard. That was powerful, right? And I think Suck's Wizard is kind of comparable to Musa, but I think we have it so much better is because our bottom of the barrel classes got moved forward.
Yeah, the main thing I saw, the first node war we did with the reworks, I'm like, wow, I see like 9 classes, and all of them I'm like, they could kill me, and I'm like, I could actually go and like for the first time in like a year, I'm like, wait, if I went in here, I could actually kill them instead of just being like, I'm gonna go in and be a bit tanky but int. But it's like, no, I could actually go in and actually kill them myself. That's kind of sick. And it's like it felt like everyone's a lot more threatening overall, which I think is good for large scale. I think it's really good for large scale. It's just no. I like it a lot, and just changing things up is just always good.
Yeah. I don't know. Rez, you got anything else? Anything else? Does anyone have anything they want to bring up? Any glaring issues? I feel like there was something else that I can't think of off the top of my
Fix
head.
my rampaging bug, man.
Oh, I want to talk about pets. Divios, I know you know about this. Yeah, tamer pet, but there's also like, so Divios, you did a little bit of testing, and like the theory is, well, what's the theory now? That pets essentially scale with your accuracy and don't have accuracy, or are they not even scaling either?
That's what it seems like. It scales off your accuracy. Maybe I got lucky. I mean, but like when I was testing with a bunch of people with pets, the pets miss a lot. And Striker's clone ability, it says it has 50% accuracy on it, and there's no way I'm dodging 14 out of 16 hits on someone else that's like 830 accuracy with 50% bonus. So
right.
There's definitely something wrong.
All right, so 2 things. One,
there's a clip, by the way.
we need to test it. All right, here, let me pull it up. But one, we need more thorough testing. D-Mike, you know D-Mike, I think. D-Mike said that he and Big and Shiny are going to test it and see what they come up with. But let's just say it does scale with your gear. Is that how we prefer it, or should they have 50% accuracy? Like, do you think it should scale with your gear?
It should definitely scale. Maybe not 0%, but they definitely should scale.
Right.
In my opinion.
So, in this clip, like, yeah, the clones are just completely whiffing from Hunter. And it's not like Hunter has no accuracy. He has his full gear on, right? I assume?
Yep, that's his full gear. You get 2 out of 16 hits.
Yeah. That's kind of crazy. Yeah, but that, I mean, see, because he has some accuracy, it seems kind of odd that many are missing if it scales with your gear.
Because I did it feels like it's like negative accuracy. It doesn't even feel like it's 0. It feels like it's negative accuracy. Because when I was doing it, I just did it on him with when I could him, it was like missing more than half the time. It was like missing like majority of the time. And then when I put an accuracy offhand, it was definitely hitting more, but it was still missing a lot.
Right.
At least that's how it felt. I think we didn't do like a lot of tests, but we tested like a couple classes and just like we're like, oh, these pets are definitely not hitting as much as they say they are.
Yeah, I wonder if it is like if the accuracy's bugged so much that it's like borderline negative. I wonder if it's also missing in PvE. Because I do see like witches and wizards and some like Novas complaining that in some PvE instances that it feels like really inconsistent.
Maybe.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it's definitely not 50% accuracy. We know that much.
Yeah.
Right?
So no matter what, the tooltip is wrong. Yeah.
Reezy, have you messed it all with like Sinew Cut or Delighted to see if it's the same?
Delighted seems a little inconsistent, but I haven't done like any concrete testings. It absolutely like melts people with evasion. So like I'm pretty sure the accuracy is scaling properly, but I would need to like do way more tests than like what I actually did.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking too. Same with Sinew Cut. Like it seems like they hit pretty hard on Kuno, so I don't know. They seem like they do still have their accuracy. I haven't tested at all like swapping my gear though to see if I swap out the Dawns for something else and try to keep the same AP if the damage changes, but I don't know. We'll see what Big and Shiny's test ends up being. And then Tamer just has like a bunch of other issues with their pet. They have all sorts of things going on with their pets that's not working.
Yeah, like later that same day when I was testing with CP some more with clones, and he got Ace, who's like a DR warrior. He's like 401 DR. And the pots did, I mean, he dropped clones on me and him at the same time. The clones did 40% of Ace's health, and it did 150 damage to me when we both didn't have pots on.
Yeah, you're talking about Lord Commander Ace.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. And when we tested, we went down DP at one point. I went down to 360. So I'm 360 evasion, and the other guy was 360 DR. He dropped clones on me. The wizard died, and I lost like a third of my health. So like I don't know, there's definitely something wrong. I don't know, because at 360 evasion, there's no way I should be dodging much at all.
Yeah, we'll get a tooltip update finding out that something hasn't been working right forever.
Yeah.
Yeah, right.
Yeah. Rez or Nasty, is there anything else you guys wanted to bring up, or did anyone else want to talk about anything maybe we didn't bring up since the reworks have come out?
Yeah, do any of you guys have any topics you want to talk about? Because I think we're getting close to wrapping up here.
You guys talk about the new crystals from Zone?
No,
resist
you want to
ones?
talk about them? What are your thoughts on them? The adamantines for all resists. Is that the ones you're talking about, or are you talking about the ignore resist ones?
And the ignore Olicus.
Yeah, specifically the boot ones.
Yeah.
I don't think I'm necessarily a big fan, considering how resist works now. Like, yeah, people resist less, but at the same time, you know, you only throw one adamantine in your boot and you're capped on KD resist. So I feel like what you're gonna end up seeing is people like, hey, what 2 stats do I want to have cap CC resist on? And it's
Right.
not gonna be a fun experience.
Yeah.
Common ones would be like stiffs, floats, KDs. Those would be really good to try to have max on, just to up your chances of surviving a combo.
I do think there's a lot of ways to get rid of it though. Also with the new Olicus though, if your CC like is really required, like you could have like there's 2 offhand gems, then there's 2 awakening gems. You obviously don't need all of them, but like getting some of them, and I think would be like the kind of obviously I
think
don't
you just
think
put
that this is great.
you just put Kudum on and you put Olikas while keeping corrupted, so you don't lose that much damage, and you still have like 50 ignore resist of whatever CC you want to use, and they still have capped 80%, so it'll still be 30. So you'd still be landing your CC 70% of the time. So I don't even think that'd be that bad.
I just wish
So
I
people,
had a
people don't
slot.
stack CCs.
I wish I had a
It's not
slot for
big
ignore res crystals that wasn't offhand or awakening weapon.
Well, that's the thing. So that's what I was going to say. While on one hand, Flannels, I am kind of concerned about those crystals. On the other, their demo that they showed of the light stones that go in the new artifact slots, one of them was ignore all resist 8%, which is huge.
Well, that's huge.
Yeah, which is,
Wow.
and that was only one.
It was ignore specific resist 8%.
I say that's great, but again, what are the other options that I'm sacrificing to run that ignore resist?
Right.
Like I'm still going to be losing potential damage that I could have. And in a game where it's full super armor and I can just kill people standing, why do I need CC? Like my goal in this game is not to CC people. My goal in this game is to kill people. It's just in the past, CC was the best way to get damage on people, and now it's not.
Yeah, it's definitely changed off of that.
Well, what are you on? Like when we translated it the day of, like that particular screenshot, I'm pretty sure was all res. I don't think that one was a specific resist from the ancient. The one that's specific was the Elucus.
I feel like I remember seeing it said knockdown resist when they showed it. I'll go look.
Maybe, yeah. I don't know. I mean, we did have to deal with like a translation, so it might not be, because it was an image and not in text, so no one like officially translated, but either way, at least like there's options. If it is specific resist, then it's kind of annoying. But if it was knockdown, then it would have been knockdown and bound, right? Because like that seems to be the theme that they go with.
Yeah. It'd be knockdown and bound.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. Like, I guess it depends. Yeah, we haven't gotten to see what any of the other stats are really for the light stones. So, we saw HP. One of them was 150 HP, and then the other one was the ignore resist. So, which, yeah, like if you could potentially have an additional 600 HP from 4 light stones and have to give up some of that because of you need to ignore resist is kind of like fuck.
It's a lot of HP potential.
Yeah, and I don't even know if that's the max stats because they said that you can enhance those up or down.
And that's always been the issue with ignore res crystals is like, okay, well, for my class, Kuno specifically, I have high crit on a lot of my core damage, so corrupteds are really good scaling wise for me, and I want to run the Holocaust because the attack speed is nuts. So by going ignore res, I'm losing a lot.
Yeah.
And these people who are going resist, they're just running one crystal on their cap.
Yep.
That's it.
Yeah.
That's also a new Verkudum thing though too as well.
Yep.
Because I mean, when I'm walking around out of like when I'm buffed up, I have 50% all ignore, but without if I didn't have anything in. Like that's already pretty good. And if I guess before, and obviously like now with the passive, obviously I have 30% ignore grapple, so basically grapples can't be resisted. And if I could run ignore KD, and then I couldn't be KD resisted either, or bound resisted. At that point, the only thing that you can resist for me is my mass, and it's like okay, well, it is different obviously per class, but build also is part of it.
Yeah, I don't know. What are you guys hoping for the stats to be on the actual artifacts themselves? Because they showed an image that showed that the artifacts themselves that go in the slots, that there's 4 different ones, and the only one that they showed was the actual stats on was the 10% BSR. No, there was 10% BSR. The HP was the actual lightstone that goes inside the artifact. The lightstone or the artifact itself was like 10% plus 10% BSR. Which I guess kind of brings us to like the BSR changes that are happening.
You can get 200 now.
Yeah, you'd be able to get 200.
Yeah, if you run Tungrad earrings.
Yeah. I know. Well, I do want to ask, actually, that's a good one that I kind of forgot about. Some of the BSR changes on Global Labs, I know most of them are kind of PvE changes, but a lot of these are not PvE changes. Some of them are just straight up PvP buffs. The Witch 100% is going to do more in PvP. The Kuno, both of their 100% are going to do more in PvP. For some reason, Drastic Measure is actually a little bit less damage in PvP, but way more in PvE.
No, it should be like, just looking at that screen, it should hit harder because you're hitting twice as many times.
No, I know, but they increased the reduction from 30 to 80%. Someone mathed it out. We were like mathing it yesterday.
Drastic Measure went from 9,300 to 8,000.
Yeah, so it's like literally actually doing less in PvP after the fact for some reason. So like, it seems like they want us to use our ults more often. Are you guys into that for large scale stuff, like more alt plays?
I think it's good.
Clips.
Well, the thing is that not like
most classes.
The thing is, like now with the changes, right? But the problem was before, and this is something that's gonna take a while for people to get. Yeah, some classes of alts that just kill you, and you're like, okay, well, what's the like in terms of like the bad way, where like they kill the person casting it. Some of them are just useless. But now at this point, any alt that isn't just useless, like because a lot of alts are just protected CCs that are like okay damage, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like that's a lot of alts. I like that. Like that's a big increase for a lot of classes, and just because the problem is people think they just have to get out of their mind that they need to actually kill people with their ult, because it's not
wounds.
Now that it gives you absorb, it doesn't need to kill them. It still gives you the crazy absorb after, so it's like if you ult 1 or 2 people, there is no problem with that because you're not missing out on your absorb doing it.
Right.
Where before it's like, if your ult was either killing everyone and you use your ult, or it doesn't kill everyone and you're absorbing.
Plus, it gives the wound too. So if you go like dot builds on top of the wound while they have like 30% HP left, it's actually really oppressive.
And honestly, Awakened Striker with that attack speed on ult makes it like 100 times better. So I'm really happy with that as well, because Striker it always did damage. Just the problem is you get hit by any slow going into it, you just didn't do anything. It takes so slow.
I mean, some ults animation lock you and get you killed.
I know, yeah, exactly. Some ults are just terrible and kill
Ninjas is awful.
Yeah, but any ult now that you're not gonna probably die from is probably pretty good. Like any ult that you're not just like, yeah, I'm just dead if I do this. It's
Yeah, I could see Drastic ult being really strong because it's fast and it gives you the Z buff. But I think Suck Ninja's ult is pretty weak. It just takes too long.
If you take away
I
the
think what they
windup
also
on a
need
lot
to
of
do
them,
is, yeah, it probably should, or allow you to cancel out of it like halfway through or something. There's another thing that I was gonna suggest: the Succession needs a way to dismount horses. They don't really have a really strong way.
Yeah.
Using 100% BSR. That was really
yeah,
rough.
why don't they have? What's the reason behind Succession not having 1025?
My understanding is the BSR skills are like awakening identity kind of type skills. Is what the original idea was when they first released them, the 10, 25, 50s. But
it's true.
I don't know why.
Kuno's defined by our 25% sauce resonin. People see that and they run for the hills. They're like, oh shit.
Also, another thing with 10, 25, 50s, man. Why do some ults, like some BSRs, make your ability faster, and then like some of them just put you in slow mo?
I don't know.
Leg drop? Are you talking about leg drop?
Yeah. Well, all three of strikers, they put you in slow mo.
It's because I don't think they coded it because what they're doing with the BSR ultis are they're adding more hits, but they're not changing the animation speed, right?
At least
so they're
that
adding
we
more
know
hits.
of,
So how do you animate that? Yeah, so they just add more hits, so it makes the animation longer, but they don't.
No, like
lower
my
the animation.
startup is longer. Like before, like if you watch a striker do it, like it literally puts complete slow motion.
Yeah,
when I do
it's not the animation; it's the wind up to the animation. It's like way longer.
Maybe
It looks cool in remaster. That's all that matters.
Yeah, because on other people's screen, it doesn't even look right. On other people's screen, it looks like I did a leg drop and then I slide along the ground for a second and then it lands. But on my screen, I'm just going in slow motion through the air.
Yeah.
I was gonna say, as far as Kuno, like I'm curious how Wheel of Wrath ends up feeling because the damage is gonna be higher, but it does have the animation is so long that it's like super dangerous. Flash Slash in Succession feels decent as like a support skill. So it's getting like a little bit more damage. The thing is that sucks is Smoke Flash in Succession actually speeds up the ult, but we don't get the Rage Absorb buff if we Smoke Flash.
That just sounds like a bug.
Yeah.
But it consumes your 100?
It consumes the 100, yeah, but it doesn't give us the
definitely a
Rage
bug.
Absorb, which is like...
That's definitely a bug.
Which is hilarious because it makes me think that they probably, like, if you smoke before Flash, it's like literally just recognized as an entirely different ability, and that's why it doesn't give you the
it's
buff.
recognized as a different entry
That's
point.
probably why. Yeah, it's probably why it speeds it up.
So, but I like Kuno's Succession ult, Reezy. I don't know if you do, but I've always felt like in group play it's actually pretty nice, even though it doesn't kill people anymore.
It would be better in a different
That
meta.
meta was oppressive. That meta was ridiculous.
Yeah, it
Each
was.
pulse of the Flash Slash would kill like 4 people. Each.
So yeah, part of the skill was bugged back then. It had like 40 hits per pulse or something. Like it was actually
Yeah, that
ridiculous.
was nuts.
So like you were literally spamming like 40 ticks of CC every time you came down. It was like almost a guaranteed CC. BSR skills in general have some of that. Like they actually just hit rate you out of an ability, or they like almost force the ability to end in some cases. It's really strange.
Yeah, that's what I was actually wondering with like them adding so many hits to something like Striker Ult. Striker Ult, when you get hit by it with the change, it's gonna hit you 34 times in like a second and a half. It's just gonna like, I don't know what that's gonna. It's gonna like speed you up so much, or like.
Didn't they say that they were looking into fixing that?
I'm not sure what their like stance on it is at the moment.
They did at the Idle Ball like in the summer, but it's still. I doubt they have any progress on it. They said it's gonna be hard. Yeah, I don't know. Like I do kind of like the idea of the ulting. I'm just like, I don't know if I want, like let's say I'm in a 60-man node war and there's 60 people on each side. I don't know how excited I am about the idea that all 60 people can one-shot a group of people every once in a while.
You have to nerf the BSR
That's what I'm saying,
regenerate, right?
I just don't. That's why I don't think it's needed. Are you talking about 200%?
No. I'm more talking like because some of the 100% are actually just getting damage buffs.
I mean, if it gets to a big enough point where it's an issue, they could add a cooldown to the 100% if they really wanted to.
Well, they just nerf specific ults because like the whole. I think their point of it is like certain ults now Like ults that actually just kill people and give you the absorb, that's kind of crazy now. Like Valcald is like,
Yeah.
I mean, the problem is Valcald.
Valcald is insane now.
Yeah. The problem is Valcald is also one of those ults where if it doesn't kill people, then you just die. So it's
Remove rage
Look.
transfer, thank you.
Larry, how is Valk's succession alt?
Yeah, they could
It's-
actually do
that
that.
is
It's
that is
awful.
terrible.
So it
rage
takes like
transfer for
3
large
seconds
scale?
to wind up, and it's a huge AoE JOL. So the blue lights from the sky,
Yeah,
and it
just-
does a bunch of floats. It instant CC caps people, but yeah, it does no damage.
Yeah.
And you're sitting there for literally 10, 12 seconds,
Yeah,
like
you're
doing
yeah,
nothing.
you're
You're stuck.
You're there for a long time.
Yeah, preventing
If the,
rage transfer.
if the new
would be nice.
ulti meta comes out to be too strong, they could just make it so that you can't rage transfer in large scale.
Yeah, that would be nice.
So
Just
you can
remove
only
rage
use
transfer. Why is rage transfer a thing? Just get rid of it.
it's a lore thing, I think. Part of the
I
story.
mean, until now though, there's no way to do it 200% without it. But maybe when 200% is
I don't
possible.
know. Just like buff some of the BSR like items so that you're not losing like so much stats to like build 200%.
I mean, it's just tongue red earrings, really.
Yeah,
I
yeah,
mean-
really it is.
The earrings are like the rings are good, the belt is good, the neck is good, the earrings are trash.
I mean, you could also just make it like you have an alt on a 30-minute cooldown and just let everyone have access
Yeah.
to it, and you don't need
BSR.
whatever 200% to do it.
What does BSR do? Reduce the cooldown?
No, I mean your BSR like just would I don't know. I mean would
No,
let
I'm saying,
you.
what are the tongue grid accessories like?
They'd be
what would the
well.
what
I
would that
mean,
do?
they'd be what they're doing now. I mean, right now they don't give you access to 200% either.
No, I'm saying like what is oh, are you talking about just making 200% just a 30-minute cooldown for everyone?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, because right now, like it doesn't do anything anyway. Like if you go over BSR, it's mostly for like efficiency for PvE or for PvP. Like you can stack up your alt a little bit longer, right? Like that's one of the benefits. So you can use your alt and you already have like 20% towards your next one.
Yeah.
But the 200% is just remove rage transfer and make the 200% something you can just do once or twice a war.
Yeah, but have you seen a Sugzerker with a 200% spin with a 200% absorb?
Oh
That's
man, yeah, that happened to me last war.
That's crazy.
Yeah, I know. It's pretty.
That one's
crazy.
cracked. I haven't seen that yet, but I
Happened to me
imagine.
twice.
Where's the
It's
Oni
not
clip?
fun.
Man, I'll find it.
The Oni clip, find it. Yes.
I did get
got
to
it.
go test Reezy. I went and messed with the 200% clones because since it got buffed or whatever, and yeah, it doesn't even kill. Like I can't even kill a person. It does less
Yeah,
damage.
it's still useless.
it does less damage than just going like stomp clone.
I don't understand why they put it on clone either. Like AoE
There
is
you go. There's the
so
Oni clip.
terrible.
All
Wait,
right,
that's the wrong one. That's the wrong one. That's just
Yeah,
a
there's
random clip.
multiple.
That's
do you have the other one?
that clip's crazy for another reason.
All right.
But yeah.
All
That
right.
clip is just a Zerker somehow living.
Not your average Zerker. Oh no! What are those graphics that we're gonna have to watch in that clip, Divios?
Full
on the
effects
rock.
remastered.
What?
What?
I can't even see what is happening. What are these graphics?
Yeah, let me see this one. Hold on. This
Remastered.
is the more
full
interesting.
effects,
Oh
100
my
opacity.
fucking
RuneScape mode.
God. Yeah, this is full
Oh, this
remastered.
one. I'm on this
Wait, was
rock.
that-
Oh no.
Was
That's
that
me.
Larry? Was that Larry? I saw that kill feed.
No, Reezy too.
So for context, I guess from our side of things, we'd been sitting in the base for like I think 20 or 30 seconds at this point, just eating FTs because there was like a double CTG play call. We were gonna CTG, get wiped. Vertex was gonna go CTG, and we are gonna see if we could make something happen with that because it was towards the end of the war. And then yeah, 200% came through.
I thought that
Big oof.
I thought that that Oni was gonna go back to Kuno. What is he on a Sugzerker for?
Guess for that.
Oh my god! Cause he wants the actual good spin.
Dude, he needs to get a new graphics card, man. This one's busted.
Yeah, these graphics
Yeah,
are.
we went from
crazy.
remastered full effects to that.
Oh my god, dude. Yeah, it's crazy. Yeah, theirs is so nuts. Wow. Yeah, so what about, have you guys used your BSRs in PvE? I know like we haven't got the buff version, so some of ours are pretty shitty in PvE, but I assume if you guys looked at the numbers, is yours looking like it's going to be pretty good for PvE?
Mine look kind of nuts.
You kill like one pack, and then the rest of the packs you have your Z buff up, so it'll be pretty good.
They have to speed mine up. Like, there's no point. Like, it just takes way too long. I'm standing there for nothing. They're already dead. And I have to stand 10 seconds and wait.
Yeah, I feel like some of them, because the animations are really only going to be nice at like, if you're at Olun Valley or a place or a boss, like maybe you're doing the dungeon or Turos or something where you're actually sitting there for a while. Otherwise, like at Orcs or something, like especially if you have a weapon, you're one skilling a pack anyway, right? Where's Valkyrie? Let me look at Valkyrie's
It's a waste of
Judgment of
time.
Light.
Yeah, it just like locks me in place for way too long. Might as well Z-buff.
I don't even know what are these numbers on the Valk one. It's like, is it actually 1048 times 108? Is that what yours says on your tooltip, or is this just miswritten?
Let me see what my tooltip says right now.
18.
Oh,
mine
I
right now
was-
says 54 and 18.
Oh, maybe
so
it's
it's 54 plus 18 total.
54 plus 18. What is
Yeah,
is this patch note just wrong?
Yeah, that patch.
It literally says 1048 times 108, or in level 2 is
108 is
969 times 72.
Yeah, that's wrong.
Oh, okay. Interesting. Yeah. I don't know. I'm kind of yeah, the Wheel of Wrath one is actually hilarious to me too, because even in PvE the first 2 hits do less damage right now than the normal 2 hits of Wheel of Wrath. And then the last hit is just like, okay, it's a little bit more but still really bad. But the
I'm
new
just
one
prepared
looks
for it
fat.
to miss hitting the entire pack like normal wheel still.
Yeah, dude, but this new version, like, at least the numbers look kind of nuts for PvE, but probably will still suck.
But it's like at that point, why would you be on Awakening in the first place for PvE?
Yeah, true.
They buffed the Suck Striker 100, man. That's sick. It's such a dumb ability though, so I don't think you're still gonna use it.
Prime Wolf's Hunger.
It's basically he stomps the ground, it does damage, then he teleports forward and he elbow checks you and it stuns you, and then he uppercuts you and it knocks you down and does a lot of damage.
It's like a Mortal Kombat combo or something.
Yeah.
It's a cinematic. It's a super.
Yeah, it's like the
literally is a
fatality
cinematic.
animation.
Yeah. The Mystic 100% seems bugged right now. Have you run into this? Has anyone run into this?
That's a great
Roaring Tiger, right? Or are you guys talking
No,
about,
they're Rising Dragon in Awakening.
The Awakening one?
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
like ticking like 1,000 times for some reason, just killing
Yeah,
people from full
the
health.
dragon gets stuck on the ground and just keeps hitting people until they die.
That's actually hilarious.
It sits there for like 5-6 seconds after the ult ends. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, we didn't get a whole lot of time to talk with Heedun because he had to leave, but I am kind of curious. Someone's bringing up, how are you guys feeling about Sorks in the meta right now? Because Sorks were already pretty strong, and they got a lot stronger, and I know some people have kind of a pretty big problem with Sorks. How do you guys feel Sorks are in, starting with Reezy and Yelo, in like AoE and 1v1 stuff, but then also for large scale?
In AoE, I think they're like one of the best. I think now that grabs are protected, like they don't quite have exactly the same presence they had before, but it's like, I mean, it's a class that's really, really hard to catch unless you get a hard read on it, and even then you might not get the catch. And they dump damage, and they can sit in any team fight basically. Like, it's always going to be valuable. It's kind of like Wiz, where like, assuming you have grabs covered in your team comp, you can throw it on a comp. It's gonna make it better.
And with AoE rules as well, they're the best class at stalling for time. They're the best class at like winning 2 time because of like they have 2 easy to apply dots, long range.
One of their dots is very, very long duration too. So if you want to time out HP, you can do that.
36 seconds.
Hey, we have one of those too,
remember that
Reezy.
one.
All right, on Lunatic.
seconds.
I got a
36
kill.
second burn.
I got a kill from that in RBF the other day. Well, I think it's 25 damage on Lunatic. and randomly, like, I wasn't even fighting anyone. I just saw the kill thing pop up.
Yeah.
Yeah, Sork is one of those classes that you can't ignore, and at the same time,
Can't deal with.
if you, yeah,
don't
like
have to.
it's so hard to deal with her. So if you're a really skilled Sork player, you can literally just survive 3 minutes every round and always be a threat to any target, especially a target that doesn't have much mobility, like some kind of caster or maybe a ranger. They always have to be focusing you.
When I was doing airway with Amora, our 2v2 comp felt like really, really, really stupid, and this is pre-rework. Like, I can't imagine how stupid that comp is now post-rework.
Yeah. I mean, what
meta's changed?
Well,
New era.
Amora wouldn't appreciate the Sork nowadays. He thinks.
Oh no, he
it's-
hates it. Yeah.
Yeah, it's too dumbed down. Knowing him.
So what is the what is the change that you guys think, or should there be a change? Like what
Sork?
what would you change to Sork if you could? Yeah.
I mean, it's just a protections issue. Like, it's kind of the same thing for every class. Like, okay, their 1 second iframe cooldown is like super strong, but like they could already kind of do that before with the 80
Yeah.
Absolute Darkness crap that they were doing. So it's like, okay, well, do you change another ability? Do you nerf the iframe itself? Do you make GRJ Bond forward guard? Do you make Soul Reaper forward guard? Like, this is a bunch of stuff you could do, but at the end of the day, it all boils down to protections.
Yeah.
I think they made Sork too reliant on Bond Core Grim Reaper and too reliant on Awakening for damage. That the pre-awakening is literally you go into pre-awakening for either iframe or 2 floats. You don't use pre-awakening unless it's for a buff or something.
Well,
and that's kind of, it makes it really rough for Sork because they have to play an awakening for damage output. I mean, they can throw like DODs, like it's like CC fishing and stuff like that, right? Which is understandable, but I think if they have more of a pre-awakening kit, it allows them for more counterplay.
I
'Cause
think
awakening is just Grim Reaper. It's like mainly what you do it for, or what you use the damage output for. Grim Reaper into Carstian.
Yeah, that's the reworks in general. Kind of did that to a few classes. Like
it
Awaken Maywa
did
is like that. You
yeah.
really don't want to use pre-awaken much at all, except for like maybe
Mhm.
Red Moon, maybe a D-bite and 4 blind thrusts, and that's basically it. Even the arrow play for most players, they don't really care for it, even though it is technically in a sense buffed for stub arrow play, just not for the other utility arrows. But yeah, it dumbed it down. I think Sork is just like same kind of thing as like Musa. Like Musa's Awakening Musa is like extremely protected. Like they can throw out damage for days being fully protected. The difference is Sork is iframe oriented and they don't have as much trade damage as Musa does, is the main difference. But Sork got a lot of protections out of it in the combination of iframe and super armor.
Yeah, turn back. I feel like turn back is like sleeper. Like it getting 2 additional hits. Their 10% BSR turn back hits so hard. And no one, I don't even know if people realize how hard that skill hits.
Like I don't know if you like nerf shards too, if that even does anything at this point. Not with the new super armor skill they got.
Yeah. That's the thing, right? It was like before you used your shards for a bunch of different things, and so you had to manage stamina, because if you ran out of stamina, you'd use your shards, and if you were using your other abilities, throwing out discs or Grim or Carstians, you would have to spend your shards. Now you don't, so you just keep getting shards back and continuously iframe regardless of your stamina.
Mm-hmm.
And you get a lot back. Like, I mean, Dream of Doom's giving you like 24, Engulfing's giving you like 19. I don't even know, does the new skill give them shards? It probably does, I imagine.
I don't actually know.
Soul Reaper gives shards, so it's like, I don't know. It's really difficult. It seems like there's no opening. I mean, it's a similar feeling I feel against Sakuno with the flash slash movement, where it's just like, I'm just gonna sit in this fight forever, and if I try to do like a hero play, then I'm the one at risk kind of thing. I don't know. There was definitely a period where, I mean, you used to see, right? Like anytime you'd watch Sork or fight a Sork, they'd have to stop and chill for like sit in their
There's
block.
a breather period.
Yeah, and hope that you don't go behind their frontal while they're blocking, or they use Carstian's Nightmare and they're like hoping you don't grab them. But now it's just like I don't even know. How often do they have to even go into Carstellz to prevent themselves or to get stamina back? Like it's like less and less these days.
Maybe that's something they should do, like lock stamina regen on Carstellz.
I don't know. Maybe they could do something with Nightmare as well, because I mean that's always been their thing as well. Is they reset all their cooldowns again with Nightmare.
That's the thing that's crazy to me is I that random ass change a few months back where Nightmare just lasts 5 seconds and Requiem lasts 5 seconds. It's forever. Like I tagged a Sork for 4 minutes and I was like, we went into a Castle Ruins RBF before we got the new version, and it was like I was on a team that was just losing super hard, and I was like the only person. I could just go right outside of the spawn and go 1v10, and then every time like I got low on stamina or low on cooldowns, just go into Nightmare. And it's like, because it's a 20-second cooldown, when you go into it's like 5 seconds get eaten from it, and then the flow another 5 seconds eaten from it, and then you're like back to square one. You just like have everything back up again. It's crazy. The amount of time wasting that skill or that class has is insane. Last before we head out is Corsair meta is gone, it seems. Do you guys think Corsair's still good for large scale stuff?
Suck Corsair, not as much, because they got a heavy nerf on their iframe skill, the whale, where she can sit in it and just trade. It's now super armor, so if you see a Corsair doing that, you just throw damage at her, and you'll probably out her. Yeah, they'll just straight up die. Awakening Corsair still hits pretty hard, but I haven't seen many Corsairs, honestly.
I've seen one, I think, at War.
I think Awakening's still pretty strong, but yeah, I think Succession's kind of rip.
Is Nuke still on Suck, Divios?
He is.
How does he feel about it?
He's saying he basically has to throw his whales like other range skills.
Feels bad.
And when you suction,
chucking whales at people, man.
And your suction is like you suction and then like instantly iframe out. You don't come out ever.
All right, you don't let the damage play out because you're just gonna die.
Yeah, I have returned.
It's a long walk.
Welcome back. Did you lose power?
I did lose power, but it's back on now.
Welcome back, man. Welcome back.
Just in time for the ending intro.
Yeah, I think we're gonna outro. I want to thank everyone for coming on, especially the people I know. I was trying to tell everyone like, yeah, we only really need you for 10-15 minutes, but if you want to stay long, because I don't want you to feel obligated. I know sometimes these things go long.
Yeah.
And it was just supposed to be for fun. So thank you guys so much for if you stuck around, and thanks to everyone who came on. I appreciate all of you guys very much.
Yeah, thanks everybody here.
Thanks for having us, man.
Was here till the end. Appreciate you guys especially.
Yeah, thank you for having me. It's always a pleasure.
Same.
Yeah, man. Looking forward. I'm gonna always be picking your guys' brains on stuff. As we get changes, we'll see what happens. And looking forward to AOA and seeing some of you guys at the top. Larry, thank you for coming in. I know it was kind of last minute. Raiden wanted you to talk about Succession stuff since he doesn't play it.
Yeah, no problem.
And we do apologize for not having a Succession Musa. We just don't know one.
They don't exist.
They really don't.
Yeah.
But I would say that this was a good time. I'm glad that everybody was able to make it. We had a bunch of maybes that ended up being able to make it, so that's awesome. But yeah, thanks everybody for showing up and all that stuff. I guess we'll 3-year anniversary. I guess we should thank all the viewers, huh?
Yeah,
definitely.
Yeah.
All the viewers, everyone that's supporting the podcast, really do.
It's not actually our
appreciate
3-year anniversary. Our actual 3-year anniversary was like a month ago. But
All right, it was 2 weeks ago, right?
because we made the decision to start a podcast in the middle of December and like the peak holiday like time. We had to end up delaying it and all that stuff. But yeah, thanks to everybody who's watched and listened over these 3 years. Thank you to all the guests that have come on, not just today, but all the guests that we've had on over the years. We started off with guests that were just our friends that we wanted to just hang out with, and now we get to bring on some of the best PvPers in the game and pick their brains about it, and that's because of all the people that enjoy this content and this medium, this kind of long form discussion. So we really appreciate everybody for supporting us over the years. Yeah, I guess that's it. Links for I'm going to get links from every single person, Twitch streams, YouTube channels, all that kind of shit. I'm going to go dig deep and find everything I possibly can. If you want to find more of somebody that we had on this episode, you can go down in the description, and it's going to be down there somewhere. I promise you it's going to be down there somewhere. Of course, you can find our links as well in the description. Twitch.tv/Nyashi_NA for Nyashi, Twitch.tv/NotRislar for myself, and of course Twitch.tv/SoFrosty for Frosty. Streaming almost every day, and of course the podcast on usually Saturday mornings. Make sure to join the Discord to get any updates if we're going to be delaying or having any events or things like that. Yeah, I guess that's it. Nyashi, Frosty, you guys got anything else?
No, that's it. Thank you guys so much for coming on, man. We appreciate you guys.
Yeah, thank you guys again. And yeah, that's it. We'll see y'all next week.